This is. Fire Sorrow was also shocked at what was happening. This was mainly due to the fact that the laws she was used to were no longer the same. While the laws of this world were not 100% different, it was definitely not the same. No one dared to play with the law of space without complete certainty that after crossing an open crack, they would be taken to a safe place. Otherwise, they might die without even knowing how, regardless of whether they were higher existences or not. The laws in this place were chaotic and changed continuously, making it more difficult to try to manipulate them, unless they had the manipulation type skill required to manifest such a law. As everyone watched the surroundings curiously and slightly cautiously, Fire Sorrow received a voice transmission from Lilith. No matter what happens next, make sure to spend as little mana as possible. Don't fly through the sky, come down. Mana? Fire Sorrow didn't quite understand at first, but the next instant her pupils contracted to the minimum possible as she realized something terrifying. This place had no mana at all. Not even a shred of mana. Crap! Fire Sorrow quickly flashed, and in an instant appeared on the ground. Although she didn't know what was going on, she soon realized that the power of Lilith's firmament fragment was truly peculiar and mysterious. Wasn't Lilith the holder of the firmament fragment left behind by the ice goddess? Fire Sorrow gasped in her heart as she realized what this implied. God. 2 firmament fragments. Such a thing was unheard of in the story recorded. Where the hell is this? Michael growled as he looked around the environs with a hint of caution. This place looked like the very hell of legends. The land was scorched and there was no sign of life at all. Even after a long time, Meads and the others could not find even a single living weed in this mysterious place. Even the rocks seemed to have been crushed by a grinder to the point where they were now nothing but dust. The sky was deep red as if a war in which billions of lives perished had occurred a few hours ago. The air was stifling and heavy to the point in which even a fifth-order soul evolver would have to spend a little time getting used to it. Suddenly, Uriel had a slight change of expression, and as if thinking of something abruptly launched herself skyward. A golden light enveloped her, and in the next instant she appeared half a kilometer away. A few seconds later she exclaimed, "Lord, I can't access my status window." Mead's pupils contracted when he heard Uriel's words, and when he checked for himself, his face turned extremely ugly as he realized that even he was having trouble communicating with the soul record. This was not something to make fun of or joke about. If they couldn't access the soul record, and thus their records, it would be much more challenging to use their skills. Bitch! In a fit of rage, Michael engulfed in a pile of flames charged towards Lilith. His body seemed to transform into a meteorite, and if one were to look from far away, one would see a flash of fire raining down from the cloudless sky. Lilith sneered. With a simple wave of her flawless white hand, a wall of ice took shape about 20 meters in front of her to receive the incoming attack. Her move was so casual that anyone could tell that she hadn't even used 50 points of her mana to make that ice wall. Michael was even more enraged by her disdain, and the power behind his attack automatically increased by several folds. However, BOOM. Part of the world seemed to be covered by Michael's flames. While half the world burned, the other half seemed to be protected by an invisible barrier as nothing changed. Although the ice wall was soon filled with cracks, Michael could not believe that his attack was actually blocked by such a poor defensive barrier. Uriel and the others were also stupefied by this. They were all very experienced beings who had lived too long to count. However, even for them, it was difficult to figure out what was going on. It must be the power of the firmament fragment. They all thought the same thing. Perhaps the power of this firmament fragment empowered Lilith, and all her skills required less mana consumption. This was what everyone thought, and it was also the most logical thought from the point of view of the four of them. Taking advantage of the moment when her enemy's mind was in confusion, Lilith waved her hand again, killing ice blades. Fuck! Michael quickly stomped the ground and dashed backwards as he raised his spear and spun it in front of him at astonishing speeds. The wall of ice shattered into thousands of pieces, and thousands of blackish-colored ice blades attacked the archangel surrounded by a twister of flames. Looking from a distance, the small ice blades looked insignificant in the face of the roaring twister of fire more than 200 meters high. However, to everyone's surprise, the fire twister soon came to a halt. The ice blades had turned the flames and Michael into a huge frozen statue. If one looked carefully towards the center, one could see Michael glowing with a pile of flames around him. it definitely won't be long before he gets free again. It was absolutely impossible for such a simple attack to end his life after all. Enough, Mead shook his head and pointed toward Lilith. The law of light in this world was quite weak compared to other worlds, but it was still present. Being the wielder of light manipulation, Mead soon gathered enough light energy to destroy a continent on the tip of his index finger. Looking from afar, Meads appeared to have a small, silver, shining moon in front of him. "Cancel the power of your firmament fragment," warned the heaven god in a voice that left no room for negotiations. Lilith was dumbfounded for a few seconds before bursting out laughing in giggles. Even though she was laughing carelessly as if she had heard the best joke in the world, her beauty was simply too high. Her bosom trembled enticingly, and the smile on her face made even Michael, whose murderous intent was expressly focused on her, freeze for a moment. Meads also frowned as he realized that even he was slightly affected by this woman's beauty and charm. This was definitely not something normal. "What are you laughing at? I'll really kill you." Meads was really losing all patience. His personality was usually quite gentle except for particular points. However, ever since he met Bai Zemin, the possible reincarnation of the heavenly wolf, he began to feel murderous thoughts towards Bai Zemin himself and everyone close to him. Lilith is an important member of the demonic army and killing her could cause some trouble. However, Meads didn't care. Even Lucifer couldn't stop him. Lilith ignored the threat of the heaven god. Yet amidst laughter and tears, she taunted in a sweet voice, "Cancel the power of my firmament fragment. Ha ha ha. The power of my firmament fragment has already been used. From the first moment we all arrived here, it was already shut down." Lilith's words confused everyone. The firmament fragment's power had been turned off. In other words, it went into cooldown. But how was that possible? Extremely wild idea flashed in Mead's mind. "Don't tell me," he muttered to himself wide-eyed. However, he didn't have time to finish his words. Suddenly, an amount of murderous intent that neither of them had ever felt weighed like a world on their shoulders. Meads was the most affected as his face suddenly turned slightly pale, and, for the first time in tens of thousands of years, he felt a hint of fear. He was shocked about this. Fear? That's right, fear. The level of murderous intent in the air was so strong that a living being shouldn't have it. Even Meads, who had wiped out trillions of living beings to reach his current level, did not have even 1/4 of this person's murderous intent. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1264, Immortal Barbarian King. Who could have such a murderous intent? This was the question they were all asking, in particular Meads, who was the focus of such pressure. A few seconds later, they all saw a flash of crimson light approaching from the far south. This flash was so fast that even the heavy air of the world was pushed aside, as if afraid to avoid being shattered. However, far from worrying, Meads and the others relaxed noticeably after sensing the speed of the other party. Although this stranger's murderous intent was against the rules, their speed was nothing too crazy. Even Uriel, who was the slowest among the 3 members of the Army of Heaven, could move faster even without using agility-boosting skills. "This is your helper?" Meads asked without looking at Lilith. He didn't wait for an answer but changed direction, and instead of aiming his already charged attack at Lilith, he aimed at the unknown being approaching from afar. "Let me show you how naive you are." With these words spoken, the god of heaven bellowed, flash of brilliant light. As if the other laws of the world were insignificant in comparison, the gravity and pressure of the unknown place presented no obstacle at all. At a speed difficult to follow with the naked eye, a flash of bright white light broke from the tip of Mead's finger, and in a jiffy arrived in front of the flash of crimson light more than 2 kilometers away. Meads had already lowered his hand and seemed ready to watch the scene, where the incoming enemy instantly disappeared after being smitten by his flash of bright light. One needed to know that Meads was one of the oldest living beings in the universe and had long since reached the peak level of the 8th order. His destructive power, speed, physical attack power, magical attack power, all his stats, trackable and untrackable, were monstrously high. Therefore, it was natural to expect the death of his enemies. Even if the incoming enemy were a 6th order soul evolver, they would still die. However, what happened next made everyone's expression change drastically. They only saw that flash of crimson light stop in the sky as if it had frozen in fear before the flash of bright light. Then, Meads and the others didn't know how, but the attack he had launched after spending over 200 mana points, that beam of white light, simply began to be absorbed by something. The wind stirred strongly, and sparks of white light illuminated Uriel's beautiful face. She gazed in disbelief at the storm of white light in the sky being absorbed and couldn't help but mutter with wide eyes, "You've got to be kidding me." Even Michael, whose anger burned furiously, did not attack Lilith after shattering the mountain of ice in which he had been buried. He gazed in disbelief at what he was seeing, and for the first time, he doubted his eyes. But what happened next would be something neither of them could ever forget. Swoosh! All the white light disappeared, and for a brief moment the world seemed to return to normal. However, before any of them had a chance to see what the unknown enemy looked like, a point of white light glowed from the tip of the enemy's weapon and shot out at them a split second later. In normal times, this sort of attack would have been dodged with relative ease. However, Meads had not suffered a setback like this in too many years. Therefore, his fate was miserable. By the time he came out of his daze from what had just happened, it was too late, and out of pure battle instinct, he raised his arms in a cross shape in front of his chest. Swoosh! In Uriel's disbelieving golden pupils was reflected the image of her leader being dragged somewhere after being hit. If one were looking into Uriel's beautiful eyes at that moment, one would be surprised to see a white flash hitting Meads and making him disappear from her eyes in less than a blink of an eye. The next instant, rumble! The ground tens of miles away began to rumble ferociously. The shaking became more and more ferocious, as if a giant meteorite had fallen from outer space and hit the solid ground at high speed. Stiffly, like a robot that had not received proper maintenance in a long time, Uriel turned her head and stared at the culprit. This was a man who looked to be about 25-27 years old. His silky hair was blood red in color and was so long that it reached his waist, swaying gently with the blowing of the wind in the sky. He wore some sort of black tunic that was quite worn in places and appeared to have been repaired countless times, as there were some patches, large and small, all over it. His bare feet appeared to be suspended in the sky, but upon closer inspection, one might notice that he actually seemed to be standing on a windy step that was difficult to detect. This man was very handsome. In particular, his eyes and hair, both blood red, as they gave him a sort of demonic charm that in tandem with his pale skin formed an unbelievably attractive image. It was just that his indifferent expression and the chasm-like depth in his gaze made people not dare to look at him for too long for fear of being devoured by the darkness he enclosed. Uriel immediately turned her attention to this man's sword. His sword was about 2 meters long and at least half a meter wide. Its body was made of an unknown jet black material, and even the flashes of light left over from the previous attack could not make it shine. The most striking thing apart from the enormous size of the weapon was that the hilt of the sword seemed to be a piece of cloth, and this cloth was wrapped around his right arm as he used his right hand to easily hold the heavy weapon. While everyone was stunned and dumbfounded by what had just happened, Uriel softly asked, "Would you mind telling us who you are and why you are attacking us?" She could tell that this man in black and red hair was under no one's control, so he was absolutely not Lilith's puppet. Also, his whole body was burbling with life, so Uriel knew he wasn't some sort of spirit left behind by the owner of the firmament fragment that Lilith used to drag everyone to this place. Unfortunately for Uriel, this man not only didn't look at her but didn't even seem to have heard her words. It was as if she whose title as the universe's #1 beauty wasn't much more valuable and interesting than the putrid air of this world. The eyes of the man in black did not stray from Lilith from the moment he appeared. That pair of beautiful but terrifying red pupils that had shown nothing but indifference after experiencing a lot finally showed ripples as he stared at her. The man opened his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something, but perhaps because he hadn't uttered any words in a long time, he was only able to make a small hoarse and dry sound. Lilith's expression was extremely complicated as she looked at this man. There were many emotions in her usually mischievous or indifferent eyes, but she just nodded and said a few words as if she knew what he wanted to say but couldn't. "Everyone is fine, she's fine." Uriel and the others noticed the man's eyes light up slightly, but even they thought it was an illusion as that brightness disappeared even faster than it appeared. Michael was the first to come out of his daze. When he realized that even after so long his lord showed no signs of returning, and while watching the opponent's calmness and indifference, he finally became completely enraged. "You bastard, how dare you, a low-level ant!" Michael's flames suddenly turned red, and with a fierce stab of his spear he roared, "Raging fire dragon god! Roar! The red flames converged on the archangel's spear, and as he stabbed forward, a giant flame dragon formed and flew up to the man in the sky. Looking from afar, the red fire dragon was as big as a mountain, while the man with long red hair was not much bigger than an ant in comparison. However, size did not represent the difference in strength between two opponents. Everyone watched as the man's expression remained as indifferent as before. He released his grip on his weapon, letting the black sword fall from the sky. Then, he suddenly grabbed onto a piece of cloth that had followed the downward movement of the sword and slid down his arm. This time everyone saw it clearly, so they finally understood how it was that this man turned the attack of the god of heaven into his to counterattack. They only saw the man in black swing his sword in a large full circle in front of him, as he used the piece of cloth as a grip. The giant black sword whirled so fast that it soon completely covered the man behind it, looking like a small black hole capable of swallowing everything. Roar! The giant red flame dragon roared as it finally slammed into the spinning sword. However, its size soon began to shrink, and the spinning sword slowly changed its color from jet black to blood red. Once the fire dragon was completely swallowed by the black hole, the sword turned into a fiery red weapon. Michael could not believe what he was witnessing. Although his previous attack seemed casual, he had invested a considerable amount of his mana to strengthen his divine flame. The man in black suddenly grabbed his weapon by the hilt again, and as his deep eyes turned to the archangel, he pointed his weapon in his direction. Roar! As if time had gone into reverse, a fire dragon exactly like the one Michael had launched earlier shot out from the tip of the heavy sword, only its speed was twice as fast compared to the previous one. Nonsense! Michael exclaimed in shock as he raised his spear and formed a thick shield of fire to protect himself. A mushroom of fire shot skyward, and the sea of flames spread across the land. It was fortunate that everyone present was so powerful. Otherwise, any soul evolvers below the sixth order would definitely meet a miserable end, even if they survived the explosion. As the long red hair of the man in black swayed gently in the wind, and his pale face gained a hint of red from the blaze's glow, Mead's voice rang out from the distance. That's the power of the ancient immortal barbarian king. What the hell are you? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1265 First Battle Against a Higher Existence. Oblan World. Bai Zemin naturally had no idea what was happening with Lilith and the rest. At this moment, he was doing his best to plot in his head the best combat style and plan to end the life of a fifth-order angel. Although Felix had informed Bai Zemin about the plot of the army of heaven before his fall, Bai Zemin simply thought that this plot was aimed to take his life. And in fact, he was not wrong. The problem was that Bai Zemin never anticipated that Lilith would react so aggressively to the point of trying to ignore the soul record's warning regarding the maximum level allowed in the world's connectors. Therefore, Bai Zemin simply had no way of imagining that, while he was preparing to fight with his life as a bet, his lover was also risking her own life to take out 3 of the main members of the army of heaven. Approximately 5 minutes after completing the 6 cycles and 6 lives array, Bai Zemin opened his previously closed eyes and directly activated soul manipulation. It had been a while since the last time he was forced to use the power of soul manipulation. After obtaining air manipulation, and after the mutation of his other 2 manipulation-type skills during his stay in the other dimension, Bai Zemin had become so powerful that it was unlikely to find enemies capable of forcing him to use soul manipulation among the lower existences. Using the power of soul manipulation, your third-order skill, regeneration, evolves into fourth-order regeneration. Using the power of soul manipulation, your magic break skill evolves into anti-magic domain. Your fourth-order blood manipulation skill evolves into fifth-order blood manipulation. Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction after receiving the 3 soul record notifications. The level gap between him and Sonata was simply too large. Worse yet, the difference of 3 whole orders was not something Bai Zemin could casually challenge, particularly considering that the distance between the 4th order and the 5th order was not merely 200 levels, but rather there was a transcendental difference between them. Therefore, the simplest and most effective method to deal with this kind of enemy is... Bai Zemin suddenly stopped as he felt an aura behind him. With no change in his expression, Bai Zemin turned around and calmly gazed at the person in front of him. Rather, the angel in front of him. Two wings covered with pure white feathers about 2 meters long each, silver-colored armor, a ring of light suspended a couple of inches above his head. It's been a few months since we last saw each other. Sonata nodded with a friendly smile. However, the murderous intent in his eyes was in no way hidden, and he did nothing to hide it. In Sonata's eyes, Bai Zemin was dead. This was not about arrogance, it was simply a natural and universal law. Never since the creation of life has there been a lower existence capable of defeating, let alone killing a higher existence. This was so even if the difference in levels was only one. Bai Zemin nodded calmly, and after a moment of silence he said slowly, "You have become weaker." Sonata's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred, but his smile was still bright as always. It seemed to be a racial trait of angels. He pointed out with a chuckle, "I had to go through that damn portal in order to follow you here, so naturally I'm weaker than before. Nevertheless, I'm still strong enough to crush an impertinence or two." The murderous intent in the angel's eyes increased exponentially as he finished these words. As if he did not see his opponent's murderous intent, or as if he did not feel the pressure the other party was exercising on him, Bai Zemin smiled faintly and said, "Since that is the case, why are you still here? Shouldn't you go chase after that so-called impertinence?" Sonata stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you really are the best. Ha 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 ha. Bai Zemin, I admit that at least as a clown you qualify to touch the emotions of us higher existences, even though you are just a second-order lower existence." Bai Zemin said nothing. He also did not take the initiative to attack. His plan depended in part on the actions of his enemy, unfortunately. It could not be avoided. The difference in power between the two sides was simply too wide, and Bai Zemin never thought of himself as an invincible existence. Enough of the horseplay. The talk ends here. Sonata suddenly stopped laughing and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. He glared at Bai Zemin viciously and growled, "I never thought my life would be forfeited to kill an insignificant ant. This is my bad luck. But none of that matters. If it is for the army of heaven and its prosperity, I will follow the Lord's command." He used to see all lower existences as ants, and therefore the feeling of hatred or appreciation towards any of them was something he had never stopped to think about. However, Bai Zemin was different. From the beginning until now, Bai Zemin repeatedly disdained and scoffed at the army of heaven and God. These 2 points were things that Sonata absolutely could not ignore. In Sonata's eyes, God was absolute, and the army of heaven was the legion charged with guarding life in the entire universe. Therefore, if God said that someone had to die, then that someone must die. "You are not the first higher existence wanting to kill me." Bai Zemin looked at him unblinkingly and pointed calmly. His voice was indifferent, as if he was talking to a subordinate of his and not a prestigious angel who had lived tens of thousands of years. "The question is, can you?" "Haha, you're asking me if I can kill you." Sonata smiled slightly. A hint of disdain shone in his eyes as he extended his hand outward, and as a spear of white light began to take shape, he said, "You are strong. I can admit that. Among the other lower existences, you could easily be the strongest of all. However, you overestimate yourself. If Shangyuan Bingzu or other members of the Transcendent faction who fought alongside Bai Zemin on various battlefields from the beginning were present, they would definitely shake their heads at what Sonata had just said. Overestimate himself. It was quite the opposite. Bai Zemin often underestimated himself to the point where even Lilith found it exasperating. Bai Zemin said nothing regarding whether he overestimated himself or not. Instead, he nodded and said, "In that case, show me how you, a proud angel of heaven, can dismiss this humble lower existence." "You finally said something worthwhile." Sonata raised the spear of white light over his right shoulder. Even though they were over half a kilometer high, the land parted even before his attack left his hand. "All those who oppose the army of heaven will die." Boom! There occurred a terrifying explosion that directly swept the sky, and all the clouds within hundreds of kilometers disappeared without a trace. Bai Zemin only saw a flash of white light flying toward him, nothing else. Dodge. Defend against it. It was absolutely impossible to react. When Sonata threw his light spear, it was as if space-time was torn apart, sending the light spear to appear in front of Bai Zemin in an instant. Just when Sonata thought his work was done, his pupils contracted slightly as what he saw made him doubt himself and his sense of sight. Bang! Like a crystal glass falling from the clouds, the light spear containing over 300 points of a fifth-order angel's mana exploded into countless pieces just half an inch from Bai Zemin's chest. Thousands of tiny white light particles floated in the sky for an instant before vanishing without a trace. At the same time, a notification flashed in Bai Zemin's eyes. The anti-magic effect of your anti-magic domain skill was successfully activated. Bai Zemin was incredibly nervous inside, but on the surface he seemed indifferent. It was only after receiving the notification that the effect of his anti-magic domain succeeded that he could sigh a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, Sonata was 3 orders above him. In other words, the anti-magic domain effect only had a 50% chance of triggering successfully. Bai Zemin was walking on an extremely tightrope right now. If Sonata fought by throwing light spears from a distance, then Bai Zemin would definitely die today. No matter how powerful he was, he simply could not react to the speed of those spears. There were gaps that simply could not be casually closed, no matter how talented or monstrous one was. Despite all this, Bai Zemin remained calm, and thanks to his newly evolved skill knew that there was only one path that would allow him to survive and defeat his opponent despite the monstrous disparity between the two. "This is how you plan to kill me?" Bai Zemin sneered mercilessly. "If the army of heaven is full of trash like you, then I will personally take it upon myself to make them disappear in a few years." "What was that?" Sonata muttered in shock, staring at Bai Zemin as if he was looking at a ghost. "What was what?" Bai Zemin suddenly rushed over as he tightened his grip on his spear. With a fierce expression on his face, he roared, "Quit all this chattering and die." At the same time, a flash of purple lightning fell from the clouds and struck Sonata mercilessly. Both Lilith and Bai Zemin did not know if they would make it out alive. But regardless of how powerful their opponents were, the odds of living were definitely not zero. The battle had finally begun. Chapter 1266, Battle of the Gods. "Immortal barbarian king," Fire Sorrow exclaimed in shock. She wasn't the only one feeling this way. It didn't matter if it was Uriel or Michael, they both doubted for the first time their lord's words. Such a thing cannot be true. After all, the immortal barbarian king already. Mead shot out like a rocket from a distance. His body was not damaged in the slightest, making it evident that the previous attack was still far from being heavy enough to draw blood from a soul evolver in the 8th order. Of course, Meads did not run away. With a spine-chilling expression, the god of heaven closed the distance between him and his opponent with a speed that simply could not be comprehended by other people. In the eyes of Lilith and the others, it was as if Meads had teleported a couple of kilometers. An ancient-looking sword, with a wooden handle, and whose blade was corroded, appeared in the god of heaven's hand. It was obvious that what happened before shook the heart of this powerful leader to the point where he probably did not want to use purely magic attacks again. Meads did not give the black-robed man time to react. He took advantage of the speed boost and slashed diagonally forward. Sacred light slash. The sky momentarily lit up as a semicircle of white light shone out. This semicircle flew towards the man in black at light speed and advanced with enough vigor to crush any mountain before even touching it. Although the man in black seemed to be unable to follow Mead's speed with his eyes, his combat experience was clearly on a different scale. He raised the giant black sword in front of him, covering almost his entire body just before Mead's sword slash split him in two. Boom! The man in black was sent flying, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. A few seconds later, the ground a couple of kilometers away began to rumble ferociously, and a large cloud of dust rose up into the clouds. Although Mead should feel happy that the physical attacks worked against his opponent, no smile could be seen on his face. Uriel and Michael looked at each other in shock. "Lord, you..." Uriel hesitated as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to say it. Meads looked at his sword for a moment before sighing. He turned his eyes to Lilith and said in a cold voice, "Brat, you really don't plan on taking us all out of this place. What you're doing is declaring war on an entire faction." "Ha ha ha ha," Lilith laughed as if she was listening to the funniest joke in the world. She glared at Meads with a hint of disdain in her eyes and said coldly, "Now you regret blocking my way back to Earth. You are no different than a monstrosity. Since you are bent on killing the man I love, it's only natural that I won't let you live, don't you think? Zemin has only been evolving for about 2.5 years, but you are such an eager old thing. Today you will definitely die." Meads shook his head and pointed out, "Even though this person was somehow able to bring me back to the 6th order while I faced him, he still isn't close to being able to fight me. If anyone else heard what the God of Heaven just said, they would undoubtedly doubt themselves. However, reality was cruel and often surpassed fiction. He, a soul evolver at the peak of the 8th Order, could now only release power equivalent to a peak 6th Order soul evolver. It wasn't that his previous level had been swallowed up or anything. Meads realized that a great part of his records got locked automatically when he fought against the man dressed in black and wielding a giant sword. Nevertheless, Meads wasn't too worried. That's because after sending the man in black flying, he realized something striking. He is only equivalent to level 404th Order soul evolver. The fact that you still underestimate the others because of their low levels really leaves me speechless. Lilith looked at Meads with a touch of pity and said indifferently, "My man is only a level 100 soul evolver, but he has still slapped your face several dozen times in such a short time without you being able to do anything." Meads wanted to say something, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. "Your stupidity and arrogance will be the reason for your downfall." Lilty dashed to the horizon and quickly walked away while leaving a few words behind. "Fight and try to get out of this alive. My friend hasn't had a good fight in a long time." Just before disappearing, Lilith sent a voice transmission to Fire Sorrow. "Get away from this area. Also, don't let Uriel help that fucking God of Heaven." At the instant when Fire Sorrow wondered if Lilith really thought that the man in black would be able to defeat Meads, a great change occurred. A beast-like roar echoed from the distance. This roar was charged with murderous and malicious intentions to the point where Uriel and Fire Sorrow, whose physical bodies were relatively weaker, due to being pure mages, were forced to retreat several hundred meters. Full Moon Sword. Meads did not dare to underestimate the incoming enemy despite his earlier words. God advanced instead of retreating, and at the same time as the image of a full moon appeared in the sky behind him, his ancient sword glowed. Even at over a kilometer high, the power of the rusty, crude-looking sword had already shattered the land and opened countless large cracks. However, behold 0000000 OM. When the ancient sword in Mead's hands clashed with the giant black sword in the hands of the long red-haired man, there was an explosion several levels above a nuclear blast. Pale white lights fiercely collided with blood-red lights for several fractions of seconds, as hundreds of tiny black cracks leading to the void opened up around the center of impact. In the center of the chaotic space, Meads gritted his teeth and tried to press down on his enemy. He could not believe the tremendous physical strength the other party had. His bones were starting to make cracking sounds. The eyes of the man in black were red purse, but at this moment they shone fiercely like spotlights in the midst of darkness. His expression was not unlike that of a demon recently out of hell, and as he gazed at the enemy in front of him, he roared again as if he had lost his mind completely. BOOM! A new explosion sent Meads flying backward more than 1 kilometer without any wounds. However, just as he managed to stabilize himself, he felt the wind ahead humming in his direction. So out of pure instinct, he raised his sword and activated a barrier-like skill. The barrier-like skill barely held its ground for 0.01 seconds before it got shattered by the black sword. The sword continued unchallenged and finally collided with Mead's sword again. Behold 0.0000000000 M. Like a kite whose string was cut, Meads was sent from the sky to the ground mercilessly. Bang! It didn't matter if it was Uriel, Michael, or Fire Sorrow. All three looked at the several kilometer-wide crater formed after Mead's fall in disbelief. It had only been a moment since Lilith had left, but things had already changed so much. Suddenly, a large wind cyclone began to gather around a point in the sky. Looking towards that specific point, the three of them saw the man in black swinging his giant sword while holding the piece of fabric. The giant sword whirled like a whirlwind on top of his head and moved so fast that it was impossible to discern its blade shape. At the same time, countless wind blades formed in the surroundings and seemed to merge with the black sword. "This bastard!" Michael took a step forward and ready to attack when suddenly Mead's somewhat tense voice sounded from the bottom of the crater. "Catch that woman. If you can't capture her alive, then just kill her." Michael stopped. He wasn't stupid, even though he was extremely arrogant. At this point, Mikkel realized that the man in black was an enemy that even the God of Heaven could not ignore, so the only way to ensure victory was to take care of the source of the problem. Wasn't it Lilith the one who lured them here, using the power of her firmament fragment? Michael's 6 wings suddenly turned into flaming wings, and without a single word he flew in the direction where Lilith had disappeared a couple of seconds ago. His speed was so overwhelming that he left a line of fire in the sky behind him. Uriel looked at Fire Sorrow and said in a serious voice, "Right now we." "You think I'll let you go up to help him?" Fire Sorrow interrupted her with coldness. "For better or worse, we were friends for many years." Uriel frowned slightly and tried to reason with her. "Besides, our relationship was never particularly bad." "You should have thought of that when you stopped me earlier." Fire Sorrow shook her head and pointed in the opposite direction to where Michael flew in pursuit of Lilith. "Because of you, the possible reincarnation of the only man I ever loved in my life is in danger right now. Even if it is a possibility, I still can't forgive you for this. Follow me. I will not let you intervene in this battle even if you beg." Fire Sorrow didn't wait for an answer and directly launched herself towards the horizon. She wasn't afraid that Uriel won't follow her. In fact, Uriel didn't dare not follow her. If she interrupted in the current battle, she would be left open for Fire Sorrow to attack her, and Uriel knew that Fire Sorrow's destructive magic attack power was insurmountable. She would end up half dead if she were careless. After sighing deeply, Uriel chased Fire Sorrow without saying a word. She did not fly but moved on the ground as if she had realized something after seeing Lilith and Fire Sorrow running instead of flying. This world that had been in relative peace for the last few years after so much death finally became active again. Moreover, the 3 battles between the 6 different beings were enough to bring this poor, already destroyed world to the brink of collapse once again. Chapter 1267, Angel vs. Human. Obian World. Although Sonata was dumbfounded and could not understand how it was possible for a weak and insignificant lower existence to invalidate his light spear, he was still a 5th-order angel. However, just when he was about to continue attacking, something happened that took him completely unaware now that his mind was not in optimal condition. Boom! Sonata howled in pain as the soul record's soul punishment struck him from the sky. His body staggered as if he was about to fall from the clouds, his skin was scorched, and his silver armor was almost completely destroyed. The whole world seemed to be tinged in purple, and the ravens rumbled as if they were about to collapse. The purple lightning not only covers the angel's body, but also stretched out for a width 300 meters. That's how thick the lightning that fell from above was. It was evident that this was not just a normal soul punishment but a more powerful one than usual. In fact, there were levels of soul punishments, but unfortunately, Bai Zemin did not know this information. Bai Zemin had already activated overlap regeneration, so his body was currently surrounded by a faint layer of golden light, and even his hair and eyes turned slightly golden. With his agility and strength increasing by over 7,000 points each, he dashed straight towards the purple lightning. The distance between Sonata and Bai Zemin was a few hundred meters, so it was closed in no time. After the initial pain, and even though he still felt his body weakening at abnormally high speeds for every passing second, Sonata began to laugh out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, so what if you set up a time-up array? I only need a couple of seconds to finish off an ant like you." The pain caused by the purple lightning tormenting and shattering his soul caused Sonata's handsome and elegant face to distort into a fierce, almost demonic expression. What he saw, however, brought his laughter to an abrupt halt. Anyone struck by the soul punishment, regardless of whether they were a level 5 lower existence or a level 800 higher existence, would lose their most powerful records. However, far from backing away, Bai Zemin advanced. If Lilith or Fire Sorrow saw what he was doing, they would surely faint from fear and horror. It was well known that when the soul record sent soul punishment, everyone had to stand back. This was the so-called infallible and indestructible iron law. For a split second, Sonata forgot the pain and hatred he felt. His eyes bulged in shock as he asked himself, "Doesn't this little bastard know what this purple lightning means?" The next moment, however, Sonata rejoiced. If Bai Zemin was hit by this high-level soul punishment, he would immediately have his soul shattered. This would save him some minor headaches, as Sonata still had some doubts regarding the nullification of his light spear. Sonata was still looking down on Bai Zemin, and his prejudice towards the lower existences did not tremble. This would be precisely his doom, not soul punishment. Far from feeling pain, Bai Zemin felt pleasure and relief when he went into the area of the effect of the purple lightning. His soul, far from weakening, grew stronger. He felt a kind of joy that almost made him groan with pleasure. For the next 15 minutes, all your natural stats get a 20% boost. Because your fleshly body is too weak to withstand the increased power of your soul records, you will enter a weakened state for 48 hours after the boost expires. It's really like that, Bai Zemin sighed in relief in his heart. He had really taken many risks in order to fight against Sonata and for a chance of victory and survival, but there was no other choice. The difference in power between the two sides was simply too great after all. Until several minutes ago, Bai Zemin absolutely would not dare to willingly charge into an area affected by the soul punishment. However, after his immovable heart skill evolved into sacred heart of the demonic soul, things changed greatly. Bai Zemin already had 60% immunity to attacks aimed at his soul, and his soul was greatly strengthened thanks to the passive effect of soul manipulation. After acquiring sacred heart of the demonic soul, Bai Zemin suddenly gained another 60% immunity to attacks directed at his soul, and his soul grew even stronger. 120% immunity to attacks directed at his soul meant that Bai Zemin could not only completely ignore the status effects of spiritual skills, but his soul could not be degraded regardless of the difference in power between him and the other part. In other words, not even the soul record could take away the records he obtained so far after risking his life so many times. Feeling his stats growing and his overall strength strengthening tremendously, Bai Zemin roared as he stabbed forward with his spear and took the stupefied angel by surprise. "Bastard," Sonata roared angrily. He clenched his hand into a fist, and as he punched ahead, his right arm got engulfed by a silver-colored blaze. "You're just a foul lower existence." Soon, the ancient spear wielded by the human, and the angel's fist clashed in the sky as the purple lightning crackled wildly. Boom! Although the clash only lasted a brief instant, the resulting shockwave spread outward for over 50 kilometers, and like an enraged beast shattered the earth, making the crater below even deeper. PFFFFT. Bai Zemin was sent flying over 1,000 meters as red blood with small golden sparkles sprayed flying out of his mouth. However, as if he felt no pain and as if his life didn't matter to him, he roared and rushed forward again. The distance of 1,000 meters was closed in the blink of an eye, and Bai Zemin's spear was already less than a meter away from Sonata's head. Radiant light fist. Sonata roared furiously and struck without holding back at all, as he could not believe what was happening. This blow caused the sky to rumble, and a large crack leading to the void opened up as Sonata's fist approached the bronze spear. Even in the distance of over 100 kilometers, there were forests that exploded and disappeared under the angel's power. Feeling death looming over him, Bai Zemin was not afraid. He activated Ruler of all matter silently but roared aloud, "Rending of the night." For an instant, the world seemed to fall into a stage of absolute silence as even the wind stopped howling. In the sky, the golden point of light, gripping tightly to the spear, surrounded by dark flames, collided with the silver point of light, as the purple lightning around both of them crackled fiercely. Boom! Impossible! Sonata howled as he took a step back to mitigate the power transmitted out from his right fist. Bai Zemin was sent flying backwards again, and once again couldn't help but spurt blood from his mouth. His left arm was twisted into an impossible angle, which meant that it was obviously broken. However, this time he was only pushed 500 meters. While there was still a big difference compared to Sonata, who had only retreated one step, compared to being sent flying 1,000 meters in the first collision, it was much better. Sonata did not lower his head completely, but glanced at his shoulder, moving his eyes. The proud angel felt all the rules and laws he knew from the moment he first picked up a sword, were shattered when he saw his slightly cracked armor from which a trail of white blood was silently sliding down. "This is impossible," he muttered to himself. "What are you mumbling for a while now?" Bai Zemin's voice from 500 meters away sounded like thunder in the ears of the arrogant Fifth Order angel. Sonata couldn't help but feel a twinge of dread when he looked in his direction and saw what he did. Bai Zemin's left arm had been deformed and broken, so he could only hold on to his spear using his healthy one. The armor there had broken, and the bloodied bones were in plain view, piercing the broken skin. However, Bai Zemin did not seem to feel pain, as his expression did not change at all. Bai Zemin made a rough movement, and an extremely horrifying and terrifying sound rang out from his left arm as his forearm bent all the way back due to the beast-like movement. Pieces of flesh and blood fell from the sky, but Bai Zemin ignored it all. He resumed his attack stance after repairing his arm in a way that sent shivers down Sonata's spine and roared like a possessed beast, "Infinity devouring armor." Sonata's pupils trembled slightly at the sight of the dark flame armor that came out of nowhere and covered his opponent's body. He could feel a terrifying amount of defensive power coming from it. You are just a princess warrior who has not experienced the cruelty of the battlefield for so long, but you dare to look down on those who dance between the edge of swords daily. You are ridiculous. Bai Zemin charged as the blurred image of a crimson wolf appeared behind him, and his previously restrained murderous intent exploded outward like a tidal wave. God of War's partial possession activated. Physical and magical attack power plus 800. The side effects of God of War's partial possession activation are greatly weakened by the power of your soul manipulation and sacred heart of the demonic soul skills. As Sonata grew weaker with each passing split second and felt shocked by the aura the human in front of him emitted, Bai Zemin's voice thundered in the sky and spread out for several kilometers. Domain! Two golden eyes opened in the sky and gazed at Sonata coldly like an emperor looking down on an ant. It was obvious that these eyes did not belong to a human but to a wolf. Sonata's level kept falling, and his most powerful records were being destroyed by the purple lightning at a speed 6 times faster than normal due to the effect of the array made by Kali. However, when Bai Zemin activated his other domain, Sonata received another big knockback. Your killing intent is lower than your opponent's, therefore you are affected by the power of the Wolf Emperor's domain. All your stats minus 20% in it. Sonata staggered as a huge wave of exhaustion hit him. Level 448, Level 447, Level 446, Level 445. Bai Zemin appeared in front of the Fifth Order Angel with his body slightly leaning forward, and while stabbing with his spear, he roared, "Rending of the night." The battle had begun only seconds ago, but seemed to be about to end. Chapter 1268 Lilith's Secret and Change of Race. Lilith could feel the aura of a seventh-order higher existence rapidly approaching her. However, she did not panic at all and kept pushing her speed just enough but not too much, thus saving as much mana as possible. In a normal battle, Lilith probably couldn't win against Michael without paying a great price. At the very least, she believed her chances of victory were below 50%. At the end of the day, Michael, who was known as the Archangel of Fire, was the holder of a divine flame. The problem was that this divine flame was not just any divine flame, but was a 100% damage-focused one that would become increasingly powerful as its user became more enraged. Against Michael's flame, Lilith was certain that the power of her firmament fragment left behind by the ice goddess Skadi would be negated by at least 90%, not to mention her normal ice-like skills. However, this was only the case under normal circumstances. Lilith's lips curved slightly into a bewitching smile, but the coldness in her eyes was so chilling that if Michael, who was chasing her, saw it, he would probably think twice about his next moves. After playing the cat and mouse game for several minutes with one chasing and the other being hunted, Lilith finally stopped dead in her tracks. Seconds later, Michael flashed and appeared in front of her. "I want to see where you run to now," he said coolly as he waved his hands towards the sky, prison of eternal light. A beam of white light descended from the crimson sky, in an instant covering over 300 kilometers. Lilith and Michael were covered by the light in a heartbeat. This prison of eternal light is a skill that all angels in heaven have. All of us followers of light obtain this skill immediately upon entering the army of heaven. Michael sneered as he looked at Lilith as if he was already imagining her desperation. This skill allows us to lock down an area and isolate it from space law for a certain period of time, and even I won't be able to leave for the next 30 minutes. Any enemy below my level can forget about leaving this place. Do you know what that means? Lilith's eyes glittered mysteriously as she gazed at Michael. No one knew what she was thinking. Michael frowned slightly at how calm she was, and for some reason began to feel a little uncomfortable inside. "I will subdue you until you meow like a kitten." Michael raised his fiery spear and growled loudly, "Fire Lord descent." Lilith stared as Michael's entire body suddenly turned into a kind of flaming spirit. His size grew approximately double as did his spear, and the temperature within several kilometers grew so much that the surroundings became swampy. Die? Even though Michael had become a little giant, his movement speed absolutely wasn't something to scoff at. One would expect his general dexterity, except for his physical strength, would drop, but nothing could be further from the truth. Lilith only saw flash as out of pure instinct she raised her sword and slashed forward. Bang! She was pushed back several tens of meters, But even before she could stabilize herself, Lilith could already feel the burning heat of her opponent's spear about to pierce her belly. Ice Nova. A flash of white light expanded outward with Lilith as its center. Michael did not dare to underestimate this attack, but also did not retreat. Instead, he pushed hard while roaring at the top of his lungs. BOOM. The fire spear met the ice nova launched by Lilith, creating a massive explosion that pushed both of them backward. The surrounding area immediately became a mess. Half of the battlefield was covered in ice, while the other 50% changed into a world of fiery lava. Lilith's right arm burned almost black, while a layer of ice covered Michael's body, weakening the power of his flames and greatly restricting his movements. At first glance, it would seem that the two came out more or less evenly matched, but the reality was different. "Your ice skills are useless against me, you vermin." Michael's voice sounded indifferent, but Lilith could hear the disdain in his words. His body of flames suddenly burned fiercely, making the layer of ice covering his silhouette begin to melt rapidly. Not even 5 seconds later, all the ice that restricted him disappeared without a trace. Not even steam was left behind. All of it was devoured by the flames. On the other hand, Lilith's scorched right arm was still like that, and she would probably take a good amount of time to heal this wound. After all, this was a burn made by a divine flame that was raised beyond the fifth order, and could be considered a true divine flame in contrast to Bai Zemin's divine flames, which were still weak. "Surrender and come with me," Michael ordered as he looked down at her. Lilith seemed to feel no pain at all as she let out a chuckle. "Old man, it seems like you have lived so long that you are now getting completely delusional. You won't shed tears until you see your coffin." Michael raged, and the power of his flame grew. In an instant, the two were once again entangled in fierce combat. Explosions echoed inside the prison of light, and the ground sank so deep that a 100-story building could be completely covered by the crater there. Shockwaves spread everywhere, hitting the white light walls hard and causing them to tremble as if they were on the verge of collapse. Blazing flames and ice-cold blast waves flew everywhere, colliding with more and more intensity. At the same time, Michael's spear and Lilith's sword were like two blurs in their hands. Lilith was forced to defense from the very beginning of the fight. She was pressed by her opponent's fierce and extremely lethal attacks to the point where even breathing was impossible. As a matter of fact, Lilith did not dare to breathe for fear of the other party's flames breaking into her system. It was well known that fire could to some extent suppress water regardless of the form of the latter. At the same time, of course, water in its different states could suppress fire just as light and darkness could devour each other, two faces of the same coin. However, Michael's fire was not just any fire. He was in possession of the most powerful divine attack flame. Moreover, Michael had many fire-like skills that were instantly boosted by his flame. In fact, it was a miracle that Lilith was still able to fight face-to-face with Michael for so long. Any other ice mage would have succumbed long ago. After an unknown amount of time, Lilith and Michael disengaged as if they had reached some sort of tactical agreement with each other. There were several wounds on Lilith's body, as well as some bleeding holes. The most terrifying thing was that no liquid blood was coming out of the holes but a deep red steam. She was being ignited from the inside. One could only try to imagine how immense the pain she was feeling was, yet her expression did not show that. You're using more than just mana," Michael muttered to himself as he observed Lilith's condition carefully. This time, even someone as arrogant as he was had to admit that if he continued to hold back, he might die facing a higher existence that was easily 200 levels and an order lower than him. There was a faint layer of blackish-colored ice covering his body, but this time Michael was having difficulty getting rid of it completely. Although he had only lost about 8% of his motion and freedom, he wasn't too worried as he only needed a few minutes to fully recover. On the other hand, his opponent certainly wouldn't last much longer. "Bitch, you," Michael narrowed his eyes and said slowly but firmly, "you're not from our dimension at all, are you?" As expected of a high archangel, "Your knowledge is quite extensive, he." Lilith looked like she was on the verge of collapse, but her eyes were shining brighter than ever. "What kind of crap energy is this?" Michael frowned and ignored his opponent's mockery. He was surprised to discover that even without being attacked by Lilith, he was still suffering. The layer of ice covering his body kept fighting his flames as if it were alive. Lilith scoffed at the sight of Michael spending large amounts of his mana to push the power of his flame. As long as she was alive and willing, her enemies could forget about breaking free of her ice. Michael suddenly thought of something and his expression abruptly changed. He gazed at Lilith in shock and shouted, "You rat." "Ha ha ha ha." Lilith burst out laughing and looked at Michael as if she was looking at a clown. "You finally figured it out. That's right, this place is my world. My home was destroyed years ago. But I don't think I need to say this, or do I?" Michael realized that this was all much more serious than he initially thought. He was sure that even the God of heaven hadn't realized the problem yet. No, no one in the entire universe they came from had realized how immense the problem was. However, he soon calmed down. HMPH, so what if you can use mana and will? It doesn't change the fact that you will die today. Just before you said that, you heaven's angels get this skill called Prison of Eternal Light after joining the army of heaven. Lilith ignored Michael's words and said with a hint of ridicule, "On the other hand, we members of the demonic army have a skill called Racial Root. Unlike you arrogant angels, our faction can still revert for a certain period of time to our former race." Having been an enemy and opponent of the demonic army, Michael naturally knew what Lilith was talking about. However, he couldn't help but scoff. "So what if you can go back to your previous race? You're a high-ranking demon and have powerful racial records right now. If you change your race now, you will only weaken or lose some of your current traits. If I hadn't joined the demonic army and wasn't a succubus, you might be right." Lilith sighed and shook her head. A moment later, however, her lips curved slightly into a smile full of charm as she said, "Unfortunately for you." Lilith activated Racial Root, and soon Michael understood what she meant by those words. "This is a little secret of mine, I hope you keep it to yourself. Oh, well, you won't be able to get out of here alive, so whatever," Lilith muttered as her whole being underwent a tremendous change. Chapter 1269 Final Stretch. Obian World. After activating his infinity-devouring armor, Bai Zemin did not give his enemy time to think things over. As if he had gone completely berserk and bloodthirsty, he activated his various skills to boost his agility and dashed forward with great impulse. This was the only way he could see a glimmer of hope. It had been a long time since Bai Zemin had been forced to fight in such a wild and rustic manner. However, he understood perfectly well that to fight against enemies above his league, one needed to be willing to make great sacrifices for the sake of a tight victory. Seeing the existence he had despised all this time charging towards him without fear at all after hurting him, Sonata finally became completely enraged. "You're just a little lower existence. How dare you resist the will of heaven?" Sonata charged forward and threw a new light spear, this time much more powerful than the first. "I refuse to believe that my attacks are useless against you." At a distance of not even 1,000 meters, and with the throwing power of a fifth-order higher existence, it was absolutely impossible for Bai Zemin to dodge the light spear. Although in his heart he was insufferably nervous, his newly evolved skill helped him remain calm. He could not react in any way, and he could not afford to defend himself openly either. If Sonata found out that his light spears could hurt him, his chances of victory would instantly plummet to extremely low rates. Fortunately for him, it seemed that the beautiful goddess of luck was willing to flirt with him a bit more in this battle. The anti-magic effect of your anti-magic domain skill was successfully activated. The light spear exploded into thousands of tiny fragments of white light when it seemed to be about to hit Bai Zemin, disintegrating completely a moment later. Bai Zemin raised his spear and fiercely stabbed forward, once again activating Rending of the Night without any hesitation. Bright Flame, an exquisite sword, appeared in Sonata's right hand, and soon the blade of the sword was devoured by a pure white flame that increased the physical attack power of the angel considerably. Boom! When the tip of the spear and the blade of the sword met in the clouds, it resulted in a terrifying explosion that shook the sky and split the earth. More than half the sky lit up as white flames spread everywhere, as if threatening to swallow the entire world. Bai Zemin was again pushed backward, but this time it was only a little more than 250 meters, a stark contrast to the first 1,000 meters and subsequent 500 meters. This was the result of negating practically 80% of the power behind his opponent's attacks thanks to the effect of the skill ruler of all matter plus the power of the heavenly devouring flame, whose defensive power was the highest among all divine flames. As he steadied himself, Bai Zemin couldn't help but curse in his heart. As expected, the difference between the second order and the fifth order is too much, even for me. Although his attacks seemed casual, Bai Zemin was giving everything he had to attack Sonata. He was even not forgetting to activate air manipulation to boost the thrust of his spear even more, as well as to shape wind chains in not-so-successful attempts to restrain his opponent for at least 0.01 seconds. However, he was still being pushed back. Still, Bai Zemin did not panic. As Bai Zemin flew backward, Sonata's expression froze for a brief moment. Out of the corner of his eye and with a slight cracking sound, Sonata saw his silver armor crack. "Argh, I'm going to crush your bones into powder." Like a completely crazed beast, Sonata finally seemed to lose all patience as the enemy he always disdained once again hurt his pious body. This could be the first time in the history of creation that an angel was injured by humans. This was a difference of over 300 levels and 3 orders. Boom. Bang. For the next 30 seconds, Bai Zemin and Sonata clashed in the sky. The two exchanged tens of thousands of attacks in this short span of time, and the location of the battlefield changed repeatedly. Bai Zemin was pressed by Sonata so fiercely that he had already retreated more than 10 kilometers in total, always within the range of the array. His body was covered with wounds all over and his blood flowed freely. Except for his face, there was practically no healthy part of him. Any other human being would have already fainted from excessive blood loss, but Bai Zemin had blood manipulation to rely on. Had it not been for this skill, as well as his high regeneration rate, this battle would have already ended within the first 10 seconds, not to mention half a minute. The blood loss was the least important thing, though. After a last impact, Bai Zemin almost fell out of the sky as Sonata sent him flying once more. Damn it, this damned light element is not only obstructing my regeneration, but it's also steadily attacking my internal organs. Bai Zemin felt such an immense amount of pain that he felt like falling asleep and resting. Sonata's attacks not only broke Bai Zemin's bones into fragments, but his light-like skills were also attacking him mercilessly. It was as if millions of diminutive ants were taking tiny bites out of his flesh and every major organ of his body, slowly eating him from the inside. Even for Bai Zemin, this was a somewhat unbearable degree of pain despite all the things he had gone through to reach this point. One could only try to imagine how terrifying and hopeless it was to feel being slowly eaten from the inside, regenerating, and being eaten again by tiny teeth. Fortunately, he did not have to suffer for anything. Sonata's handsome face was practically deformed as he gazed down at his body. How can this be possible? A mere lower existence, an insignificant human, wretched ignorant ant. All sorts of insults targeted at Bai Zemin poured out of the angel's mouth. However, these insults previously filled with disdain now carried pure hatred and disbelief. His silver full-body armor, a rank 5 armor with over 25 points of physical defense, was no longer as nice and elegant to the eyes as it was less than a minute ago. Cracks of all sizes extended from the neck and shoulders to the leg area. There were areas, particularly on the chest and arms, that had already been destroyed to the point where one could see the hidden skin beneath. Any blacksmith would probably discard this armor and throw it in the dumpster, as there was no hope of restoring it. However, the damage to the armor was what Sonata cared least about. What really threw him for a loop was that the attacks of the one he always saw as a little ant that he could crush at will not only shattered his armor, but also hurt his body. Even though his wounds were medium level at worst after so much piling up, Sonata had already become a blood person. His entire body except for his face was covered in small lines of white blood that slowly ran down and fell from the sky. Bai Zemin looked down and could not help but feel a chill as he saw the ground being consumed with each drop of angelic blood falling from the sky. If not for his armor, he probably would have died by now, not from Sonata's attacks, but because of that blood. Of course, his armor had already been completely destroyed, as well as all his equipment. The only thing Bai Zemin had at the moment was the system equipment such as rings, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings. Besides his spear, the only piece of man-made equipment still surviving on his body was his boots, nothing else. If not for the infinity-devouring armor, Bai Zemin would be fighting naked at this point. An involuntary wince made him frown. A tinge of anxiety began to spread through his heart as he thought, I have to end this now, else I'll really die. It's not just my fleshly body, even my soul. In the past 30 seconds, Bai Zemin had activated overlap regeneration no less than 5,000 times, switching rapidly and continuously between strength, mana, agility, magic, and stamina. The burden on his soul after the abrupt record changes caused small cracks to appear in his spirit, just like a crystal glass on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for the fact that Bai Zemin's soul was thousands of times stronger compared to the past, he would already be dead, not because of his enemy's attacks, but because of his own skill. However, thinking about how he used to get hurt after a dozen uses from the activation of overlap regeneration, Bai Zemin felt that all the suffering he experienced to get this far was worth the effort. As Bai Zemin adjusted his condition to make the fatal blow, notification after notification shone in Sonata's eyes constantly. Level 410, Level 409, Level 408. Enough, Sonata muttered under his breath to no one in particular, or perhaps to himself. Due to the array created by Kali that Bai Zemin had hidden in the area, Sonata's records continued to fall 6 times faster than they normally should have. In theory, Sonata should have been able to hold on as a higher existence and alive for about 5-6 minutes even after being hit by the soul record's punishment. However, as things stood, he probably couldn't hold out for 1 full minute. Damn you, you filthy ant! Sonata's voice boomed like thunder in the sky. His ever-warm eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Bai Zemin. He spread his arms wide and roared, "Go to hell." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Bai Zemin's pupils contracted fiercely as he surveyed the sky behind and around Sonata. An intense feeling of crisis that he had never felt until now threatened to swallow him whole as he watched the thousands of light spears floating and pointing in his direction. This kind of attack, unless his anti-magic domain was running at its highest level, Bai Zemin had zero chance of surviving. "You still haven't learned your lesson. Magical attacks don't work against me, you dumbass," he sneered as he charged towards Sonata urgently. Not only did his wounds keep getting worse on a carnal and spiritual level, but now he was facing an attack that would 100% kill him if it hit him. He had to attack now or he would die a horrible death. Indeed, Bai Zemin's words had some effect on Sonata. This proud and arrogant fifth-order angel had lost his sanity for a moment, which led him to spend 90% of his mana on these light spears after forgetting that the previous 2 did not even serve to shake his opponent's hair. However, it was too late for regrets. Besides, he would soon die anyway, so there was no point in saving mana. "Die with me, Bai Zemin." As Sonata waved his arms forward, the thousands of light lances flew towards Bai Zemin. In fact, Sonata wanted to die together with him as soon the 2 of them were encased in what seemed to be a large sphere of light made up of thousands of spears. The anti-magic effect of your anti-magic domain skill was successfully activated. The anti-magic effect of your anti-magic domain skill was successfully activated. 2 light spears disappeared when they were about to hit him, but Bai Zemin had no luck with light spear number 3. Bang! The light spear not only pierced his stomach, but directly crushed the lower half of his body into a bloody mist. Bai Zemin had to bite his tongue and tear off a piece to avoid fainting when he felt a huge amount of light energy attacking him from within. He couldn't hesitate even for an instant, or he would really die here. Sonata's pupils trembled fiercely at the sight. Even an idiot would realize what was happening, not to mention an angel such as himself. It was now evident that his light spears could indeed hurt the other party. For a moment forgetting that he was destined to die anyway, Sonata subconsciously slowed down the advance of the light spears, since otherwise he himself would be torn apart by his own attack. Unbeknownst to him, it was that hesitation and fear of death what saved Bai Zemin. "Immortal shield," Bai Zemin roared in a hurry, directly using the second activation of air manipulation and deactivating the power of the anti-magic domain without hesitation. In less time than it takes a person to blink once, a barrier of radiant wind formed around Bai Zemin, and the density of said element immediately increased so much that any third-order soul evolver within 2,000 meters would be torn apart by the pressure. Boom, 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 boom. The barrier was bombarded by more than a dozen light spears, and the sky within thousands of kilometers was immediately dyed bright white to the point where all races were forced to close their eyes. The continuous overlapping explosions were so terrifying that everything within 500 kilometers was flattened to ground level, and all life below the 200 level was extinguished without a trace. Sonata and Bai Zemin disappeared into the intense white light, so it was impossible to determine the condition of either of them. Chapter 1270, Nine-Tailed Fox and Will of the Empress. Nine-Tailed Fox and Will of the Empress. Lilith's original world was her rightful home. Michael's expression changed repeatedly as he silently observed the astronomical changes that the female, no more than a few hundred meters in front of him, was undergoing. If Bai Zemin were present, he would probably be very shocked at the current look of his lover. Lilith's long straight hair was always something Bai Zemin praised, often even holding some long strands between his hands to smell it, as it had a truly unique and soothing scent. At this moment, that jet-black hair had remarkably changed. Her head was full of white hair so long that it reached all the way down to her lower back, just inches away from covering her butt. Even more striking, however, were the two extremely beautiful, hairy ears that stood out at the top. Behind Lilith, a total of 9 long, fluffy tails swayed gently as if they had a life of their own. The 9 tails were born in the coccyx area and extended outward, growing thicker and larger as they spread further out. Now do you understand what I wanted to say before? Lilith's voice hadn't changed at all, but in some way he couldn't pinpoint at the moment. Michael felt a kind of sweetness seeping silently into his heart. Even he didn't realize that his murderous intent and eagerness to end her life had almost completely subsided. Demons, more specifically speaking succubi, are a race whose charm stat is by nature vastly higher than that of the greater majority of other races. Yet, there are at least 2 races within my meager and pitiful knowledge that are definitely no less charming than succubi, Lilith explained with a mild smile. Her previously ruby-colored eyes had become 2 beautiful blue sapphires that sparkled with unmatched charm and temptation. Michael looked stunned as he lost himself in her eyes, and probably without realizing it, his Fire Lord Descent skill, which increased the damage of all his other fire-related skills by 250%, turned off. While this skill was tremendously powerful, Michael would never be able to activate it again in this battle, as skills this strong were often coupled with severe punishments or long cooldown times. Lilith continued, Succubi are a race whose charm is focused on arousing the lust of any living being, whether male or female. There's also the Elven race, whose charm stat is not inferior to succubi of the same level, but whose focus is more sacred and pure in comparison. A sort of pinkish mist began to slowly float from Lilith's tails. Each time a tail swayed gently and gracefully, the amount of pink mist in the area increased, and with the help of the dry wind, it slowly spread everywhere. Finally, the fox race. Lilith did not stop smiling as she spoke slowly, even though her body had several wounds and burns. Her smile was so ravishing that even a man with a heart of ice would melt on the spot. As you've probably already noticed, I'm a 9-tailed fox. Foxes are divided into ranks and are identified by the number of tails they have, with 1-tailed rank 1 being the lowest of all and 9-tailed rank 9 being equivalent to royalty. Unlike the lustful charm of the succubi and the pure charm of the elves, Fox's charm is more noble and suffocating, to the point of snatching the air that others breathe. Lilith finished speaking and raised her left hand in a leisurely manner. Seeing her pointing in his direction, Michael finally seemed to snap out of the daydream he had fallen into. Seizing that moment of lucidity, he immediately bit his tongue hard and jumped back. Not even a second later, a large ice spike over 200 meters high broke through the ground and rose up, threatening to pierce the sky. If Michael had not retreated just moments before, he would definitely have been pierced by the ice pick and suffered at least intermediate-grade injuries. Another feature worth emphasizing is the fact that Lilith's ice was not dark in color as before, but was sapphire in color, just like her beautiful eyes. My, what a pity, haha. Lilith let out a giggle as she slowly lowered her hand and retracted her extended finger. Bitch, Michael bit his tongue hard as he realized that his body was beginning to overheat in a strange way. He immediately pulled out a dagger and ferociously stabbed his right thigh mercilessly. Michael howled in pain. His scream spread for miles inside the eternal light prison that he himself erected to restrain Lilith. She did nothing to stop him. Glancing at the red-colored dagger whose blade was covered with some green fluid, she said, still smiling, "Legend-grade treasure and poison that drives pain through the nerves. Too bad, it won't help you much." Large beads of sweat formed on the Fire Archangel's forehead and slowly slid down his now pain-deformed face. One could only try to imagine how bitter the pain he was feeling to regain his reasoning and to scream the way he did. "You filthy beast!" A tornado of red flames burned around Michael's spear, soon turning into an oriental dragon that even enveloped him. "How dare a foul beast seduce a heaven's archangel? Hand over your life as the price." Filthy and foul beast. Lilith looked a bit surprised, as if this was the first time someone called her that way. She simply shook her head and continued to smile a moment later, despite the huge fire dragon charging towards her. "Domain, will of the Empress." When Michael heard the word domain, he immediately became alert. Any domain of power was nothing to scoff at, as it took many interconnected laws in mysterious ways to give birth to a domain. Even Michael himself had only comprehended a demi-domain in all this time, as he was hell-bent on comprehending one of extremely high level. To his surprise, however, nothing seemed to change. Usually, when a domain is activated, the zone and the vicinities are immediately affected, and even the very flow of mana changes. At the very least, the activation of a domain was accompanied by supernatural phenomena such as the appearance of ghostly images or flame worlds and the like. Being sure that Lilith was just feigning to scare him, Michael, whose body was inside the huge fire dragon, roared and stabbed with his spear fiercely. Lilith waved her hand forward and expended a good amount of mana at the same time, as she used the power of her will stat to boost the power of her ice-like skill. Ice Palace. A huge castle-like structure appeared out of nowhere. The ice castle was over 100 meters tall, and its cold aura froze everything within 400 kilometers. Had it not been for the light barrier erected by Michael that isolated this area from the rest of the world, the effect would definitely have been several times greater. The giant fire dragon collided with the ice castle, and for several seconds there were no explosions or colossal disturbances. The fire dragon writhed fiercely and tried to advance at the cost of devouring the ice castle. However, the ice castle had a defensive power that did not lose to the attacking power of the fire dragon. Fiery red lights and icy blue flashes spread throughout the barrier for almost half a minute before everything returned to normal. Both the giant fire dragon and the huge ice castle had disappeared without a trace. They had canceled each other out. Michael was surprised when he saw this result. He had already tested the overall strength of the woman in front of him while they were fighting before, so he had a good idea of what she was capable of and what she was not. Even if Lilith had used racial root, her stats hadn't changed. Michael was sure that any abrupt increase in power certainly wouldn't go unnoticed by him. All things considered, Lilith definitely shouldn't have been able to block his previous attack. So what's going on here? Michael's nose twitched oddly as he thought to himself. Despite his surprise and doubt, Michael's movements did not slow down at all. On the contrary, he fully proved to be an excellent melee warrior and made superb use of his agility stat. In just an instant, he had already stabbed, slashed, and swung his spear over 100 times. Lilith's entire body was covered by his spear's images. However, the unpleasant surprises did not end there for Michael. Bang! 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 Lilith's tail swung as if they were extremely flexible, but at the same time, extremely hard whips. She did not move from her position at all and continued to smile bewitchingly as her 9 tails waved at lightning speed, leaving afterimages all over the place as they met head-on with the endless spear attacks made by Michael. Realizing that he could not gain any advantage at all despite the fact that his opponent was clearly a mage, Michael roared in anger and opened his eyes wide. His attack speed seemed to rise, but to his utter disbelief, he still wasn't able to break Lilith's defense in the slightest. His spear was inches away from piercing her head, but just at that moment, a tail swung from her back and pushed the spear back. Another attack seemed to be about to pierce her heart only to be conveniently parried away by another tail. Abdomen, legs, shoulders, thighs. No part of Lilith's body was free from danger, but those 9 tails that seemed to have a mind of their own completely deflected and blocked all attacks. They continued like that for several minutes, which was not very strange. Michael knew that a battle between 2 equal entities could easily go on for days, weeks, and even months in the worst case. However, a change suddenly occurred. Swoosh! After blocking Michael's spear, one of Lilith's tails swung fiercely and sliced forward. A flash of disbelief shone in the Archangel's eyes as a gush of blood shot out from his now pierced shoulder. She's getting faster. She's getting a lot faster every second it continues. Michael couldn't help but begin to feel a little frightened for the first time. However, he was completely wrong. Lilith wasn't getting faster at all, as she had already used her agility boost skills and certainly didn't have a skill like overlap regeneration. Lilith was still smiling slightly. Her sapphire-colored eyes narrowed as she focused entirely on controlling her 9 tails. Michael did not notice that all around him and in the entire area, a pink-colored mist had silently spread out. In addition, the air he was breathing was extremely sweet, so he was subconsciously sucking in large amounts every time he inhaled. As a consequence, and without him realizing it, his movements were getting slower and slower. Chapter 1271, The Fall of a Higher Existence and Dangerous Situation. Obian World. Light spears covered the sky, forming a strange ceiling pattern from which it was impossible to escape no matter how high the agility of the caster's opponent was. Each light spear had enough power behind it to flatten entire cities and turn everything within a radius of over 100 kilometers into dead land. The sky lit up white each time a light spear exploded after advancing to the center of the formation, and in an instant, it was as if countless flash bombs exploded simultaneously as the entire world seemed to be tinged with white. Rumble! In the center of the tens of thousands of spears, Bai Zemin barely managed to overcome the danger he faced thanks to the power of his air manipulation skill. The second activation of air manipulation, Immortal Shield, was multiplied Z times thanks to the active effect of Ruler of all matter. If not for his three most powerful active defensive skills, Bai Zemin would not even have endured half a blink of an eye after being assaulted by the endless sea of light spears. Even then, he was by no means unscathed. Even with the powerful effect of Immortal Shield, as well as the power of the infinity-devouring armor and ruler of all matter, it was absolutely impossible to come out unharmed after tens of thousands of light spears formed by the power of a higher existence. However, when Bai Zemin managed to close the distance between him and Sonata, he couldn't help but feel that it was all worth it. The lower half of his body had disappeared without a trace. Almost half of the left side of his body was nowhere to be found, to the point where 1/4 of his heart had been crushed. The radiant brightness of the light spears had burned his face beyond recognition. His health had dropped dangerously low to the point where even keeping his consciousness was difficult. And yet, he felt it was worth it. Die! Gazing at Sonata, who was less than 2 meters away, Bai Zemin roared with a fierce expression on his face as he used both his arms and hands to thrust his spear forward. With an equally fierce expression, Sonata pulled out a spear from his storage ring and stabbed forward as his half-destroyed body gushed blood everywhere. The one who will die first is you, Radiant Sparkle. Sonata had 4 spears piercing through his mid-upper body, and his legs had been turned into pulp after being pierced so many times. However, his vitality was still high as a powerful higher existence. Level 404. Level 403. Without Sonata noticing, the bronze spear in Bai Zemin's hands suddenly glowed with a strange silver color that quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. Rending of the Night. Decimation of the Moon. Bai Zemin activated 2 skills, with practically no difference from each other. Sonata's pupils trembled slightly when he saw a beam of silver light flying in his direction from the tip of the enemy spear. However, he soon scoffed in his heart. Even if Bai Zemin was hiding this attack from the beginning, there was no way he could do anything to him. A beam of golden light as bright as the sun met in the middle of the sky, with a beam of silver light as beautiful as the moonlight. Rumble! Volcanoes more than 500 kilometers around erupted, mountains collapsed, giant cracks opened up on land, and fiery lava hidden beneath the earth exploded to the surface with unstoppable power. The sky rumbled and space twisted like a sheet of paper before thousands of cracks opened in all directions. Looking from a distance, the sky looked like a shattered mirror with countless black cracks spreading everywhere. Even though the power of the skilled decimation of the moon attached to the Godslayer spear was certainly very powerful, Bai Zemin's opponent was a higher existence in its own right. Perhaps the outcome might have been different if the gap between the two sides was not this large, but the Radiant Sparkle skill released by Sonata did not take long to suppress the decimation of the moon released by Bai Zemin. Fortunately, Bai Zemin was not so arrogant as to think that he could fight head-on against an angel's attack and was already prepared for this. Just a breath before being hit, he barely managed to tilt his body slightly to the side. Bang! The beam of golden light pierced through the dark flame armor and pierced Bai Zemin's chest like a hot knife cutting butter. From a distance, one could see how the beam of golden light pierced through his chest and exited through his back, then disappeared into the distant horizon without a trace. Just as Sonata was enraged to see that his attack had left a fist-sized hole in the center of Bai Zemin's chest, but failed to shatter his heart to pieces. His expression froze, and a flash of horror and disbelief shone in his eyes. This bastard is smiling. It all happened too fast. Not even 2 seconds had passed since the two of them clashed. Therefore, Sonata had no time to react. Among the endless spatial cracks scattered everywhere, a spatial crack small to the point of being ignorable silently appeared less than 10 centimeters away from Sonata. Fucker! Boom! A beam of light similar to the silver beam of light except completely black as a shadow came out of the spatial crack. Although Sonata caught sight of it, his physical wounds, his constantly degrading soul, as well as the short distance made it impossible for him to do anything to protect himself. However, being a higher existence, he still reacted, and his body began to move so that even if he were hit, he would definitely not die. It was then that an enormous gravitational pressure flooded him from all sides, and two words flashed in his trembling heart. Gravity manipulation. Sanada had forgotten that Bai Zemin had that skill in his arsenal. Not only that, Sanada ignored the power of gravity manipulation, since as far as he was concerned, it would never be able to harm him considering that Bai Zemin was so weak. However, Obian World's greatly increased gravitational power around him worked correctly for the purpose Bai Zemin needed. Sanada was restrained for 0.01 seconds, and that was more than enough in this case. From a distance, one could see a beam of black light shattering some light spears and flying over 50 kilometers into the middle of the bright white sky. The beam of black light shone for a couple of seconds before slowly becoming thinner, disappearing completely, an instant later turning into a thin line. A second later, the tens of thousands of light spears disappeared, leaving no trace. The cracks heading into the void gradually began to patch up, and eventually the sky regained calm once again. Barely standing upright in the sky, Bai Zemin gazed intently at the body floating in front of him. A second later, the mana holding Sanada in the sky seemed to disappear, and as if losing all its strength, it fell under the powerful gravitational pull. Watching the headless body falling from the clouds, Bai Zemin could not help but close his eyes with a relieved expression. You have obtained the soul power of 5th Order, Sanada, level 401. Other than that, Bai Zemin did not have the strength to see if there were any more notifications or not. His heart had been partially destroyed. His lower body had been 100% blown to pieces. A large hole in the center of his chest pierced his body from side to side, and the luminous energy from Sanada's attacks still continued to mercilessly harass him even after Sanada's death. Honestly, it was already a miracle that Bai Zemin could stay conscious, let alone be in a position to pay attention to the soul record's notification. He would take a closer look later. All his effort, all that fighting, all that risk was for that single attack. In that brief second, Bai Zemin replayed the entire battle in his mind and couldn't help but feel extremely blessed and grateful despite the miserable condition he was currently in. He had to cloud the angel's mind with anger, taunting him again and again. Only then could he have hope of survival and victory. Then Bai Zemin was forced to rely on that 50% chance of nullifying magic from his anti-magic domain. If Sanada had kept his distance or attacked with light spears all the time, Bai Zemin absolutely would not have had even a 1% chance of surviving, let alone killing him. Finally, Bai Zemin made Sanada think that his strongest attack was Rending of the Night, an attack that in a melee battle was practically impossible to counter. In a sense this was true, but Sanada did not know that Rending of the Night was not simply a space attack, but also a shadow duplication which could copy 100% of any physical or magical attack that Bai Zemin activated. Were it not for the fact that he had made perfect use of his main skills, if just a single one of those skills he used in the fight were missing, Bai Zemin knew that his end would have been no different than that of a stray dog or even worse. Of course, it was also more than clear to him that luck played a very important role in this battle apart from his combat dexterity and combat wit. Just as Bai Zemin opened his eyes and prepared to rest and recover from his wounds, a gigantic magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky above his head. A beam of bright white light charged into the center of the giant magic circle, and if one looked from a distance, one would see Bai Zemin right in the center. The difference in size was so massive that it wasn't even funny. His pupils contracted fiercely as he felt the flow of mana inside that magic circle. Bai Zemin identified the person who was casting this spell, and he was completely overwhelmed by a strong feeling of death. In his current condition, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight again. Bai Zemin had only raised his hands above his head when the huge beam of light fell from the clouds and swallowed him into it. From a distance, it was as if a giant pillar of light fell from the heavens, shattering everything in its path like a divine punishment. Chapter 1272, An Archangel's Fall and New Title. Worlds destroyed where all life had perished years ago. Explosions shook the earth constantly, enlarging the already colossal size of the crater that stretched more than 300 kilometers into the distance. Burning lava rose to the surface from the subway, and as it came into contact with the icy water that ran hundreds of meters underground, it produced steam explosions powerful enough to destroy a small town and obliterate all life there. In the distance, a thick glowing white barrier descended from the sky and covered a wide expanse of land so that nothing inside could escape or connect with the outside. The walls of the luminous barrier were actually as thin as a slim sheet of paper, yet its strength was such that even the explosion of multiple nuclear bombs would be insufficient to break through it. Inside the barrier, a battle of epic magnitude continued to unfold for almost 30 minutes. The speed at which both beings were moving was so high that anyone would be dazzled and stunned at the sight of two flashes moving and disappearing continuously. Bang, 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 bang. After returning to her master race, Lilith continued to fight against the fire archangel Michael. Even though she was one order and many levels below, she controlled her 9 tails to perfection in such a way that no matter how fast her enemies' attacks were, they could not break through her defenses at all. Her 9 thick, fluffy tails were like silver-white blurs, moving at high speeds and leaving afterimages whenever they clashed with Michael's fierce attacks. Except for the wounds she suffered at the beginning of the battle, Lilith had not been hurt again by her opponent. Still, this did not mean that she was in good condition. After all, Michael's divine flame was still burning her from the inside and causing her hellish pain even though her smile never wavered. The same could not be said of the proud and arrogant archangel of the army of heaven. During this time, Michael was sure to have activated no less than 60 skills. Among the activated skills were some that would boost the power of his next attack, some that guaranteed a single critical hit, some that increased his attack speed for a short period of time, some that were purely destructive, etc. However, for the past 5 minutes or so, Michael had stopped using skills and, for some reason he didn't know, only focused on his spear. Why am I fighting her? Such a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He should serve her, worship her. Such an elegant and noble queen like this is worthy of being my partner. Only she has the qualifications. I should bow my head and show her my goodwill. With each passing second, Michael's thoughts became more and more strange to the point where he was starting to forget the reason he was fighting to begin with. Michael's movement slowed down for a brief instant, but the next moment he snapped back to life as a wave of excruciating pain suddenly hit him. No, I must kill her no matter what. Michael wanted to put some distance to take a breath, but he suddenly realized he couldn't move. Looking down, his eyes trembled as he saw a thick layer of sky-blue ice encasing his feet. When did she? In a high-level battle, distraction was taboo. Michael realized his mistake, and out of pure battle instinct already fully carved into his bones, he barely managed to tilt his body to the right. Swoosh! Michael saw only a flash of white light shining beyond his body, followed by the most beautiful voice he had ever heard. Void slash. Michael's dazed expression turned to one of panic and pain as out of the corner of his eye, he saw his left arm flying apart. His white blood splattered everywhere and out of his mouth came a howl of insufferable pain before he knew it. Sea of flames. Lilith wanted to continue attacking, but she didn't dare to play with Michael's attacks so immediately. She protected herself using her 9 tails now each covered by 9 ice layers. BOOM. The eternal light prison trembled fiercely as if it was about to collapse, and its interior was immediately dyed red as flames burned everywhere. Thin black cracks began to cover the surface of the barrier as proof that its power was about to wear off. After melting the ice that imprisoned his feet, Michael immediately moved back in a hurry instead of continuing to attack. In an instant, he jumped and put a distance of over 300 meters from Lilith. While gazing at her intently, Michael was forced to seal the wound on his severed left arm using fire so intensely that several grunts of pain came out of his tightly closed mouth. A few seconds after the sea of flames disappeared, the 9 tails surrounding Lilith slowly opened outward. Lilith was like a beautiful rose in full bloom, whose petals opened to show the world the beauty hidden inside. Michael wanted to insult her and say words he considered hurtful, but when he saw such a scene he gasped. Lilith looked at him with amusement, and a charming giggle leaked from her pink lips. Lord Archangel, don't tell me you fell in love with a filthy and foul beast like this one. Falling in love with you? Michael muttered with an expression of disbelief. To his surprise, however, he suddenly found himself unable to reject the thought. Quite the contrary, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was right, and when he realized it, he was even more horrified. Gritting his teeth so hard that the inside of his mouth began to bleed, Michael could barely gather his willpower to mutter, "You vixen, what did you do to me? It's a relief to see that you feel nothing but disgust for me." Lilith softly tapped her chest and sighed as if relieved to hear Michael's insults. She smiled slightly and said in a voice that brimmed with charm and allure, "My heart only belongs to one man, and it's definitely not you. It would be problematic if you suddenly became another annoying fly after all, he." Michael frowned slightly, completely forgetting the pain of having his left arm cut clean off from the shoulder down. He didn't much like what she said. Isn't that kid just a brat who doesn't know anything? An insignificant lower existence who by now has probably already been killed by an angel from heaven. Lilith's expression did not change upon hearing this. However, a flash of murderous intent stronger than ever shone in her sapphire eyes, and only she knew how terrified and scared she was in her heart. If she could focus 100% on the battle in front of her, Lilith was sure it would have been ended minutes ago. However, she simply could not stop thinking about Bai Zemin. "You little scoundrel, you must live no matter what, else I won't forgive you." She began to walk step by step, closing the distance with Michael gradually. Her 9 slightly scorched tails swished elegantly behind her as she said with a faint smile, "The man I love can not only satisfy my selfish heart with positive emotions, but can also satisfy my physical body, which would definitely never be satisfied with that little worm of yours down there." It made me want to puke just from saying that, and I mean it. Michael's expression froze for a moment, but in the next instant, an intense feeling of embarrassment engulfed him, almost driving him to insanity. Because his entire body was riddled with wounds after being cut by Lilith's 9 tails, by her sword, and occasionally by deadly weapons made of ice, his armor had practically disappeared after almost half an hour. Therefore, a large part of his skin was visible, including that part of him. In fact, this kind of scene was quite normal when 2 soul evolvers of similar level met on the battlefield. Often armor would break, so seeing their opponent naked was not uncommon. However, no one cared, since at the end of the battle, one of the 2 sides would die, and their records would be absorbed by the victor. Michael himself was no stranger to such scenes. However, he could not help but feel ashamed this time after hearing what Lilith said, and a strong feeling of anger as well as inferiority hit him squarely in the chest. Lilith sneered in her heart. She had naturally seen many men and women throughout her life, as the number of battles she fought was something that Bai Zemin could not compete with. However, her thoughts never wavered, as she knew very well that those enemies were destined to become dead meat. Michael would soon be a broken corpse, a piece of incomplete flesh. Viewing it from this angle, why should she care about what she saw? Time to finish. The earring Bai Zemin gifted her suddenly glowed slightly, and a bubble enveloped her and Michael for a split second. In Michael's eyes, Lilith in front of him simply disappeared. Due to the lingering effect of the domain will of the Empress that affected his senses and clouded his thoughts to a great extent, Michael was in a daze and could not react immediately to what was happening. When he heard that beautiful, sweet voice behind him, Michael did not feel joy as before, but rather his heart fell to the bottom of a pit of ice. Finale. In the center of the soundless eternal light prison, a sharp, clear sound of something tearing echoed and persisted for several seconds. Michael felt an immense amount of pain, but when he tried to lower his head, his eyes widened and his pupils shrank. His mouth opened against his will, and his throat swelled before a great torrent of blood gushed out, flying from his mouth, soaking the ground and part of his body. Finally, Michael looked down stiffly, and his face grew even paler. A thick white fluffy tail had pierced his back from behind and now extended beyond his chest. The soft fur of the fluffy tail became blood-soaked, dripping softly onto the earth. Each time a new drop of blood fell into the puddle, the sound they made sent shivers of terror down the spine of the formerly arrogant archangel. Lilith swung her tail ferociously, sending Michael's body flying ruthlessly. Michael's body rolled like a broken doll on the ground, splattering blood everywhere. Weakly, he tried to stand up. However, thick ice chains suddenly appeared and bound him firmly to the shattered ground. A thin but curvaceous shadow rose above him, making his eyes tremble fiercely as his terrified and disbelieving gaze met the cold and indifferent eyes of the woman in front of him. This was the first time in many years that Michael had felt death so closely. He hadn't felt this way even when they were attacked by the ghost left behind by the heavenly wolf Sirius. The current Lilith did not smile, and her sweet and loving eyes were like bottomless holes that reflected nothing but coldness and indifference. She raised her sword so that the hilt pointed to the sky, and the tip to the ground, while the 9 tails on her back swayed gracefully. "Do you regret now to have blocked my way when I wanted to go looking for Zemin?" Michael opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but Lilith didn't care about his answer. She stabbed downward, easily piercing the center of the extremely arrogant archangel's forehead, with such vigor that the tip of the sword soon dug into the earth below. "Go grieve in hell," Lilith muttered with an indifferent expression, slowly withdrawing her bloody sword from her opponent's head. "You have obtained the soul power of 7th Order, Lord of Flames Michael level 900. You cannot level up again until you complete the class evolution requirements. Thus, all soul power will be saved and released after you become a 7th Order existence. Congratulations, you have received a new title. You have been awarded the title Conqueror of Archangels." Lilith was surprised when those familiar notifications in green letters flashed in her eyes. Soul record, here of all places. How is this possible? Chapter 1273, Conversation with the Flame of Burning Wrath. After ending Michael's life, despite her confusion over the connection she still shared with the soul record, Lilith could not help but stumble backwards. Her pale face made her look like someone suffering from a terrifying terminal illness, and her previously steady and unwavering eyes finally showed signs of hesitation. She was really tired, too damn tired. Exhausted physically, mentally, and spiritually, not to mention that her injuries were not light at all. Using her sword for support, Lilith slowly knelt on the shattered ground. She gasped for oxygen to fill her lungs, but it didn't do much good because every time she tried to breathe, the fire-like energy still persisting deep inside her organism wouldn't stop tormenting her. "My luck is really bad this time." Lilith smiled bitterly and shook her head as she quietly contemplated. Any other archangel probably would have been fine. Michael's flames simply cannot be suppressed by my frost skills. Although she was constantly trying to cool her body using skills charged with frost magic, the results weren't turning out to be particularly successful. Lilith assumed that even if she spent all her remaining mana, she would probably only be able to recover 30% at best. An aura of pale green light gently surrounded Lilith's delicate figure, giving her an extremely gentle and warm charm. Surprisingly, the dry and destroyed land where no life could be born showed signs of blossoming when this light appeared, though only faintly. She condensed a green orb in her palm and brought it to her chest, boosting her healing greatly. "Even then, I'm afraid I'll only be able to fully recover after clearing the energy left behind by Michael." Lilith sighed sadly. "Unfortunately, there is no mana here. Even if I can recharge my will now, it won't be convenient to use some skills." After a long time, a glint of worry flashed in her eyes. The pale light still shone around her, and as she looked at the black land under her knees, she whispered in a way that laid bare how weak she felt in her heart. "Zemin, you have to survive. You must. Lilith won't be able to bear such a great loss, not a second time." A few minutes later, Lilith slowly stood up. She frowned slightly at the pain eating away into her bones and flesh, but still said nothing. Looking off into the distance, she muttered, "Looks like they're still at it." Despite the distance of over 1,000 kilometers, Lilith could still hear the earth-shaking explosions. She could even faintly see flashes of light glowing on the distant horizon, proof that the other battlefields were in full bloom. After a moment's thought, Lilith did not leave immediately but walked towards Michael's corpse. First, she took his storage ring and kept it for herself. She would check her loot later. Then, she put away the spear that Michael wielded for over a millennium. Once she cleared all the valuables from the corpse of the once mighty and arrogant fire archangel, Lilith narrowed her eyes and said in a nonchalant voice, "I know you can still hear what's going on outside, and I know you understand what I'm saying." Except for the howling of the wind, Lilith got no response from anything or anyone. However, she continued, "Form a temporary contract with me. This way you will not have to consume your records to maintain yourself. I will provide you with my mana or will, and in return, you will help me eliminate the fiery-like energy in my system." During more than 5 minutes, Lilith just stared straight ahead. If anyone else was present, they would probably mistake her for a crazy woman whose brain ended up fried under the flames of her opponent. Fortunately, Lilith was not an inexperienced young woman, but despite only being less than 100 years old, she had already experienced enough hardships to make her understand that haste and lack of patience often led to waste. Suddenly, Michael's lifeless body glowed with a faint red radiance. The temperature in the surroundings immediately rose several levels to the point where everything within 20 meters began to turn into steaming hot lava. Lilith put some distance at the same time as her surroundings became blanketed by a light but powerful mist of frost, freezing the ground and even the air. She narrowed her eyes at the small blood-red fireball floating nearly 2 meters above the fallen archangel's corpse. Looks like you're willing to do a little negotiation after all. A rather fierce-sounding voice thundered in Lilith's head. Brat, you said you want to enter into a temporary contract with me. Ha 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 ha. I don't know whether to call you stupid or daredevil. Most of your records are composed of ice and cold energy type skills, but you want to form a contract with the most powerful attack flame. You might as well kill yourself now to spare yourself some pain later. Lilith wasn't too surprised, even though this was her first time interacting with a divine flame. She knew from Bai Zemin that the stronger a divine flame became, the higher its level of consciousness would be, and he wasn't too far away from successfully making the endless blue lotus flame in his possession able to communicate with him. You don't need to worry about that. I have this with me. Lilith extended her free hand forward, and a small fragment similar to a strange rock floated above her palm. With this holding me up, I should be fine for at least 1 or 2 years, don't you think? You won't even lose at all. The red-colored divine flame floated silently for almost a minute before Lilith heard that fierce voice again, now lighter than before. Even though you have a firmament fragment with a bit of immortal energy left behind by some ice kid, I still won't enter into a contract with you. What? Lilith frowned as she didn't expect that answer. Little girl, I've lived longer than you or any being alive today could even imagine, and I'm afraid I'm the only one left of mine, along with the eternal rebirth flame, who is following that girl of the phoenix race. I have only followed 2 beings in my long life. This child Michael whom you killed was the second. The voice seemed to sigh, as if recalling events of the past. After a short pause, it continued. Even though that boy Michael was a bit arrogant, he still met the requirement to become a user of this flame of burning wrath through his personality. I won't contract just to continue to exist. It was like that before, and it's like that even today. A sparkle of understanding shone in Lilith's eyes, and she finally grasped what was going on. If that's the case, then you do not need to worry. Her lips curved upward slightly, and for a moment she forgot the pain that was devouring her from within. What do you mean, brat? Lilith rolled her eyes secretly, a little unsure whether to laugh or cry at being called a brat over and over again. However, considering the age gap, there was no reason to complain, so she just ignored it. Just before you said you're the only one of your kind, next to eternal rebirth flame. So what about that? Well, you're wrong. Lilith shook her head. Her eyes flashed with a mysterious light as she slowly said, actually, there is someone who already managed to enter into contract with the endless blue lotus flame and the heaven-devouring flame. What? Lilith heard some agitation in the voice, but even she was unable to state it 100%. Those 2 are still alive even now. Impossible. Leave aside the heaven-devouring flame. I know very well that the endless blue lotus flame absolutely wouldn't enter into a contract with anyone after that kid fell in the first Great War back then. But that's the truth. Lilith shrugged and said indifferently, besides, this person and the 2 divine flames didn't enter into just another random kind of contract, but rather it is a soul contract in which their lives are directly linked. Wait, you said that person entered into contract with both of those 2 at the same time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Girl, you dare to monkey with me. Bang! Lilith suddenly stepped back, and a wary expression shone in her eyes. She waved her hand and formed a large ice sphere around herself just an instant before she was devoured by a sea of burning fire. What happened? Lilith didn't understand what was happening. They were just talking and it seemed to be going well, but suddenly this thing happened. She just couldn't find where the problem was. However, she knew what started it. Is it too strange for a person to enter into a contract with 2 divine flames at the same time? She asked after a moment of silence. Huh? A scornful laugh echoed within the sea of flames, its location untraceable. Even if I told you, there's no way a baby as you could understand. Let me tell you something. Even if this little multiverse you live in were twice as old as it is, it would still be just a little baby in my eyes. 2 divine flames at the same time. Even a heaven merging stage would blow up into a million pieces. Lilith sucked in a breath of cold air upon hearing the words of the flame of burning wrath. She did not doubt what she had just heard, because she knew that all divine flames were extremely proud after awakening self-consciousness, and there was definitely no need to lie given the circumstances. Even if everything was twice as old, it would still be a newborn in front of the age of the fire in front of her. Lilith shuddered at what this implied, particularly upon hearing 2 new words that were definitely not from around here. HMPH, you finally know now. The voice echoed throughout as it coolly said, that's right. All of us divine flames come from the place you know as Golden Domain. There are some things I can't say since we all reached an agreement with that person hundreds of millions of years ago, that's why. Suddenly, the voice stopped abruptly as if it had suddenly thought of something. Lilith slowly frowned and couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong as even several seconds later, she didn't hear any words again. After a long time, the flame of burning wrath spoke again. However, it sounded a bit strange. Lilith could have sworn it was trembling slightly. You're not lying to me. Lilith nodded faintly, of course. This conversation with the flame of burning wrath didn't reveal anything too clear, however. It did serve as a clue to a few things. To be honest, Lilith had a guess or two at this point. However, she didn't dare ask questions and temporarily could only remain in doubt. If there was one thing she was certain about at this point, it was that Bai Zemin's identity absolutely was something that was far beyond what she originally estimated. Obian World. More than 100 kilometers away from the place where Sonata and Bai Zemin clashed for the last time. Hidden behind a Layan-grade treasure that not only served to hide his presence, but also granted great defensive capabilities for a short period of time, the Emperor of the Usra race looked at the blaze of white light falling from the sky with a serious expression on his face. Thanks to this legend-grade treasure that took the form of a bracelet, Thaneth was able to withstand the terrifying shockwaves and stray attacks, exploding relatively close despite being only 100 kilometers away from the battlefield throughout this time. If it wasn't for his treasure, he would have definitely died when the first shockwave hit, however. That human actually fought head-on and killed that angel. To think that he actually killed that trash angel, damned monster. Thaneth clenched his fists tightly as he muttered with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I prepared this 8-circle spell. I can't let this brat live longer or he really will be my bane." Chapter 1274, Secret and Giant, Part 1. The giant beam continued to blaze for almost a full minute. Its glow illuminated the sky with a warm white color, and if one were looking from over 500 kilometers away, one would probably mistake the radiance in the sky for some sort of good omen. However, often the most beautiful things were the ones that hid the most danger, and one could only roughly learn that upon getting close enough. Several dozen kilometers away from the area affected by the powerful magic spell, Thaneth sighed in relief. Finally dead. As far as the Emperor of the Usra race was aware, surviving the continuous subjugation of such a powerful magic spell was absolutely impossible. As a matter of fact, even a higher existence would probably suffer if this attack was executed at the right time and caught them off guard. Staring into the crater more like a bottomless abyss in the distance, Thaneth could still see white smoke rising from the destroyed earth. Thaneth turned around with intentions of leaving, however. For some reason he stopped. After a couple of seconds, he couldn't help but look over his shoulder with a slight frown on his handsome face. Obian World was abandoned by the Soul Record, as were its residents. In other words, Thaneth, like all the other inhabitants of this planet, had no way of absorbing records when they ended the life of another living being. What did this mean? It was very simple if one thought about it. It was absolutely impossible to gain experience, and therefore Thaneth could not 100% confirm the death of his opponents. Although logic told Usra Emperor that Bai Zemin was definitely dead, that thin thread of uneasiness would not let him take another step and walk away. Just at that moment, Thaneth barely managed to catch a glimpse of a white flash deep in the black abyss. Shit. Swoosh. A beam of white light as thick as a building broke from the depths of the abyss, soaring skyward with unstoppable power. Door to anywhere. The fist-sized deep red rock at the top of Thaneth's staff glowed, and in the next instant his body disappeared without a trace. A quarter-mile away, in the sky, Thaneth's body appeared, and his expression was fierce as he watched the white beam piercing the area where he had been standing less than a second ago. This is. Thaneth's pupils contracted as he realized that the white beam he was looking at was none other than the same one he had used to attack. Though slightly weaker, Thaneth would never miss a spell that even now had his aura in it. But what Thaneth could not understand was how such a thing could even be possible. Damned freak. Thaneth knew this was no time to be shocked, much less stand still and do nothing. Every second that passed meant one less grain of hope not only for him, but for his entire race. Just as the Usra Emperor prepared to bombard everything with a storm of fierce spells with no care for accuracy whatsoever, a pillar of deep red light rose from deep within the abyss to beyond the sparse clouds. Thaneth sucked in a breath of cold air as he gazed at the pillar of blood-colored light. He, unlike those soul evolvers who generally knew nothing of the laws, could feel all the blood absorbed by the world over thousands of years suddenly rushing into this area. It was as if something was summoning all the life force of the planet into a single point, and that point was precisely the center of the pillar of red light in the distance. After several unsuccessful attacks, the Usra Emperor realized that this pillar of light was actually a kind of barrier that was practically impossible to destroy with his current magic power. He estimated that perhaps only the full attack of a higher existence might be able to disrupt the ongoing skill. Thanath sighed, and an extremely bitter smile appeared on his extremely handsome face. Heavens are really unfair to my Usra race. Why do we have to be erased even though we did nothing but try to survive? His words were mostly silenced by the strong howling winds swirling around the area, and perhaps because he expected no response from anyone, he silently lowered his staff and waited without saying a word. A few minutes later, the pillar of blood-colored light slowly began to lose its power. The already dark land within more than 5,000 kilometers around had become completely jet black. In addition, all the forests of gray trees and dry branches simply disappeared in a cloud of dust, as if time had accelerated 1,000 times to turn them into nothing. Due to the commotion, a large number of members of the Usra race had begun to gather in the surrounding area. Not only the Usra race, more than 500 intelligent mutant beasts gathered 20 kilometers away and cautiously watched the pillar of blood light. There were even some spirit ghosts that had come to see what was going on here. However, perhaps in part because of Thanath's existence in the area, no one came too close, and they kept their territories without causing trouble. Approximately 3 minutes later, the pillar of blood-colored light became a thin line in the sky before finally disappearing completely. The sky, which had been in a chaotic situation for a long time, finally regained calm. Standing in the sky but falling slowly, a single figure remained silently right in the center of where the red pillar of light had been shining brightly until just a few moments ago. Bai Zemin had his eyes closed as he studied his condition. Indeed, he had fully recovered thanks to the use of Immortal's blood. However, even though he had survived the catastrophe, the price to pay was not small at all. Moreover, had he not activated restoration to double his regenerative rate by 100%, Bai Zemin estimated that it would probably have taken him at least half an hour or even longer to fully recover. He was really close as hell to dying this time. His condition was already extremely precarious after managing to kill Sonata with great difficulty, so the large-scale magical attack launched by the Usra Emperor only threw salt on the already open wounds and made them even worse. As a matter of fact, Bai Zemin would definitely have died had it not been for the fact that just a split second before his head was hit, he managed to activate White Hole. Even so, the 30% of the magic power surrounding him that could not be absorbed was enough to shatter him. Bai Zemin had literally turned into a man who only had a head as a body. His brain was a thread away from shutting down forever, and if that happened, Bai Zemin would have died, as he could not use Immortal's blood and restoration to regenerate his body. Of course, all of his equipment had been lost this time. Except for Longinus and the system equipment, anything on Bai Zemin's body had become scrap metal. Despite being completely naked in front of a large crowd, Bai Zemin strangely felt no discomfort, let alone embarrassment. He noticed that since his immovable heart skill evolved to the next stage, his mental strength and train of thought had improved to extremely high levels. In fact, there was nothing to be ashamed of considering the level his physical body had reached. It was just that Bai Zemin didn't know it since he wasn't a woman to begin with. You? Thanath looked at the young man standing over 300 meters away with a shocked expression on his face. The Usra Emperor still clearly remembered his first meeting with this young man. However, looking at him now, Thanath found it difficult to compare the two, even though they were clearly the same person. I have to admit that I almost died there. Bai Zemin walked towards the Emperor calmly as he held his spear tightly. He spoke as if he was telling his good friend something and not facing an enemy. Too bad for you, though. I knew a cunning dog would come out to bite after seeing its mortal enemy on the verge of collapse. How could Bai Zemin not have added the Usra Emperor to the equation of his plans? This was Obian world and Thanath's territory. It was precisely because of Thanath that Bai Zemin was forced to evolve blood manipulation instead of golden bones. Blood manipulation was of no use at all against Sonata due to the massive level orders difference between the two sides, but golden bones evolved to the next stage would have helped greatly increasing Bai Zemin's defensive as well as physical power. Even then, Bai Zemin did not expect that Thanath's attack would come so soon and with so much firepower. But this was inevitable, as some things simply could not be foreseen, and plans were bound to be less than perfect. Thanath sighed. To Bai Zemin's surprise, this emperor who almost killed him during their first encounter seemed to have no intention of fighting him. Seeing this, Bai Zemin stopped 20 meters away. "I'm curious about something," he said. "What something?" Thanath nodded as if he already knew what he was going to ask. "From what I understand, a space gate connecting two worlds shouldn't be able to be used that often. How did you do it?" Bai Zemin frowned slightly and finally could not restrain his doubt. If it were him from more than 2 years ago, he probably wouldn't notice the problem. But the current Bai Zemin had some knowledge about space law, and even had some skills that defied great spatial distances. Therefore, he knew that opening a gate that linked two worlds for long periods of time, and which could be used to mobilize armies, must absolutely have colossal restrictions. And yet the Usra race clearly succeeded in connecting to another world. Bai Zemin saw it with his own eyes, reason why he ended up destroying a city as soon as he arrived. Instead of answering his question, Thanath remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Your planet should be in the second evolutive stage now." Despite not knowing what the question was meant to be about, Bai Zemin made no secret of it and answered casually, "Third." "Third?" Thanath was surprised, as he could still remember the aura from Earth when the two worlds connected. His surprise only lasted a moment before a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "If that's the case, then you won't have long to wait. You will naturally understand that you are but a know-nothing kid, but by then it will be too late for regrets." Bai Zemin had somehow become much sharper towards people's words, expressions, and gestures after obtaining the sacred heart of the demonic soul skill. To his surprise, Thanath did not seem to be lying, nor did he seem to have any intentions of gaining time. After a long silence, he finally asked with a solemn expression, "What do you mean?" "You really want to know?" Thanath asked with a self-deprecating smile. His expression was extremely bitter, even though his words were loaded with disdain. "This information is something that only I, an existence with no connection whatsoever to that damned soul record, can give you. Even those more powerful beings who call themselves higher existences like the angel you just killed could not speak about this, or else they would be directly slaughtered by the soul record." For some unknown reason, Bai Zemin felt a bad premonition after hearing Emperor Thanath's words. He knew that both Lilith and Fire Sorrow had their restrictions. Even if Fire Sorrow kept silent about some things since she was 100% loyal to the demonic army, Bai Zemin absolutely believed that Lilith would tell him everything she could to keep him out of trouble and danger, regardless of whether it meant betraying the faction she was a part of. Bai Zemin knew that Lilith was hiding some things, although he also knew that she was not yet telling him something since it was probably not the right time. He also remembered that sometimes she seemed to want to tell him something but ultimately closed her mouth with a complicated expression on her beautiful face. Especially recently. Chapter 1275, Secret and Giant, Part 2. Thousands of thoughts and memories flashed through Bai Zemin's head at lightning speed. In just an instant, he recalled scenes and analyzed them along with the words Thanath had just spoken. Although only a second had passed, he had already managed to point out one or two things. Besides, it seemed that everything was related to the evolution of the worlds, or at least to some extent it seemed to be so. Could it be that something big was about to happen? Would it be when the Earth moved into its fourth stage, or would it be in the fifth? Bai Zemin frowned deeper and deeper as more and more questions arose in his head. Thanath simply stood there gazing at him, indifferently. He held the title Emperor so naturally, he understood better than anyone else what the young man's thoughts were before him. As the leader of his race and the hope of countless, Bai Zemin could not afford to think only for himself. Even if he wanted and gave up everyone, he still had to protect many people. Wu Yijin had a family. Shang Yuan Bingzu had her mother. Kang Lan had her father and a little sister. Fu Zufeng had his younger sister. Feng Tian Wu had her parents. There were simply too many people who needed to be protected. Bai Zemin himself had family, and although no one in his family was weak, he knew that in the face of real chaotic problems, their lives would be as fragile as spring grass under the strong, cold torrent of winter. After a long time, Bai Zemin looked into Thanath's eyes directly and asked in a cold voice, "What do you want? Speak your mind. Keep in your head that I can't do or say anything against the rules. You and this world were abandoned. I can't afford to take great dangers." "You need not worry." Thanath waved his hand casually. After a brief pause, his expression finally softened slightly as he said softly, "I want you to give me your word that after killing me you will at least try to find a way to help my race." Kill Bai Zemin. Thanath didn't think it was possible. He had spent 95% of his mana to cast that 8-circle spell, but even that was not enough to kill him. What else could he do then? Besides, the young man in front of him just killed an angel. Therefore, Thanath thought of his race first. Even at the end of the rope, he still thought of his people, even though he wanted nothing more than to tear Bai Zemin to pieces. Bai Zemin's expression changed, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Help your race. Didn't you hear what I said? I won't take risks for anyone on this planet, absolutely not for your race of insane killers. Help the Usra race, no thanks." Bai Zemin knew that the Soul Record would not tolerate such actions. Even if he had a way to avoid some major problems, he was already enraged and hated the Usra race. Since this was the case, why on earth would he have to go through so much trouble? Thanath took a deep breath and said, "Promise me that you will at least think about it. I guarantee that when you listen to me, your thoughts towards my Usra race will be different than they are right now." After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin nodded. "Speak." Thanath breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although Bai Zemin did not say it openly, Thanath had lived long enough to read the expressions of others. With a bitter yet disdainful expression, the Usra Emperor began to narrate events of the past. The more he listened, the more Bai Zemin's expression changed, and the more his heart clenched. /////. Lilith's birth world. The flame of burning wrath has started the contract process. Do you wish to form a temporary blood contract with Flame of Burning Wrath? The time limit is 2 years. Lilith nodded and threw a drop of blood onto the small red flame floating before her. Soon, both Lilith and the Flame of Burning Wrath felt a bond that connected and united them. It was as if they were lifelong friends. "Little girl, if when I see that guy named Bai Zemin, I find out that you fooled me, I will make sure you know the consequences," said the divine flame in Lilith's head. In reality, the Flame of Burning Wrath could not kill Lilith. Even Michael failed not to mention a flame that did not have a holder to unleash its full power. However, if the divine flame decided to self-detonate, things might become a bit dangerous, particularly now that the Flame of Burning Wrath could simply shelter in her soul. Even so, Lilith was not anxious in the least. She said in a cold voice, "Whether I am lying or not you will know when the time comes." The divine flame said no more and remained silent. The two had talked a few more minutes before and finally came to an agreement, which led them to the current situation. Lilith had already returned to her previous form. Her hair had regained its shiny black color. The 9 tails disappeared along with the 2 beautiful fluffy ears on the top of her head, and her eyes that had turned blue like beautiful sapphires had regained their former reddish sparkle like that of precious rubies. Her formerly dominant and noble charm became darker and more lustful again, capable of confusing the minds of men with carnal desire, wanting nothing more than to tear off her clothes and feel every inch of her body. After making sure she wasn't missing anything, Lilith dashed off into the distance in the direction from which she had come before. The closer she got to the battlefield, the fiercer the explosions became. The earth had sunk to the point where even the Mariana Trench would become insignificant in comparison. Rivers of fiery lava and freezing water flew everywhere, as white-colored void lightning began to flood in from the never-ending tiny but terrifying space cracks. A few minutes later, Lilith heard a great rumbling followed by a furious roar that shook the earth. She arrived just in time to see Meads flashing all over the place. His body was wrapped in a layer of white light, and his speed was so immense that his opponent couldn't keep up with him. However, Lilith was not overly concerned. She knew Mead's opponent better than anyone else after all. Mead's expression was serious in the sky. He quickly moved to the side, and his body seemed to teleport directly to the left of his enemy. Lightning glimmer. The ancient sword in Mead's hands crackled as countless white flashes of lightning rumbled noisily on the blade. With a grunt accompanying the swing of his arm, the sword slashed forward, and a wound over 40 centimeters long opened up in his enemy's chest. However, Meads was not happy. This was because that 40-centimeter-long wound was simply too small compared to the size of the enemy. Meads did not know what skill the long red-haired man activated, but after fiercely exchanging attacks for more than 30 minutes, his body had swollen up, and in a matter of blinks of an eye, he had turned into a giant. The giant human was an imposing figure, standing tall and proud with a crimson head of hair that flowed down his back like a river of fire. His body was massive and muscular, with broad shoulders and bulging biceps that spoke of incredible strength. But what truly set the giant apart were his eyes, two orbs as red as freshly spilled blood, intense and piercing with an otherworldly glow. As the giant moved, his crimson hair swayed and danced like flames in the wind, while his blood-red eyes fixed on its target with unwavering focus. Despite his size, the giant moved with an agility and grace that defied his massive frame, his movements fluid and powerful. With each step he took, the ground trembled and shook, as if the very earth itself were afraid of the mighty creature that walked upon it. The giant's imposing presence commanded respect and awe, leaving all who beheld him feeling both terrified and enthralled. Not only had his enemy become a giant over 10 meters tall, but that black sword had also expanded into something similar to a building. Seeing the white lightning being absorbed by his opponent, without affecting him at all even though it should restrict his movements, and seeing the wound that he had just given him closing slowly, but visibly Meads felt like spitting blood due to the rage he felt. Even though his attacks were not the most destructive among the 8 leaders, since his main focus was mostly on speed, he was still the god of the army of heaven. Actually, the problem wasn't that Meads was weak or anything. The problem was that, from the beginning of the battle, Meads had his powers directly limited by 2 orders. What the heck is this thing? Meads couldn't understand it. The battle was so tight that Meads didn't even know that one of his archangels had fallen. Meads was about to attack again, when all the hairs on his body raised and stood on end. Out of the corner of his eye, he barely caught a glimpse of a flare flying in his direction. Instead of shielding himself, Meads opted to retreat immediately. His movement speed was simply too fast, so he wasn't worried about being caught. However, what happened next was something he did not expect. Explode! Along with the soft and delicate cry of a female, the flare of fire suddenly exploded, and half of the sky was covered in red flames. Meads was about to sneer, but his expression froze when he saw tens of thousands of ice blades covering every retreating path in a kind of fake domain. Only now, he understood that the flames were just a cover to hide the real strike. Worse yet, Meads recognized those flames, and definitely recognized that voice. Using a split second to look into the distance, Mead's face turned pale when he saw Lilith flying towards him with an extremely cold expression and eyes full of murderous intent. A single thought flashed in his mind. Was Michael killed? Meads didn't dare take his time to think too much, and in an instant he made the best decision he could have made. He roared skyward, and a huge sphere of white light expanded from his chest outward. Dead Star. The red-haired giant raised his sword to cover himself, but was still sent flying hundreds of meters backwards and splattering blood everywhere. Lilith didn't dare to gamble against this attack either, and immediately created a huge ice fortress to protect herself while boosting the structure's defense with will. Everything seemed to be covered in white, making it impossible to open one's eyes. An instant later, the flash of white light disappeared. The entire already destroyed world had become even worse, except that this time all the lava and ice water had disappeared without a trace. Lilith staggered back several steps before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Her eyes seemed to have been burned as they had turned almost completely red at this point. The red-haired giant, on the other hand, really was an unstoppable machine. Although his body was covered in blood, his wounds were quickly healing, and with a stomp he launched himself skyward as if he felt no pain or discomfort at all. More importantly, his battle power was still going strong. Despite having almost lost her sight, Lilith could barely catch a glimpse of a flash of white light moving away, while another flash of black light intensely pursued. You want to leave? Leave your life behind, you old dog. Lilith was really furious, and without another thought she launched herself into the sky, chasing after Meads, who was fleeing towards the horizon. Thousands of thoughts and memories flashed in Bai Zemin's head at lightning speed. To say that Lilith was making history in her era was not overstating the case. An archangel had fallen for the first time in over 1,000,000 years. Would the god of heaven fall too? Chapter 1276, Light Goddess Sana. Despite her wounds, and though she had been fighting against an archangel that outranked her by hundreds of levels and a significant order, Lilith had no trouble keeping her speed at maximum for a certain period of time. 3 flashes of light appeared in the sky, 1 fleeing and 2 in pursuit. The red-haired giant was also extremely fast and occasionally raised his sword in attempts to deliver fatal blows now that his enemy's back was turned. Each swing of the giant's sword made the entire atmosphere rumble as if a hole was about to open in the sky. Yet the god of heaven was simply too fast. Although his overall battle power had temporarily dropped 2 whole orders, Meads was the rightful holder of the skill light manipulation. Even when he had to take slight deviations or stop briefly to shield himself from the fierce attacks of those pursuing him, he had no trouble increasing the distance between him and them more and more. Approximately 15 minutes later, the three finally found the battlefield of Uriel and Fire Sorrow. It was unnecessary to say that this part of the world had also been completely razed to the ground to the point where it would take several centuries of time for the atmosphere and laws to calm down. As for the geography of the planet, it would be practically impossible to return to what it once was. Lilith only saw a large 12-winged angel that was over 12 meters tall fighting against a sea of fire spears. The giant 12-winged angel appeared to be surrounded by a cloak of light and had 3 pairs of arms, each wielding a silver sword over 8 meters long. The giant 12-winged angel easily cut through the sea of fiery spears. Although there were at least 10,000 spears, each slash destroyed no less than 1,000, so it was only a matter of time before they were all washed clean through. In fact, the giant angel was so terrifying that it still had free space to approach Fire Sorrow, as the sea of spears was destroyed by its attacks. Fire Sorrow had a serious but steady expression on her face. Her eyes flashed with confidence as she waved her staff and chanted loudly, "Infernal Devourer." The 12-winged angel had already destroyed over 8,000 fiery spears when suddenly a change occurred in the sky. The deep red spears immediately changed their color, and the flames turned into a deep violet color. The angel slashed with its swords again, and the sky was filled with purple explosions all around. Unlike before, however, the 12-winged angel could only destroy a little more than 400 fiery spears. Furthermore, this time it had to pay a certain price. That cloak of white light that surrounded the 12-winged angel and protected it from the flames shuddered as the violet flames struck. The angel was pushed back several steps, and numerous cracks appeared on its body, showing further inside it a world of light instead of blood or flesh like any other living being. It was obviously some sort of summoning. Just as Fire Sorrow was planning her counterattack, she seemed to sense something. Her expression changed for the worse when she noticed the flash of white light flying in her direction, but when she saw the other two chasing from behind, her expression changed again. Fire Sorrow, stop them. Stop them? Fire Sorrow froze for half a second as the sudden changes took her by surprise. However, she wasn't the second in command of the demonic army for nothing. She waved her staff and shouted at the same time as she retreated, "1,000 flame chains." The approximately 3,000 remaining fire spears suddenly twisted as the mana composing them changed their sequence from inside. In an instant, the over 3,000 spears lengthened and their body changed, turning into huge, thick purple chains. Fire Sorrow's face turned slightly pale, proof that this attack had consumed a large amount of her mana. She quickly waved her staff and sent a mental command to the fiery chains. The 12-winged angel cut several chains with its swords, but some managed to slip and successfully caught its arms. The giant of light roared furiously, and an enormous amount of force burst out from its body, but although it managed to explode some chains, it was quickly imprisoned by a dozen others. In just a matter of seconds, the 12-winged angel had its 6 arms and 2 legs locked around the fiery chains, making it writhe in pain from the constant damage it was taking. The 12-winged angel was not the only one to suffer, as Meads was also attacked by the fiery chains. In the sky, a flash of white light could be seen moving in irregular patterns and zigzagging at lightning speed, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Thousands of chains of fire chased it and coiled around it like the tentacles of an extremely terrifying monster, covering the dark purple sky within several kilometers. Fire Sorrow's eyes moved at great speeds as she waved her staff repeatedly, trying to follow Mead's movements while commanding the fiery chains to catch him. However, for every second that passed, she realized that her opponent's speed was only increasing more and more. "Lilith, I can't restrain them much longer," she shouted with a hint of anxiety in her voice. The giant 12-winged angel was about to regain freedom, and Meads seemed to have recovered a great portion of his power after fleeing from the red-haired giant. It was impossible for Fire Sorrow to face both of them despite being a demon commander in the peak of the 7th Order. Realizing that the two were about to flee, Lilith gritted her teeth and decided to throw all caution to the wind. She wasn't going to hide anything at this point given the circumstances. A flash of icy blue light shone in her beautiful red eyes as she shouted aloud, "Niflheim." The whole world immediately seemed to freeze, and for an instant, It was as if time itself came to a freeze. An instant later, the temperature within thousands of miles plummeted, and from the dark sky, huge amounts of icy wind could be seen flooding the area. Fire Sorrow's pupils contracted fiercely, as she could not believe that Lilith would really be so reckless and careless to use that here. Unfortunately, it was already too late to stop her. Indeed, what Fire Sorrow feared the most happened. Meads had already restored his power to almost the seventh order after not facing the red-haired giant for so long, and he was currently only 1,000 meters away from reaching the 12-winged angel. Just then he felt his movement slow down, and his limbs begin to grow stiff to the point that he was several times an inch away from being caught by the chains of fire that were still chasing him from all angles. This is... Mead's eyes trembled, and the intense anger he had been holding back all this time finally erupted as he realized something. He recognized this power. Damned Succubus, it was you, the one who destroyed Petra World and killed tens of thousands of angels. Everything within more than 10 kilometers with Lilith, as the center had been buried under thick layers of dark ice. Moreover, the ice world was rapidly spreading in all directions, and in a jiffy, the entire area behind her for over 1,000 kilometers was completely frozen over. Meads was doing everything he could to dodge the fiery chains, and did not hesitate to spend almost all his mana to push the blaze of light around him, barely slowing down the ice world that was approaching at speeds against which even he was helpless. Just then, the 12-winged angel roared again, and the chains that restrained it were finally completely ripped apart. The explosions and burns had destroyed 4 of its arms, and there were countless white cracks spreading all over its body, making it look like a glass doll about to shatter into pieces. "How dare you?" A beautiful but angry voice came from the chest of the 12-winged angel. The angel's body seemed to become transparent, as everyone could see the beautiful Uriel floating silently inside the creature's chest. Her white dress with golden engravings swayed gently, as did her long golden hair, occasionally revealing her slender, smooth white legs uncovered. There was a rarely seen expression of fury on Uriel's ever-warm face. She scowled at Lilith as she waved her hand, at the same time her body backed out. "Since the demonic army wants war, then war it is." Bang! The 12-winged angel let out a horrible howl as it exploded into pieces, turning into millions of tiny specks of white light that floated around Uriel. Just as half of Mead's body had been frozen under thick layers of ice, Uriel's cold voice echoed throughout. "You think you're the only one in possession of firmament fragments? I'll show you, Aflheim." Fire Sorrow's pupils contracted as she shouted, "Watch out." Unfortunately, her warning came one step too late. The millions of specks of light suddenly glowed brightly, and in an instant came together to merge into a huge sphere of white light. Most terrifying of all, however, was that the huge sphere of light quickly began to spread out in all directions at light speed. Lilith's heart also squeezed slightly at the sight. She had not expected Uriel to be the holder of the firmament fragment left behind by the light goddess Sunna. Chapter 1277, Alone Under the Sky, Again. Light goddess Sunna was an extremely powerful soul evolver, whose name had become known throughout the cosmos, even before the heavenly wolf Sirius was born. It was said that her power allowed her to move at such extreme speeds that even turning back time was not far from her reach. Unfortunately, there was no one alive from that era to confirm whether the rumors and ancient records that had been saved were true or not. Lilith did not expect Uriel to have the firmament fragment of the light goddess in her possession. Her ruby eyes immediately dimmed as her gaze involuntarily met the constantly expanding sphere of glowing white light, losing her sight after having both corneas directly burned out. Her eyes had already suffered greatly when Meads activated his Death Star skill, and the power of Ulfheim in Uriel's hands ended her sense of sight completely. Fortunately, this was not permanent in her case, and she would only need some time to restore her eyesight. Although it was hard to say who would have the upper hand between the ice goddess Skadi and the light goddess Sunna, the fact of Uriel was a soul evolver, an order, and hundreds of levels above Lilith was absolute. Therefore, in theory, Uriel should be at a full advantage over Lilith now that they both decided to use the power of their firmament fragments. Often, however, reality showed us that logic was useless against destiny. When the world of obsidian-colored ice and the world of pure white light collided, countless black cracks began to open everywhere. At the place where the two supernatural worlds should have met, a thin but terrifying crack appeared, more than 500 meters long, separating the ice from the light as if the will of the world was doing everything possible to prevent its annihilation. At the same time, hundreds and soon thousands of white lightning flashes slid slyly and soundlessly from within the black cracks. The terrifying white lightning furiously lashed both the world of ice and the world of light, yet these ever-all-powerful void lightning could not easily devour the power exerted by both firmament fragments. Uriel was not surprised by the sights. She had lived millions of years so far, so she naturally managed to witness the clash between two firmament fragment holder soul evolvers in the past. But she was surprised by something else. The beautiful golden eyes of the most beautiful woman under the sky trembled when she realized that the power of her Ulfheim was disappearing way faster than the power of the Niflheim released by Lilith. However, Uriel was one of the wisest and smartest living beings under the stars. In fact, while she was inferior in terms of scheming compared to the Archangel Gabriel, Uriel surpassed him when it came to comprehension and analysis speed. This is not mana, she quickly came to this conclusion. Before Uriel had the opportunity to think through the ramifications of what this meant, Meads appeared at her side like a flash of light. Lord, Uriel gasped at the sight of his condition. The current Meads looked nothing like the dignified god of heaven and lord of angels. Half of his body was still slightly covered under a thin layer of dark ice. His silver robe, which was one of the most powerful defensive treasures in the universe, had lost several parts, and pure white blood was oozing from his still open wounds. How long had it been since someone managed to push him to this degree of misery? Probably when those two fought before they parted so many years ago. Uriel felt her own heart beating fiercely as fear, horror, wariness, and disbelief flashed in her wide-open eyes. "We're getting out of here," Mead said, his voice sounding exhausted and hoarse as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Only now did Uriel realize that on his neck was a horrible wound over 7 centimeters long. Although Mead's missed decapitation by a hair's breadth, his vocal cords were obviously damaged. "We're leaving," Uriel was startled. She subconsciously looked sideways and quickly asked, "That's right, Michael. Where is Michael?" After receiving no answer for a few seconds, Uriel looked at Meads. Seeing the ugly expression on his face and the pain in his eyes, Uriel's face turned as pale as if all the blood in her body had been drained. "How can this be possible, Michael?" Actually, the thought flashed through her head as soon as she saw Lilith and the red-haired giant chasing after Meads. It was just that Uriel dismissed it as soon as the thought flashed, since from her point of view it was absurd. One had to know that Michael was the archangel with the most attack power in all of heaven. Even Meads couldn't necessarily compare to him when it came to sheer damage. But then again, even if Lilith defeated Michael, it shouldn't be that fast. Worse yet, Uriel couldn't believe that she actually dared to kill him. "This is war," Meads said with red eyes and blood running from the corner of his mouth. "The demonic army broke the 100,000-year treaty. They will have to answer to all factions' anger." Uriel was incredibly sad after learning of Michael's death, but what she felt most was fury. Michael was her friend. They had been friends since they first met when they were just little soul evolvers below level 50 and had watched each other's back on countless battlefields. And yet, that friend who was like a younger brother to her was killed. Not only that, Lord. Uriel's voice was so cold it could freeze cities. Her golden eyes seemed to pierce beyond the clash between the world of ice and the world of light as she said in a terrifying voice, "This woman is not from our universe. Lucifer will have to give some answers whether he likes it or not." Suddenly, Uriel thought of something and said with a frown, "Though, how will we leave this place? That succubus woman locked us in and we can't play with the space law here." HMPH, Meads coldly snorted but didn't comment on it. Taking advantage of the fact that no one could move freely thanks to the collision between two firmament fragments, and the fact that no one wanted to be swallowed by those terrifying black cracks, Meads took out an object from his storage ring and looked at it a bit unwillingly. "That's, Lord, then the Eye of Krasik was acquired by you." Uriel sucked in a breath of cold air as she recognized the object. Krasik was known as the most powerful soul evolver in the history of the soul record. Even existences like Sirius, Skadi, and others were considered inferior despite being stronger in reality. Krasik, unlike the heavenly wolf, the ice goddess, and others, never broke the chains of the soul record but stayed behind, which is why his strength was inferior to theirs. According to rumors, Krasik fell so much in love with a woman that he was unwilling to leave her, so he stayed inside the cage called Soul Record. Unfortunately, Krasik died during the First Great War, which was the most terrifying of all. Yet, his power was so terrifying that his body was not completely destroyed, and some parts traveled countless years through the universe, getting lost in the infinite cosmos. Krazik's unofficial title was Space and Time God, as he was the closest existence to mastering both laws, even though he ultimately failed to succeed. I got it back then in that place, just before I broke the chains and became a fifth-order higher existence. Mead sighed sadly and said, I've been saving it ever since, as I didn't think it would ever be of any use to me, but I never thought I would end up using it today to escape and save my life. The two worlds of ice and light began to gradually disappear, but the ice world kept pushing forward. As the world of light receded, Meads and Uriel could feel the icy coldness coming closer. Lord, we have to go, Uriel urged. Even though with our strength we will only be affected slightly, I fear we cannot live if we don't leave now. The red-haired giant was enough to hold Meads back, while Uriel knew better than anyone that it was impossible for her to face Lilith and Fire Sorrow at the same time. The saying goes that 10 years is not too late for a knight to take revenge. It's just that 10 years is too long, and I don't like to wait, Meads blurted out before putting strength into his fist. Crack! The eye of Krazik shattered into pieces, and a huge spatial fluctuation swept across the planet like a whirlwind. The lock is gone. Let's go now. Meads waved his hand and activated a powerful teleportation skill. However, before stepping into the portal in front of him, he took a last glance backwards. About a minute later, the power of the ice world extended for another 500 kilometers before disappearing after losing the pressure of the light world. In fact, had it not been for Iflheim's power nullifying much of its power, the ice world Niflheim might have frozen the entire planet under an eternal prison of cold ice. Lilith coughed out a puff of blood and staggered several steps. Lilith, Fire Sorrow teleported, appearing next to her quickly and holding her body. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lilith was about to answer when suddenly her expression changed. Even though she couldn't see and her eyes were practically white after being blinded, her whole body trembled fiercely as she felt an awful aura rushing over her. Fire Sorrow also felt this bloody aura. She raised her head and her pupils contracted when she saw the red-haired giant suddenly rushing towards them. "Quick, we have to leave this place," Lilith urged in a hoarse voice. She pushed Fire Sorrow and slashed her sword through the space in front of her before stepping in without hesitation. Fire Sorrow took a glance at the red-haired giant one last time before entering the space rift without hesitation. She had almost no mana and had suffered some minor injuries during her battle against Uriel. Besides, as a pure mage, Fire Sorrow had no desire to face an opponent capable of countering magical attacks. The only thing Fire Sorrow could not understand was why the unknown man with red hair would suddenly attack. Wasn't he Lilith's ally? Just before disappearing and closing the spatial rift behind her, Fire Sorrow felt a sort of déjà vu. Come to think of it, his face. However, Fire Sorrow scoffed at herself and soon dismissed those thoughts. Soon, the red-haired giant began to tear everything apart as he roared towards the sky. Actually, his power was so horrifying that even the ice world was being cracked with each of his strikes. Despite his size and power, though, the giant man looked extremely lonely and miserable under the immense sky. Chapter 1278, Torturous Waiting. Obian World, approximately 30 minutes before Lilith joined the man with long red hair to chase after the god of heaven. Looking at the handsome man lying lifeless on the ground, Bai Zemin did not know what he should feel. Initially, what he felt towards the emperor of the Usra race was hatred and anger, since it was Thanath's orders that ultimately led to millions of living beings, including millions of humans of all ages, to be slaughtered literally like pigs. Back in the past, Bai Zemin had sworn to Thanath that the next time they met he would not only take his life, but would see to it that he would make him suffer unimaginable pain before taking his last breath. How could Bai Zemin not feel hatred towards a man and a race that invaded his home with the intention of slaughtering everyone, including him and his loved ones? Therefore, Bai Zemin always felt that killing the emperor of the Usra race was the right thing to do. But after hearing all the information Thanath gave him, at this point, Bai Zemin had no sense of accomplishment in his heart. In fact, were it not for the fact that his immovable heart skill had just recently evolved, it was very likely that he could be blaming himself greatly for his past actions. It was not the Usra race's fault. At the same time, Bai Zemin felt that blaming the soul record was not right either. Many things in life were simply inextricable. Today, Bai Zemin learned for the first time that even the soul record was not an all-powerful entity. I have to hurry. A strong sense of urgency hit him like a torrent as he realized that Even he might end up making his people start devouring soul stones to avoid certain circumstances. Bai Zemin raised his head and glanced at the several thousand Usras watching him from afar. Some were looking at him with anger and hatred, others were looking at him with fear and caution, and others seemed to be waiting to see what his next action would be. Letting out a sigh of both physical and mental exhaustion, Bai Zemin kneeled down and picked up all of Thaneth's equipment. Because the man decided not to fight a battle he could not win in order to increase the hope of his race, all of the Emperor's equipment was in almost perfect condition. What caught Bai Zemin's attention the most was the red tunic with gold embroidery, and the black pants, though. Roaring Volcano Tunic. Type Armor. Rank 3. Physical Defense, 45,500. Magic Defense, 50,000. Durability, 14,586, 15000. Attached Skill S. 10,000 Fire Cicadas. Consume mana to summon 10,000 level 99 fire-clad cicadas that will attack enemies mercilessly and clear the battlefield for you. The skill lasts for 15 minutes or until all fire-clad cicadas are destroyed, and for each enemy killed by the fire-clad cicadas, it recovers durability. Cooldown time, 7 days. Perpetual Upgrade. The 10,000 Fire Cicadas skill can be upgraded by adding Natural Treasures of Fire attribute to the Roaring Volcano Tunic. Description: a tunic crafted by a great first-level tailor using Firecloud cicada as a crafting material. The Firecloud cicada is a species of insect that lives inside volcanoes and loves high temperatures, but they always walk in numbers, and their power is truly terrifying. Although the Black Pants were of a lower rank, rank 4, they also had at least over 10,000 points of physical defense and almost 15,000 points of magic defense. They even had a passive skill that decreased the effect of light-type skills by 5% when the lower body was hit. Under the eyes and gazes of not only the Usras, but also some ghosts and intelligent mutant beasts, Bai Zemin dressed directly and put on the pants and the tunic. What left him most satisfied was the fact that these high-level treasures could fit one's body perfectly. So when he finished dressing, Bai Zemin immediately seemed to become a new person. This was the first time he wore defensive items other than leather or plate armor, but he had to admit in his heart that it was not only much more comfortable, but also several times more graceful. Rank 5 Tunic. As expected from the Emperor of a world with tens of thousands of years of steady evolution, Bai Zemin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although Earth was quite irregular in comparison to other worlds, the time it had been evolving was too short after all. Except for several treasures he found in the treasury of the Holy Church, and which he already handed over to his trusted subordinates according to their abilities and needs, Earth had no accumulation left behind by ancient generations. One needed to know that items of rank 5 and above were rarities among rarities. From what he heard from Lilith and Fire Sorrow before, even among the higher existence factions, there was not always rank 5 items to equip those recently admitted. One could estimate how rare and precious they were from this information. I promised I wouldn't kill you, so I'll keep my promise for now. Bai Zemin suddenly spoke. His voice was not too loud, but it was still heard by everyone. He continued without being too sweet or salty. I will return to Obian World in a short while. If what I have in mind works, you all will be able to reconnect to the soul record. I hope you will behave yourselves until then and stop making your existence more complicated than you already did. What? What did he say? Reconnect to the soul record. Is that even possible? The soul record hates our race. But Emperor His Majesty also said to listen to this human as far as possible before his death. What is this all about? Bai Zemin did not linger or pay attention. After saying what he had to say, he turned and sped away directly toward the portal through which he had come. Indeed, Bai Zemin might have a way to reconnect these people with the soul record. However, even he was not completely sure and to some extent feared the consequences. And yet, I can't just kill them all or just leave them just like that after hearing all that. Myself and my people could fall into that situation. It could happen to anyone. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly as the hot wind blew his face as his speed steadily picked up. Bai Zemin's mentality had become at least 100 times more powerful compared to before. In addition, his personality had become more resolute, but at the same time more relaxed in comparison to the past. It could be said that his current self was getting closer and closer to his past personality, to his true self before the soul record came to Earth. As to whether this was a good thing or not, Bai Zemin honestly wasn't entirely sure, and only time could prove it. Putting aside all these unnecessary thoughts for now, Bai Zemin turned into a beam of light that cut the sky in two and disappeared without a trace a moment later. ///// Earth Mariana Trench. Approximately L hour had passed since Bai Zemin entered the world connectors, and Lilith activated her second firmament fragment. However, no one had moved as they were waiting for the conclusion. Archangel Gabriel, who had left earlier, had returned approximately 20 minutes after teleporting to a place far away from the solar system. At this moment, his eyes were shining mysteriously, and the trace of a smile on his mouth proved how calm and confident he felt. The plan to hunt Bai Zemin had indeed been his idea. Although Gabriel could not anticipate the fact that the succubus of the demonic army would draw Medes and the others away using the power of a firmament fragment, Gabriel was not too worried. As far as he was concerned, Lilith had no way of raising large waves with her sixth-order power, and Fire Sorrow wouldn't be of much help either, despite being known as the most talented mage in the universe. This is the difference in power and brains. Gabriel smiled slightly as he observed the worried expressions on some people's faces. At this moment, the king of the Coral Kingdom gazed with eyes full of murderous intent at his daughter. However, the pain in his right arm reminded him that, at least for now, he needed to remain calm and wait patiently until the proper battle culminated. Shortly after Sonata and Felix chased after Bai Zemin, not long after Lilith took Medes and the others with her, the king of the Coral Kingdom personally moved to attack Shui Meiying with the intention of severely wounding and capturing her. Yet, not only was he unable to reach his goal, but he almost lost his life in the process. The king of the Coral Kingdom never guessed that the two human beauties next to his daughter would actually be so powerful that even he had to fear. Shui Meiying ignored her father. She knew that given the circumstances it would be difficult, if not impossible, to return to what it had once been, not to mention that their relationship was always more professional since the king of the Coral Kingdom had over 50 sons and daughters. She watched the faces of Shangyuan Bingzu and Feng Tianwu, and seeing the worry and fear in the eyes of the two women, she couldn't help but secretly sigh. Feng Tianwu's face was slightly pale. She really could not withstand the pressure of the water at these depths with her current physical body. If not for Shangyuan Bingzu making a thick ice sphere around her, she probably would have been crushed to death by now. With unsteady eyes, she whispered, "Bai Zemin, he'll be fine, right?" It was evident from the tone of her voice and the trembling of her words that Feng Tianwu was really worried about his safety. Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head but said nothing. Her expression at this moment was bone-chilling to the extreme, and her blue eyes did not move away from Gabriel since the moment he returned. In the past, she used to be able to control her emotions perfectly. Even now she was like that. However, when Bai Zemin came into the equation, that ability of hers would simply disappear without a trace, making her aware of losses and gains. Despite all the trust and practically blind faith she had in him, Shangyuan Bingzu knew that this time the situation was 1,000 times more challenging compared to any other. Because the enemy was an angel, a fifth-order higher existence. Not long ago, once she and Bai Zemin had an important conversation, and in that conversation he told her, somewhat implicitly, that in a battle against a higher existence, his chances of victory and survival were less than 30% even using all his power. Therefore, Shangyuan Bingzu was thousands of times more nervous and worried than Feng Tianwu. Adding to this her romantic feelings for him, and highlighting the fact that Bai Zemin was the first man she had ever come to love in her entire life, Shangyuan Bingzu's heart and head were in a complete mess. In fact, she had already made up her mind. If Bai Zemin really did not return, she would immediately attack Gabriel. Despite knowing that she probably wouldn't even be able to touch the other party given her current power and would probably die for nothing, Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't care less about these things. All she knew was that she absolutely won't forgive them, and even if she had to become a specter after death, she would still hate them with all her heart. Just like that, time passed as slowly as an eternity. Chapter 1279, All Conditions Fulfilled. Sky Ruler and Third Order Part 1. A few minutes later, Bai Zemin finally arrived at the area where the portal between this world and the mysterious space called the World's Connector was hidden. Due to the battle between him and Sonata, the entire forest, as well as the giant mountains that covered the area, had been razed to the ground to the point where there was nothing left of them. Therefore, the stone portal was exposed under the sky for anyone passing by to see. What left Bai Zemin even more discouraged than this was the massive amount of mana he expended. After activating some skills meant to increase his movement speed, in order to reach his destination faster. Really, unless it's my last resort and I have no other choice, it is better not to use immortal's blood. Bai Zemin smiled wryly as he glanced over his mana. The consumption of any skill Bai Zemin activated between now and the next 15 days would be 4 times higher than normal. It was a side effect of immortal's blood. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind spending more mana. The problem was that at present Bai Zemin couldn't afford to use overlap regeneration to take advantage of the bug and regenerate his mana to 100%. After all, although his physical body was completely regenerated, his soul was a different matter. Bai Zemin estimated that it would take at least a month of calm to be able to recover 100%. He absolutely could not afford to face tough battles during this period of time, or else he might hurt his soul to the point where his whole vitality would be greatly affected. After thinking for a moment, Bai Zemin called out softly, "Little Blue, can you help me?" As if responding to his request, Bai Zemin immediately felt the faithful endless blue lotus flame stirring restlessly in a corner of his soul. Before he said more, a small flame of dark blue fire slowly floated up from inside his chest and stopped suspended in front of him. The small blue flame waved gently in the sky, and although it did not speak at all, Bai Zemin understood what it wanted to tell him. Thanks to the fact that the endless blue lotus flame was currently an advanced fourth-order flame, through the constant care Bai Zemin gave it since they became comrades, nourishing it with huge loads of soul stones of all varieties, the little blue flame could not only understand its master's intention easily, but Bai Zemin could now understand to a certain extent the fluctuations it sent back to him in response. "I'll be back in 2 days at best. It should be 4 days at most," he said after a moment's consideration, as before carrying out that grand plan he had to discuss it with some of his subordinates and trusted friends. The endless blue lotus flame seemed to nod and quickly launched itself towards the ground, descending over 300 meters in the blink of an eye. Only this particular type of flame that could burn endlessly was capable of carrying out this task without the need for its master to be present. Bai Zemin watched without a word as the entire area within 500 meters around the portal instantly turned into a sea of fire. The temperature did not seem to be particularly high, but this was actually a great misleading. Bai Zemin was pretty sure that even a third-order soul evolver would suffer a hell of a lot of pain if they dared to enter there, even if they did not die. This should be enough temporarily. He was quite satisfied as he nodded. According to his knowledge of this world, now that the Emperor had been killed by him, there should only be one third-order soul evolver, while all the others should be somewhere in the second order and below. Even though there was still the Emperor-Empress of the mutant beasts, Bai Zemin was not too worried, as unless they really wanted to die, they would not venture beyond the portal after sensing his aura and seeing the sea of blue fire. Having finished this, Bai Zemin dashed straight towards the portal and disappeared a second later. ///// Earth Mariana Trench. Every second that passed felt like a minute, and every minute felt like an hour to Shangyuan Bingzhu and Feng Tian Wu as they anxiously awaited Bai Zemin's return. Although Shui Meiying was also a little worried, she was relatively fine after finding out that her father did not have the ability to beat the two next to her. As for Bai Zemin, the relationship between the two was practically non-existent, so naturally, she could not understand how the two women felt about the whole thing. Gabriel shook his head and smiled slightly as he saw their respective expressions of unease. Still, he said nothing as he felt it was beneath him. As far as this clever archangel was concerned, Bai Zemin was already dead. Of course, Sonata had to be dead as well, since a long time had passed, and he was probably already turned into mortal remains by the purple lightning of the soul record. The only thing Gabriel was waiting for now was the return of his leader, and the others, therefore. The portal connecting Earth with the other worlds was insignificant at this point. Just as Gabriel was smiling inwardly and feeling all too good about himself, a flash brightened from the portal, and soon a figure flew out from beyond at lightning speed. Oh, that lower existence named Felix managed to survive. Gabriel was slightly surprised, but that's all. However, when Gabriel saw the appearance of the other party, he felt as if an earthquake suddenly struck his heart, and the smile on his face froze. "Impossible," Gabriel shouted without realizing it. Wearing the red tunic and black pants he stole from the emperor of the Usra race after ending his life, but barefoot and holding the ancient bronze spear in his right hand. Bai Zemin stopped at the bottom of the ocean when he heard Gabriel's voice. Bai Zemin shot him a cold-eyed glance for a moment before ignoring him directly. His eyes moved around the surroundings, and he quickly found those he was looking for. Feng Tianwu subconsciously let out a heavy sigh of relief when she saw him heading towards them. Her red lips curved slightly into a small smile, and her crimson eyes sparkled brightly as she stared at him. "I knew you'd win," she said with some pride, as if she had been the one who defeated the angel and not Bai Zemin. Only Feng Tianwu herself knew she was lying, as she was actually so nervous that she could only convince herself with baseless lies. When Bai Zemin shifted his attention to Shangyu and Bingzu and was about to say something, he subconsciously took half a step back when he saw a beam of sky-blue light swimming swiftly towards him. The other party's speed was so fast that it reached him in an instant, as the distance was very short. Even under the icy water, Bai Zemin just felt a warm body rushing into his chest, followed by a slender pair of arms clinging tightly to his back, leaving him no room for retreat. He froze in his tracks as he felt the shivering of the woman's small but curvy body on his chest. But what made Bai Zemin's steady eyes tremble was that, from the woman's hidden face, he saw small bubbles floating out slowly. Tears. Bai Zemin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. In fact, this was the second time Shangyu and Bingzu cried for him due to extreme worry. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin did not know since the first time she shed tears he was in no condition to pay attention to her. Was Shangyu and Bingzu a strong woman? Bai Zemin knew the answer to this probably even better than her own mother. Shangyu and Bingzu was strong not only physically as a soul evolver, but she was strong as a mountain to bear the pressure of the whole world on her slender little shoulders. From childhood to adulthood, Shangyu and Bingzu suffered from constant pressure that would have shattered the will of the strongest man, but she not only persisted, but also launched her own counterattacks without complaining to anyone. Today, seeing her cry for the first time, Bai Zemin suddenly felt a strong squeezing in his chest, as if someone was tearing his heart apart. At the same time, an intense murderous intent directed toward the army of heaven began to burst out of his control. He said nothing but hugged her back with his free hand, pulling her closer to his body. His eyes, however, were as spine-chilling as the 18th level of hell as he gazed at Gabriel. As the Archangel Gabriel's pupils trembled, he kept muttering to himself, unable to believe, let alone accept, what he was seeing. Alive, how could such a thing possibly be happening? Whether it was speed or sheer strength, Sonata should be able to overwhelm Bai Zemin in everything. And yet, Bai Zemin was alive while Sonata was nowhere to be seen. Indeed, the thought that perhaps Sonata did not cross paths with Bai Zemin actually passed through Gabriel's mind. However, seeing that practically all the equipment Bai Zemin used before entering the portal was gone, and noticing that the rank 6 spear in his right hand was quite abused, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Gabriel did not underestimate Bai Zemin. He did not look down on him for even one instant. Otherwise, a proud archangel at the peak of the 7th order like him would never have concocted a plan in which a 5th order angel would be forced to doom just for the sake of killing Bai Zemin. However, Gabriel, who thought he had given him enough importance and value, realized that he made a mistake, horribly wrong. Feng Tianwu watched the duo embrace with a somewhat complicated look on her face. It would be a lie to say that she did not feel a hint of envy towards Shangyu and Bingzu. However, she knew better than anyone that she did not have the qualifications to envy her, considering what she once did. Just at that moment of silence and stagnation, where the atmosphere seemed to be unable to get any heavier than it already was, a portal of white light shone 300 meters in the distance. Chapter 12, 80 All Conditions Fulfilled. Sky Ruler and Third Order Part 2. The portal of white light was extremely clear in the midst of the darkness that devoured the depths of the earth, easily drawing the attention of everyone present. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures rushed through the curtain of light, almost as if they were trying to run away as fast as possible from something or someone. Lord? Gabriel's eyes bulged open as wide as possible, and a flash of horror and disbelief gleamed in his pupils. Yes, he was in shock when he saw Bai Zemin returning alive and safe, even though he was clearly attacked by a 5th order angel. But this was nothing compared to the shock his psyche received when he saw Meads and Uriel suddenly appearing in such a miserable state. Uriel was still fine, as her beautiful fairy-like face was only slightly pale, and that was all. Meads, on the other hand, had lost all appearance and dignity that his title as God of Heaven hinted at. Half of his body was still covered by a thin but terrifying layer of ice. His defensive silver-colored tunic was torn in multiple places, and there were even dried blood stains at the corner of his mouth. He had clearly received a blow that left him with at least medium-grade wounds. For millions of years, even when it was the turn of the army of heaven to stand guard and protect the abyssal crack from the Golden Domain's invasion, Meads never suffered medium-grade wounds. When was the last time Gabriel saw Meads wounded to this extent? In that split second, Gabriel's memory took him back to that battle between the god of heaven and the demon god, in which they both ended up with serious injuries before parting on bad terms. While Gabriel was completely stunned and not understanding what was happening, Meads observed the surroundings coolly. However, as Meads' eyes scanned the sparse crowd, they suddenly froze on the body of a person. Bai Zemin's night-black eyes met the clear silver eyes of the Lord of Angels. Suddenly, he smiled indifferently and said calmly, "I apologize for letting you down." At first, Meads clung to the idea that what he was seeing was nothing more than a bad taste illusion, and his disturbed mind was playing tricks on him. However, when Bai Zemin's voice reached his hearings, he immediately knew that what he was seeing was the cruel and grim reality. Under the shocked eyes of Uriel and Gabriel, Mead's body shook fiercely for a brief moment before staggering backwards and coughing up a mouthful of white blood. "Lord! My lord!" Uriel waved her hand hurriedly, holding back the blood and preventing it from spreading through the water. Gabriel's body flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared next to Mead's. He supported him with a face still full of disbelief and asked in shock, "Are you okay?" Meads cleaned off the blood and shook his head, signaling that he was fine now. Freeing himself from Gabriel's grip, he looked at Bai Zemin with eyes that showed nothing but indifference and utter detachment. "How did you survive?" Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow in surprise, as he hadn't expected this to be the first thing Meads would say. He smiled slightly and said calmly, "How I survived is none of your business, is it? You just need to know that what you did today completely infuriated me. Your army of heaven and I absolutely cannot coexist under the same sky." In fact, after the immovable heart skill evolved, some of Bai Zemin's most bestial and cruel thoughts had shown signs of disappearing, as his logical mind began to take place. With the Golden Domain being a constant and formidable threat that could annihilate all life in the universe, Bai Zemin judged that it would not be a good idea to harm the forces on this side too much. Regardless of how hateful most of the higher existences might be, and even though he did not have a favorable opinion of them, when all was said and done, the reality was that they all shared the same common enemy against whom they needed to unite to defeat. However, today's events infuriated Bai Zemin to the core. Unlike the dragon god kingdom that only targeted him, the army of heaven also put the life of the woman he was in love with in danger, and even now Bai Zemin knew nothing about Lilith. Besides, he could not deny that the sight of Shangyu and Bing Zhu crying and in such a vulnerable state upset and angered him more than he thought possible. He had already made up his mind to wipe out the army of heaven at any cost. Meads gazed into Bai Zemin's eyes for a long time before slowly closing his eyes. If he had any doubt left before, he was now completely convinced that the young man in front of him was the reincarnation of Sirius. That's because only Sirius had managed to press him down to the breaking point. "We're leaving." Meads shook his head. He gave Bai Zemin a last glance before disappearing without a trace. He was so fast that Bai Zemin didn't even see how he left. The difference between the two sides was colossal, to say the least. "My lord," Gabriel wanted to call him back, but it was already too late. He looked at Bai Zemin with a tinge of wariness this time, and the smug little smile he always had on his face was nowhere to be seen at the moment. "Uriel, we're out of here." As if running away from something, Gabriel turned and quickly stepped across the void in front of him. The man was in such a state of shock and horror that he didn't even notice the fact that the Archangel of Fire, Michael, had not returned with Meads. Instead of leaving immediately, Uriel looked at Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bing Zhu, who refused to leave his arms as if afraid that he would disappear. A complicated expression shone on her otherworldly face, and although she seemed to want to say something, she ultimately only shook her head softly and sighed before disappearing without a trace. For a couple of seconds, the only thing that could be heard under the deep water was the movement of the rushing waves and the occasional low growl of the giant sea beasts that were oppressed by the auras of those present. How can this be? The king of the Coral Kingdom was the first that broke the silence. His face was deathly pale and his lips had turned purple in an instant. When his eyes looked at Bai Zemin, it was as if he was looking at the legendary Leviathan instead of a small human being. Before, the various higher existences had promised him that as long as he helped them obtain the world's connector and hinder or even kill Bai Zemin, They would not only help him strengthen his kingdom, but also immediately accept him into one of their factions once he met the base requirements. After learning that there were tremendously more powerful beings out there, the king of the Coral Kingdom felt his icy heart begin to warm with desire. He wanted to step out of this small world and step onto a larger stage where he could show his worth. However, just like a castle built of sand, the tide of reality hit him hard and destroyed his weak walls he naively thought were unbreakable. "It's over, father." Shui Meiying gazed at him with cold eyes and said, "You should never have trusted those intruders. They are all creatures that don't belong to this world, but you decided to listen to them. Did you really think they would keep their promises?" Shui Meiying simply could not understand how her usually smart and clever father seemed to turn into a stupid man whose mind did not work well. As far as she was concerned, those higher existences would immediately turn their backs on them once they got their hands on what they were looking for. Therefore, after much deliberation, Shui Meiying chose to ally with a human such as Bai Zemin when the opportunity presented itself. Ignoring Shui Meiying and the old king, Bai Zemin kept his spear and put his hands on the slender shoulders of the woman who refused to let go of him and clung to his tunic as if her life depended on it. Bing Zhu. She simply let out a sound similar to that of a small kitten meowing. "Are you okay?" Bai Zemin sighed in his heart seeing her in this condition. Although he was extremely worried about Lilith to the point where he was on the verge of insanity since he couldn't see her anywhere, he simply didn't have the will to push Shangyu and Bingzhu away. It was clear that the cold and indifferent Shangyu and Bingzhu, whom everyone secretly called Ice Queen, was not as cold as everyone thought. She was cold and detached on the surface, but only Bai Zemin knew that inside she was warm and affectionate like jade hidden under layers of stone. Only he and he alone could see this side of her. It was his special privilege. While Bai Zemin was lost in his thoughts, something he had been waiting for a long time finally happened. The leader of the Army of Heaven has given up and desisted from extending his influence on Earth. All foreign factions have been forced out. All evolutionary requirements have been successfully fulfilled. Congratulations, you have acquired the unique class Blood Warlock, 2. Instead of paying attention to the other notifications, Bai Zemin thought on the skill he got when he became the successor of the Sky Emperor. This skill's name was Sky Ruler, and it was neither good for attacking nor defending in battle. In fact, it was locked, so Bai Zemin had ignored it until today, as he could only use it when he became a third-order soul evolver. Now, however, he only needed to fulfill one more requirement, and he could finally use that skill. Only then would the Earth truly be his. The only thing he hoped for was to become emperor as soon as possible. Only then would he feel at ease and not have to worry about some crazy angel destroying the whole world. Now that all the factions had left and given up on Earth, Bai Zemin could not rule out the fact that some higher existence would do everything possible to destroy this world. And the very thought terrified him. Chapter 12, 81 A Century. Given the circumstances, Bai Zemin did not linger too long over the records he had just absorbed. For starters, he was not in a comfortable and safe place, he did not have the time to stop and surf through his soul records to understand what he had just gained and what he didn't. Not to mention the fact that Lilith's absence still weighed like a 10,000-ton mountain on his heart. The only thing that made Bai Zemin satisfied and happy was the fact that his cracked soul had recovered considerably after he evolved to the Third Order. He estimated that the time needed to get back to his best had been shortened from 30 days to 15 days at most. This time, Bai Zemin's physical body did not explode the way it did when he evolved to Second Order. While the records within his soul were so strong that it was incomparable to the past, his physical body, which had been destroyed twice in the past few months, had reformed in such a way that it was many times more durable than ever before. About a minute later, Shangyu and Bingzhu slowly released her grip on Bai Zemin. She took half a step back and stared into his eyes with an extremely gentle gaze. "I was really scared. I thought I really wouldn't see you again. I was even making my preparations to die today." Thanks to the fire element tunic he took from Thanath after killing him, Bai Zemin could make a small sphere around him and push the water away to a certain extent. Although he did not wear the water mask, Shangyu and Bingzhu did, and so he could not see what kind of expression she was making. Even so, he could see her blue eyes as clear as the sky, even in the middle of the darkness. He subconsciously reached out his hand and caressed her soaked hair at the same time as he shook his head. "Don't say that." Shangyu and Bingzhu shook her head and stepped back without saying more. Bai Zemin did not understand how heavy the feelings she had for him were, and each class advancement in the company of their many experiences together boosted those sentimental records even higher. To say that Bai Zemin was more important than herself was not an exaggeration at all, as that was exactly how Shangyuan Bingzu felt. Her love was absolutely not inferior to what Wu Yijun and Lilith felt for him, and from a certain point of view, it could even be on its way to being even stronger given the developmental path she chose for herself. Suddenly, Bai Zemin's expression moved as he sensed two extremely familiar auras approaching close in. His black eyes shone brightly, and without hesitation rushed towards the distant horizon at full speed to meet those two rapidly approaching auras. Although Shangyuan Bingzu did not notice anything, she did not hesitate to follow him immediately. Feng Tianwu also wanted to follow them, but her physical body was too weak, so she could only stay in the ice sphere. Besides, she also needed to stay to support Shui Meiying in case the old king of the Coral Kingdom tried to attack her. After swimming faster than a torpedo for almost 50 kilometers, Bai Zemin stopped and looked around. It should be over here. Just when he was feeling perplexed and confused, a black crevice almost 3 meters high opened up just 10 meters away from where he stopped. Eh? When Lilith, accompanied by Fire Sorrow, stepped out of the spatial crevice, they were both surprised to find Bai Zemin standing not far away. It was clear that he was waiting for them, almost as if he already knew where they were going to appear next. Despite their confusion, Lilith and Fire Sorrow didn't think too much about it, as they both knew that they didn't have time to stop on that sort of matter. Besides, from both of their point of view, no matter how irregular Bai Zemin was, it wasn't possible for him to sense them while they were tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even they couldn't do it after all. One should know that after teleporting to this universe following their escape from the Berserk Giant, Lilith and Fire Sorrow appeared in a completely different solar system, so they had to open several spatial crevices to move through the void and get here. Therefore, the thought of Bai Zemin detecting them from the moment they entered Earth's solar system was something that never crossed their minds. "You're alive." Fire Sorrow's eyes lit up, and for an instant she forgot all her worries as she gazed at Bai Zemin with affection. She had really grown fond of him to the point where she would like to be his friend regardless of whether he was the reincarnation of the man she always loved. Bai Zemin was about to nod, but suddenly his expression changed and his pupils contracted. Swoosh! His body practically teleported, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lilith. Seeing the miserable condition she was in, a dense murderous intent was released from his body, and the figure of a blood-colored wolf holding a bloody spear emerged behind him. Putting aside the visible wounds and burns on Lilith's body, Bai Zemin noticed that not only were her eyes blinded, but for some reason he could even feel her vitality now comparable to that of a peak 4th order soul evolver at best. Lilith was a peak 6th order demon, but her overall vitality had fallen to this point. "You little rascal, you really know how to make me worry for you." Lilith sighed with a lovely smile on her pale face. She really was worried to death for his safety. She didn't even hesitate or flinch to directly expose her biggest secrets, all for the sake of killing those who put his life in danger. And she didn't even think twice when she put her life on the line, all for the sake of going after him as quickly as possible. Each and every one of her actions was for his sake, even though each and every one of them would hurt her directly or indirectly in both the short and long term. This was something simply unthinkable to her old self, and Lilith couldn't help but smile to herself as she remembered how she used to be in the past. All her actions were worthy of respect and admiration. How many women in the world would be willing to do even 10% of what Lilith did for Bai Zemin? Having a woman like this to follow you on your path was probably the greatest wish of most men and the greatest fortune of a very few chosen ones. Even Shangyuan Bingzu, who didn't get along very well with Lilith, couldn't help but feel some admiration when she glanced at her. She thought that only a woman like that could be worthy of a man as generous as him, a man capable of giving his last drop of blood for the sake of those he loved. Bai Zemin said nothing, but saying nothing did not mean that he did not realize what was going on, even if he had no way of knowing everything. "This dead-eye Bai Zemin will repay you with interest when the time is right." Bai Zemin cursed Medes, Uriel, and all the angels in his rage-filled heart. A new notification flashed in his eyes, but he ignored it. Under Fire Sorrow's shocked eyes and Lilith's dumbfounded expression, Bai Zemin slammed outward, and immediately a bubble of nothingness arose as all the water was pushed out. The most surprising thing was that the water could not approach again, as a group of invisible walls kept everything 20 meters away from them. Fire Sorrow's pupils contracted and subconsciously exclaimed, "This strength, you evolved." Only now did she and Lilith have the opportunity to perceive the aura surrounding Bai Zemin, the aura of a peak third-order soul evolver. Moreover, what he just did, that seemingly simple and casual feat actually required over 15,000 strength points, considering they were thousands of meters under the sea with millions of tons of weight on their bodies. 15,000 strength points without even using overlap regeneration. Fire Sorrow gasped in a breath of cold air as she stared at Bai Zemin in shock. 15,000 strength points was equivalent to the physical strength that a level 400 golden five-clawed dragon could reach after maturity. But the problem here was that Bai Zemin was a human being, a level 200 human being. Zemin you, however, her shock soon turned to joy and pride. She didn't care if Bai Zemin was an anomaly, an irregular, or an ordinary human being. She just wanted him to be able to have a full and good life, but the higher his achievements, the happier she would feel for the one she loved. Lilith was also shocked. Besides, Lilith finally knew that Bai Zemin's identity was extremely high and illustrious after her discussion with the flame of burning wrath. So much so that probably no one in the entire universe was more important than him, just as 1,000 commoners simply could not compare to a royal. "Don't talk anymore." Bai Zemin shook his head and said in a soft voice, "Let me help you first, okay?" "Help me?" Lilith suddenly stopped as she saw the skin on Bai Zemin's outstretched palm split open. A blast of 70% red and 30% golden blood floated out, and under his expert control, it gathered in one place. 1 liter. 2 liters. 3 liters. 4 liters. Under Shangyuan Bingzu's and the other two's shocked eyes, 10 liters of blood soon flowed out of Bai Zemin's body and pooled into a floating sphere at a distance of 1 step. Considering that a grown man had 4 to 6 liters of blood at most, Bai Zemin's action was the same as killing 2 people on average. However, except for his pale face, there was no discomfort visible on his face. "Compress and condense," Bai Zemin stated in a serious voice as he clenched his open palm into a tight fist. The sphere of blood quickly began to become smaller, and a kind of crimson mist spread from the inside out, surrounding it and blocking the view of others. 5 minutes later, Bai Zemin's face was as white as paper and large beads of sweat slid down from his forehead. If not for the fact that he seemed to be at a crucial point of something important, Lilith and Shangyuan Bingzu would have already rushed to stop him. About 2 minutes later, Bai Zemin sighed and a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Fortunately, I made it through." The crimson mist quickly began to fade, and what showed up before the 3 women's eyes was a liquid ball no more than a centimeter in diameter. Most striking about the ball, however, was its color. Golden. Completely golden, and even shiny like gold itself. "Did your blood manipulation skill evolve into the 6th order?" Fire Sorrow gasped, looking at Bai Zemin in shock. 6th order. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and shook his head secretly. Where could there be such a good thing in this life? Still, a lot of memories that were locked in the seal inside his soul rose up. Therefore, Bai Zemin could now make use of some things that he did not know how before despite having the idea. Each time more memories unlocked, the more Bai Zemin realized how great was the value of that 10,000-year illusion he lived stuck in. What's more, this time it wasn't just memories of combat methods and skill control. Bai Zemin finally remembered the first 100 years of his life with the Lilith of that world, and his feelings for the woman in front of him only grew. Despite feeling some loneliness and sadness inside, he forcefully suppressed it and continued. However, Bai Zemin did not know if he could endure 10,000 whole years knowing that he would never be able to see that person again. Chapter 1282. The time has arrived. Lilith, drink my blood first, approached her with the small ball of golden liquid floating an inch above his palm and remarked, "This blood ball is 99.9% composed of my essence blood. I concentrated a large part of my vitality into it, so it should be pretty much enough to help you considering your current physical condition." "Did you use your core blood?" Lilith was surprised at first, but then her expression changed as she thought of something. Her body trembled and there was a trace of anger in her voice as she spoke. "Zemin, are you stupid? Why did you do such a crazy thing? In theory, only those in the 5th order and above should be able to use their essence blood. For example, some of the maddest alchemists among the higher existences would sometimes use their essence blood to brew high-level vitality potions. In return, these alchemists would have their overall vitality reduced, and their strength would drop hundreds of levels when the case was severe. Even though her eyes were burned blind, Lilith could still tell that Bai Zemin was definitely not at his best. While his current aura was more than twice as powerful as before, the erratic fluctuations in his records and the occasional leakage of power were solid proof that his soul was damaged. Bai Zemin felt warm inside as he saw the anger on Lilith's pretty face. The more concern she showed for him, the more Bai Zemin wanted to pamper her and keep her away from all the evils of the world to let her live well and comfortably. "Don't worry, little succubus," he joked, trying to lighten the heavy mood a bit. "Even though I did use some of my core blood, I still have blood manipulation, don't I? I just need to work a little to speed up the production of essence blood. Give me half a month of time and I'll be totally ready to go into battle." "Only half a month?" Lilith asked, half doubting and half believing. "Half a month to cure your soul and regain your lost blood?" "Half a month at worst, yes," Bai Zemin nodded earnestly. He wasn't lying. He really needed that time to surpass his previous peak now that he evolved, and his level shot up by 100 levels. Despite not having checked his skills and the notifications he received, Bai Zemin already knew that many of his skills evolved by 1 or 2 orders. His current vitality and regenerative speed could only be described as monster-like. "Lilith, since Bai Zemin said it, just do as he says." Fire Sorrow interjected from the side and said, "Besides, he already broke his connection with that essence blood, didn't he? You might as well take advantage of this to make you recover as fast as possible." Finally, Lilith sighed in her heart and nodded towards them. "All right then." Bai Zemin's eyes lit up as his biggest concern was to make Lilith drink his blood. He feared that she would ask him to drink it, but fortunately, this did not happen. "If you have any healing skill, then use it when you are drinking the blood." Bai Zemin carefully controlled the blood ball, pulling out a thin strand and bringing it to Lilith's red lips. "The more healing assistance you get, the better the effect will be." Lilith nodded softly and said nothing more. When she drank the first strand of blood, she immediately felt a wave of ardent heat flooding her throat and later her chest, slowly spreading throughout her body. Actually, she was also worried about the current situation. Lilith knew that it would be difficult for her to ensure her safety now that her secrets were exposed, and she failed to leave Meads and Uriel behind. Therefore, she did not refuse Bai Zemin's offer of help, even though he was harming himself to help her heal faster. 1 strand of blood. 2 strands of blood. 3 strands of blood. 4 strands. Time passed slowly as the small ball of golden blood grew smaller and smaller. "This life force belongs to a level 200 soul evolver." Lilith smiled wryly inwardly as she closed her eyes and felt the changes taking place within her. "Even I only reached this life force after I entered the 6th order. Even though my physical body is not the strongest, it should still be comparable to that of the average warrior, but this guy already." Regardless of her surprise and unbelief, Lilith felt genuinely happy and even relieved now that she grasped her beloved's newfound strength to some extent. "I think it's about time to speak." Lilith sighed as this thought flashed through her head. A somewhat melancholy and slightly fearful expression grew on her face without her realizing it as hundreds of thoughts swirled inside her. "It's only a matter of time before my identity spreads among the different factions. Though it is sooner than I anticipated, and not in the way I would like, this is as far as my cover went." Had it not been for Lilith being deeply in love with Bai Zemin, to the point of no return, she would never have been so careless as to do the things she did today. Her second firmament fragment would still be a secret. No one would know that she was the holder of the firmament fragment left behind by the ice goddess Skadi, which she used to destroy a world of the army of heaven. And naturally, no one would know that she was not from this universe. However, Lilith had no regrets about her decisions or her actions. Although she felt it was a pity since there were still many things she could do and support Bai Zemin from other perspectives. Perhaps this was for the best. The only thing Lilith really feared was Bai Zemin's reaction when he learns the truth. While Lilith knew that Bai Zemin could probably already guess a thing or two when he learned of the existence of alternate dimensions given his intelligence, she feared that he would have some sort of change of heart or mind when he heard her whole story and her original purpose. Even though I could keep some things shut up for myself, Lilith dismissed the thought immediately. She wanted no more secrets and longed to be a completely open book to him. If everything ended happily, Lilith and Bai Zemin would be together for eternity and could even continue to exist after the stones split and the seas dried up. An eternity was too long even for immortals, and Lilith witnessed the breakup of many couples who were together for tens of millennia. A healthy relationship was better without secrets after all, because once trust was broken it was impossible to restore it to its original form. Before this, Lilith had no intention of talking to Bai Zemin regarding some matters, not because she didn't trust him, but because he was simply too weak. Some things were better not to know before getting the strength to counter, as instead of helping, they would only become a great impediment. But it's okay now, Lilith thought to herself, remembering Bai Zemin's earlier punch and feeling the massive life power flowing into every corner of her body and soul. That human boy that killed his first mutant bee on day one had grown up. His wings had spread completely, and he no longer needed to be protected in his every step, but his enemies would have to watch out for his claws. Regardless of the methods he used to make it happen, even a fifth-order angel died at his hands. It's okay now, Lilith repeated to herself, and suddenly felt as if a great burden was lifted from her shoulders. Bai Zemin had been paying attention to Lilith while carefully helping her consume his essence blood. He caught a glimpse of her every change of expression, and did not miss the initial melancholy or fear. Therefore, he also did not miss her expression of relief when a small smile that overflowed with innocence and purity peeked slightly at the corner of her lips. Everyone had their own story, and Lilith was certainly someone with stories to tell. Bai Zemin might have figured out only a thing or two about her so far, but he was very clear that the story behind her was absolutely tragic. Precisely because of this knowledge, he never pressed her or asked about her past, as he firmly believed that she would one day tell him when she felt ready to do it. Instinctively, he knew that the time might have come now. Just at that moment, a faint but warm screen of pale green light delicately covered Lilith's figure. Her already beautiful face was even more beautiful under the natural green light, and the few mutant plants that could withstand the pressure of the water at such a depth suddenly became more lively and vibrant. Lilith's closed eyes opened, displaying two beautiful red irises that sparkled like rubies. She had regained her sight in less than a minute and was still healing. She could see everything clearly under such darkness, so naturally she did not miss Bai Zemin's expression when she used her own healing power to the fullest extent possible. At this moment, Lilith was not worried about how far she could heal, but about the little man's emotions before her. Bai Zemin was stunned when he saw her beautiful face under the pale green light. It was Shangyuan Bingzu, however, who had the strongest reaction. Why, huh? Her blue eyes trembled as a flash of doubt shone in her pupils as she stared at Lilith, who looked like a goddess. That aura and green flash was something Shangyuan Bingzu would never mistake after all. Although there were clear differences from her point of view, it absolutely resembled Wu Yijin too much. Even Fire Sorrow seemed to realize something and muttered to herself, "Where did I?" Suddenly Fire Sorrow gazed at Lilith in shock and exclaimed, "Ah, I know now. I knew this aura of yours was familiar to me, but now I finally have it figured out." A few months ago, Fire Sorrow came into contact with something she never expected to see. Her contact with that thing was very short, only a few seconds at most, but it was enough for her to remember its aura. And now, an extremely similar, if not identical aura was being exuded from Lilith's body. Chapter 1283, Lilith's Choice. "You sure like to make a fuss over everything, don't you?" Lilith rolled her eyes at the scream Fire Sorrow made. Fire Sorrow blinked before rolling her eyes back at her. Feeling a bit speechless, she growled, "You have a world tree heart fragment, woman. If this isn't a reason to make a fuss, then there are no worthy things to make a fuss about, are there?" Right? The aura and green light that surrounded Lilith's body, boosting her healing and regeneration in sync with Bai Zemin's essence blood, were characteristic of the World Tree Heart fragment. This was the reason why Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were dumbfounded after recognizing this fact, since in theory Wu Yijin was the only one who had a piece of the heart of the legendary World Tree. In fact, Shangyuan Bingzu, who had spent the most time with Wu Yijin, could tell that the aura surrounding Lilith was many times stronger and purer. But Lilith, how did you? Hesitated and stopped. As a matter of fact, he was now at least 80% certain of Lilith's identity. It was just that remaining 20% kept him doubting, since according to his analysis and investigation things shouldn't be as simple as they seemed at first glance. "I'll explain everything soon, I promise." Lilith nodded with a serious expression on her face. After a pause, she said, "Whatever you're thinking now is probably not wrong. It's just that you need more details to have a better understanding of what's really happening." Bai Zemin nodded immediately and did not say anything else again. His eyes flashed with joy as Lilith's words meant that she finally decided to tell him her story and her purposes. There was no need to rush now that she promised him. Besides, this was not a particularly pleasant place to talk about important matters. As Bai Zemin helped Lilith digest the life force in his blood, Lilith closed her eyes and used 5 healing skills on herself, all of them with extremely pure natural energy thanks to the power of the World Tree Heart Fragment. Fire Sorrow's eyes, on the other hand, wandered around the surroundings. She was clearly anxious, but despite noticing this irregularity, Bai Zemin decided not to point it out. It was Shangyuan Bing Zhu who somehow couldn't take her eyes off Lilith. She still had this strange feeling towards her that she could neither explain nor understand, but be that as it may, she simply did not like her for some reason that she was unable to figure out. About half an hour later, all of Bai Zemin's essence blood was completely absorbed and assimilated into Lilith's body and soul. "How is it?" he asked anxiously, unable to hide his concern. Lilith didn't answer right away, but after a closer inspection of almost 5 minutes, she finally nodded with a happy smile. "I think I will be completely healthy within 2 or 3 days. Right now, I can pull out about 95% of my strength if necessary." Bai Zemin immediately sighed in relief and couldn't help but smile. "That's good." "Good," Lilith smiled wryly and shook her head. "Zemin, you'd better be careful with that blood of yours. At this point, your entire body is a high-level treasure. Even factions of higher existences might start going for your head." Of course, Lilith's last words were a joke. After all, there were already factions of higher existences aiming for her head. However, Bai Zemin understood what she meant, thus he nodded. "Don't worry, I know what I have to do." "In that case, we're good." Lilith gave him a peck on the lips and nodded with a smile. Just at that moment, Fire Sorrow, who looked nervous and anxious, suddenly jumped in place. What was it? Bai Zemin exchanged glances with Lilith and Shangyuan Bing Zhu, the 3 of them feeling puzzled as Fire Sorrow seemed to be talking to herself. A moment later, however, Lilith narrowed and her eyes flashed mysteriously. Now, Fire Sorrow hesitated before nodding. "All right, I'll get that." Immediately afterward, she glanced at Lilith and hesitated. Lilith sighed secretly as her suspicions were confirmed. On the surface, her expression remained impassive and she calmly said, "Was that the leader?" "Yes." "I knew it." Lilith looked at Fire Sorrow with a hint of gratitude and said, "You could have communicated with him using voice transmissions, but you spoke aloud so as not to hide the fact that he contacted you." Fire Sorrow brushed a lock of hair off her forehead in an attempt to hide her complex emotional state. She was really feeling complicated when it came to Lilith. There was a certain appreciation, camaraderie, and even a deeper affection like that of friends. However, after learning that Lilith was a being from another dimension, Fire Sorrow couldn't help distrusting her to a certain extent. "So what does our lazy leader want?" Lilith asked calmly, seemingly having no idea what Fire Sorrow was thinking. Bai Zemin stood next to Shangyuan Bing Zhu, and neither of them interrupted. Given their intelligence, however, they both realized that something extremely big was about to break out. What's more, they both put 1 and 1 together and easily figured out that all of this had something to do with the miserable state of the God of Heaven. Fire Sorrow gave Bai Zemin a sidelong glance as if hesitating to speak, but after some more thought, she decided to throw all caution to the wind. Every emperor or empress has a skill that allows them to return to one of the worlds under their control as long as they are under the same stars that world is under. Fire Sorrow calmly explained and said, "A few minutes ago, Lucifer His Majesty got a notification. It looks like Medes really went all out, and what happened on that battlefield is now circulating like crazy among the various factions." "That's faster than I thought," Lilith muttered before slowly nodding. Fire Sorrow forced a smile and said bitterly, "Lilith, it's been hundreds of thousands of years since a 7th-order soul evolver fell from the sky. You killed Michael, raising a huge disturbance by breaking the 100,000-year treaty. Even if we leave aside everything else, this alone is enough to shake the honeycomb and cause a great agitation." Cough, cough. Bai Zemin choked on his own saliva and nearly suffocated to death. He looked at Lilith in shock and said in disbelief, Did you kill the Archangel Michael?" Lilith shrugged her shoulders, as if killing a soul evolver in the peak of the 7th Order was no big deal. Only Shangyuan Bing Zhu had a knew it expression on her covered face, as she was suspicious, since she didn't see the Fire Archangel return at all. Since the death of the last 7th Order soul evolver belonging to Immortal Bloodlust, All the major factions signed a mutual pact where they agreed not to kill commander-level soul evolvers. Fire Sorrow smiled bitterly and explained, "With the Golden Domain people over our heads, and with each invasion getting more dangerous than the last, we could only do this to avoid major losses coming from within. But now, you killed Michael, not to mention all the rest." Golden Domain. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin with confusion, as this was her first time hearing those two words together. "I'll explain later," he whispered with his attention on Fire Sorrow's words. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded, and said no more as she realized this was not the moment. After almost a minute of silence, Lilith asked indifferently, "So, Lucifer wants you to take me to Cram World or something?" From Lilith's point of view, no matter how strong Lucifer and the demonic army were, it was simply impossible for them to resist under the pressure of all the other factions. To her surprise, however, Fire Sorrow shook her head. "No, it's quite the opposite actually." Fire Sorrow sighed and said with a serious expression on her face, "Lilith, Lucifer called me back to Cram World immediately, so I have to go. And if things get out of hand, I don't know if we'll ever see each other again. I just hope we don't have to become enemies tomorrow." Even though her words were a bit strange, Fire Sorrow was sure that Lilith would understand the meaning of her last sentence. It was just that at this moment Lilith was completely dumbfounded and perplexed, as she didn't expect that Lucifer didn't want her in Cram World, but rather that he wanted her to stay on Earth. After all, she was the cause of everything, and in order for the demonic army to avoid trouble and calamity, the most logical action to take would be to hand her over. Suddenly, Lilith realized that Lucifer was able to become the leader of millions of higher existences, not only because of his power, but also because he was a truly charismatic and eminent man. Perhaps only someone like him was able to gather the most unhinged people under a single flag, regardless of their past race, and subdue them without using force and without the need to be present at all times. Lilith could not help but feel mixed emotions in her heart. She was naturally grateful to Lucifer, but at this moment she wished he would act the way others would act, since this way it would be considerably easier for her, and she wouldn't need to take any risks. "I'll go." "What?" Fire Sorrow looked at Lilith, dumbfounded. "I said I'll go to Cram World with you," Lilith repeated calmly. Now that Lucifer had made a decision she did not expect but did not reject, Lilith had to make hers as well. Although this would put her in danger, she was no longer a cold killing machine who was only driven by her goals. "No, you won't." Fire Sorrow frowned and reprimanded in a firm voice. "Are you stupid or what? If you go there you will become everyone's enemy. Even the entire demonic army won't be able to protect you. And there is indeed a possibility that we might have to attack you as well." However, Lilith was no longer listening to her. She was extremely stubborn after all, and when she made up her mind about something, she could not be stopped even by 9 oxen. "Zemin, could you give me one of those accessories, like the one you gave to that Eventide World princess and the core members of your group?" Lilith looked at Bai Zemin and said with a comforting smile, "You trust me, right?" "I..." In fact, Bai Zemin wanted to refuse and make her stay behind on Earth. After hearing Fire Sorrow's explanation, he knew that Lilith was in life-threatening danger. And judging from her last words, there was some information that he was still unaware of, otherwise Fire Sorrow would never say that they might have to attack Lilith if she showed herself in front of everyone. But seeing the firm expression on her face and the confidence in her eyes, Bai Zemin knew that Lilith had already made up her mind. Despite having recently evolved, Bai Zemin did not feel happy at all, nor was there a hint of pride in having killed an angel while he was still a level 100 soul evolver. He was simply too weak. So weak that he couldn't even properly protect the woman he loved. Stronger, he must become stronger, and quickly. At this rate it would be a miracle if what happened with Jade didn't happen again. Only next time it might be someone he absolutely couldn't afford to lose. "Little pervert, what are you thinking?" Lilith pointed at the frown on his face with her index finger and said with a truthful smile, "Since I asked you for that item, it's because I naturally have intentions of coming back to you, don't you think?" Bai Zemin stared into her eyes for a long time, looking for any trace of lies or falsehood. However, he only saw confidence and decisiveness, so much so that he had never seen Lilith so sure of anything since he met her. "Okay, I'll wait for your return home." Bai Zemin said nothing more and pulled out a small silver necklace from his storage ring. This necklace was almost identical to the one he crafted a year and a half ago when he was still in Eventide World. In the center of a thin, graceful, star-shaped silver plate was a small, bright crimson pearl, whose aura was full of age and distortion. Of course, Lilith smiled gently, and in a voice only she could hear, whispered, "After so many years I'll finally have a place to call home, Chapter 12, 84 Crazy Plan. Time passed in silence as Bai Zemin stared silently at the empty space in front of him. Around him, there was nothing but ice-cold water, sea beasts of enormous size a little farther away, and some mutant plants that wailed after losing that warm pale green light that shone like a small sun under the ocean. More than 5 minutes had passed since Lilith and Fire Sorrow left, but in spite of this Bai Zemin did not move from his place and just stared. Thousands of thoughts ran through his head, trying to understand what Lilith wanted to do. Logically speaking, Lilith certainly wouldn't go courting death. If she wanted to die, she would have done it when she was at her lowest point and not now that she was in love and with a family waiting for her at home. It was exactly this what helped Bai Zemin to calm down and think things through rationally. "I'm quite surprised you didn't say something to stop her, though," Shangyuan Bingzu spoke. She had remained silent until now as she wanted to give him some time to calm his spirit and heart, but she finally couldn't take it anymore and said what was on her mind. "It's not that I didn't want to do it, to be honest," Bai Zemin said lightly. He shook his head and sighed to himself, but would that have been the right thing to do? Shangyuan Bingzu stayed silent but subtly shook her head. Lilith could be very affectionate and loving towards Bai Zemin, so much so that no trace of her usual coldness and cruelty could be seen whenever they were together. However, after nearly 3 years of being together and gradually getting to know each other, Shangyuan Bingzu was aware that Lilith was a stubborn and determined woman. It was not for nothing that she had made it to the 6th Order, after all. "An eternity is too long, Bingzu." Bai Zemin turned to look at her and said with a somewhat forced smile, "We have to do our best not to leave regrets in our path, as even the strongest ones cannot turn back time." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and said softly, "I know. That's why you didn't want me to kill that man." That man she was talking about was, of course, her father, Chuanyuan Wenchen. Bai Zemin nodded. "That's how it is. So, Lilith probably doesn't want Lucifer and the demonic army to get into life and death trouble because of her." Actually, Shangyuan Bingzu didn't need Bai Zemin to explain it all. She was smart after all, and even though she didn't like Lilith, Shangyuan Bingzu admitted in her heart that the woman had great values of her own. Even though Lilith said nothing, how could Bai Zemin not understand the gestures and expressions of the woman he shared a bed with for so many nights? He knew even her most involuntary gestures, and with a little effort could easily discover her thoughts even before she put them into words. If Lucifer instructed Fire Sorrow to take Lilith with her, Lilith would most likely have refused without a second thought, leaving them to their own fate. She wouldn't feel indebted to a faction that surrenders its own under pressure. Bai Zemin slowly explained. But since Lucifer is willing to take the risk, there is no way Lilith, whose personality is proud and arrogant but at the same time warm and gentle, would stand still without paying back. "Then that's why you didn't say anything despite the danger that going to that cram world entails," Shangyuan Bingzu sighed, with complicated emotions slipping inside her. "So that Lilith can continue walking her path without looking back with feelings of attachment, reluctance, or pains and regrets." Bai Zemin nodded with a serious expression. He clenched his fists and pointed more to himself than to anyone else. "Lilith already suffered too much. That's why I hope she can live a good life from now on." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded silently and no longer spoke. She realized that, although Bai Zemin let her go seemingly easily, he was probably raging a fierce battle in his heart all this time. The selfishness of wanting to keep the woman who owned his heart close at all times, to keep her from putting her life at risk, even if it meant compromising her smiles in the long run, was a force too great and too difficult to defeat. Very few men could do this. "Let's go." Bai Zemin swam easily to her and took her hand without hesitation. "We have work to do as well." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and let herself be led on. However, a thought flashed in her mind and she couldn't push it away at all. Bai Zemin seemed to have changed. Rather than evolving into the 3rd Order and becoming stronger, his mentality. It didn't take the duel long to get back to where Feng Tianwu and Shui Meiying were waiting. After arriving, Bai Zemin immediately glanced at the old king of the Coral Kingdom. His eyes, which were previously filled with emotions while talking about and with Lilith, or while interacting freely with Shangyuan Bingzu, were now like 2 bottomless sinkholes, threatening with devouring the royal merman's life. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin calmly asked, "Shui Meiying, how would you describe your relationship with your father?" Shui Meiying immediately answered without hesitation. "A little closer to that of a boss and his subordinate, but not as close as that of a father and his daughter. Bai Zemin nodded and said indifferently, "In that case that makes it easier." Seeing Bai Zemin raising his hand, the current king of the Coral Kingdom suddenly felt an enormous pressure on his back as every spine in his body began to crack. His skin fissured in an instant, and large volumes of blood gushed out of his pores. How is this possible? The king of the Coral Kingdom had never felt so helpless and powerless in his entire life, except when the various higher existences appeared in front of him. No, this time it was even worse since those higher existences did not hurt him at all. Even though the king of the Coral Kingdom knew that the three humans in front of him, particularly the two females, had enough strength to fight him and even threaten his life, he never expected that the male with the lower level actually would be so overwhelming once he made his move. If there is a next life, remember to mind your own business and not plot against those you know nothing about. Hearing those words that were no different than his sentence, the king of the Coral Kingdom immediately called out, trying to explain himself. Wait a moment. Boom! Like a swollen balloon that took in a lot of air all at once, the body of the now former king of the Coral Kingdom puffed up before exploding with a loud boom. His crushed flesh and blood mingled with the broken scales of his tail, floating around without direction. After a moment of deathly silence, Shui Meiying gasped, and her pupils trembled as she stared at her father's smashed corpse. She literally didn't have time to say a single word, let alone react. Wasn't this a little too much? Even though Shui Meiying knew that Bai Zemin had the ability to defeat and perhaps kill her father, she never expected the difference between the two sides to be this immeasurable. One needed to know that her father was a fourth-order soul evolver, far above her level. And no wonder these two proud and powerful females are willing to follow him. Shui Meiying could feel her own heart pounding fiercely inside her chest and rejoiced that she had made the right decision. Even now, Shui Meiying had not realized that the Bai Zemin in front of her was not the same Bai Zemin she met in Hero City. Bai Zemin reached out and with a grabbing gesture took back two small glowing items that were being swept away by the deep currents. One was a small deep blue rock, the former king's fourth-order soul stone. As for the other object, Shui Meiying suddenly thought of something when she saw the purple-colored gem in Bai Zemin's hands. You killed my father, but now how am I supposed to become queen of the Coral Kingdom? Naturally, I have my ways, rest easy. Bai Zemin shook his head. He killed the Coral Kingdom king for 3 reasons. To begin with, the relationship Bai Zemin had with First Princess Shui Meiying was not at all as close as the relationship he and Xian Meier had. Shui Meiying was just an associate, and it could be said that they were both using each other. But Xian Meier was someone whom Bai Zemin considered his friend, after realizing that she was still the same peace-loving mermaid who hated war even if they could give her power. Second, and more important than the initial and final point, the king of the Coral Kingdom had colluded with the army of heaven to kill him. But what sealed the fate of the now former king was that, partly because of him, Lilith had to take great risks that even now she was not completely free of. Third, Bai Zemin did not need the old king for Shui Meiying to ascend to the throne of queen. And since he never made a promise as he did with the little mermaid Xian Bao back then, he killed him to suppress some of the raging fire in his heart. You have your ways, you say? Meiying gazed at him incredulously and quickly pointed out, aren't you confused? It takes going through a ceremony to change my racial records from mermaid princess to mermaid queen. That's fine, you don't need to say. Bai Zemin interrupted her impatiently and waved his hand, pulling out a small wooden pagoda from somewhere as if by magic. Bai Zemin threw the small wooden pagoda to the bottom of the ocean and said loudly, "Grow." The nearby waters churned as from the dark depths shone a flash of pale blue light, illuminating everything 500 meters out as if the daytime sunlight was shining into the Mariana Trench. Bai Zemin ignored the look of shock on Shui Meiying's face and used the fourth-order soul stone he had just obtained to activate the second level of the limitless pagoda. Fortunately, what he planned to do was not a total racial change, so the drain was also infinitely lower. Thanks to this, a single fourth-order soul stone was enough for the runes of the second level to turn on. When the pagoda door opened, Shui Meiying was surprised to find that some sort of invisible screen blocked the water from flowing in. Take this with you and go inside. Zemin handed her the small purple jewel and said calmly, head straight to the second level and wait there for the change to end. Despite her doubts, Shui Meiying nodded obediently. As far as she was concerned, Bai Zemin didn't need to go through so many headaches if he wanted to harm her given the strength he had just displayed. Her long fishtail glowed, turning into a pair of beautiful slender white legs. After she entered the pagoda, the double doors closed with a deep rumble behind her. Taking a pause, Shui Meiying took a deep breath and walked straight to the stairs that would take her to the second floor. Outside the pagoda, Shangyu and Bingzu looked at the lights shining beyond the second floor and asked, "Are you sure it will work?" "It probably will." Bai Zemin nodded calmly. "It's only a minor racial change after all, and the second floor of the Limitless Pagoda allows you to change a living being's race completely. Since Shui Meiying has the jewel with the Queen King records, everything should be easy and smooth." Recalling the Prince of the East Sea who once plagued them with tens of millions of sea beasts thanks to the pagoda's power, Shangyu and Bingzu nodded silently. Bai Zemin glanced sideways at Feng Tianwu, who was silent. Even though there was someone else present, he trusted Feng Tianwu at least 80%, so he did not hide anything and spoke directly about what was on his mind. "Bingzu, I need you to help me with something." She gave him a puzzled look and said without hesitation, "Just say it straight out. Don't you find it weird all of a sudden to be so polite?" Bai Zemin coughed to clear his throat, and after a brief pause he said, "I want to turn all the Usras into humans and bring them to Earth." "Oh, it turns out that's what it is." Shangyu and Bingzu nodded as if it was nothing, but suddenly her expression froze as Bai Zemin's words finally settled inside her head. What did you say again? I think I got water in my ears so I didn't hear properly." Chapter 12, 85 Strongest Legion and 500 million zombies. Bai Zemin could not blame Shangyu and Bingzu for her reaction. After all, he was fully aware that his words were anything but logical considering that she had no idea of his last conversation with the Emperor of the Usra race. Even knowing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly at her words and said without knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Bingzu, can you not be so extreme? How could you get water in your ears when you're wearing that mask inside your own ice dome?" Shangyu and Bingzu gave him a lovely pair of blank eyes and growled under her breath, "You call me exaggerated, but aren't you the one who is saying nonsense? How come you suddenly want to turn that race of cruel killers into humans to assimilate them into our ranks and even bring them to Earth? Actually, the Usra race might not be as bad as we thought." Bai Zemin forced a smile and said with some uneasiness, "To be honest, I'm afraid that if I were in the Emperor's shoes from that time when Obian world became a forsaken world, I might have made a similar decision." "What?" Shangyu and Bingzu's expression was coated with disbelief, as she found it hard to believe that Bai Zemin would say such words. However, seeing the thoughtful and worried expression on his face, she finally realized that he was dead serious, and most likely there was information she was unaware of. "What's really going on?" she asked with a frown. "First of all, let me give her a little summary." Bai Zemin looked at the red-haired girl who was staring at them puzzled and sighed. "Feng Tianwu, this is the first time you've heard about the Usra race and Obian world, right?" "Yeah, well, I think I heard Chen He talk about this Usra race once in the past, but I didn't pay attention to it back then." Feng Tianwu nodded softly and replied in a low voice, "If I'm not mistaken, this should all be connected to something that happened before you came to Champing District, am I right?" "You are right indeed." Bai Zemin nodded without hiding anything from her. For the next 5 minutes, he gave a brief but concise summary of what happened back then, and afterward continued. "Back then, I was barely able to hold on to my life thanks to a variety of factors. But I vowed to wipe this race off the face of the universe, as I could not forgive the cruelties they did just for the sake of increasing their strength by even half an inch more. But after what happened today, I'm afraid I don't have the right to judge them at all." Feng Tianwu nodded silently, but after a moment she asked directly, "What do we have to do then?" Bai Zemin glanced at her with a slightly strange expression but said nothing. He was still not used to this Feng Tianwu, because even though their interactions could not be counted as numerous even after he buried the acts of their past, and they became friends, it was still hard for him to relate this girl to the girl he knew in the past. "Actually, what I want to do is very simple." Bai Zemin took a deep breath and continued, "We need." And just like that, for the next 40 minutes, Bai Zemin explained what he wanted to do in detail. Although 40 minutes might seem like a long time considering that he was simply explaining his idea and plans, the reality was that 40 minutes was very little time considering that the three of them were talking about something that would directly influence two big worlds and at least two races as a whole. "That's quite simple," Shang Yu and Bingzu smiled wryly under her mask and pointed out. A crude plan, I'd say. It is crude indeed, but does it really take much more than this? Feng Tianwu disapproved. She looked at Shang Yu and Bingzu calmly and spoke her thoughts. This man named Thanath is already dead, and among the Usras there is only a third-order powerhouse. This kind of force has no way to compare to our transcendent faction, so if they try something funny, it would be no different than throwing an egg against a rock since they would be the only ones harmed. From Feng Tianwu's point of view, the Usra race was simply insignificant and weak. This was not her disdaining them, but as one of the highest-level soul evolvers and highest-ranking nobles in the faction, Feng Tianwu knew very well how terrifying the current transcendent faction was. Obian world might be a world more advanced than Earth as it was in its fourth evolution stage. However, the powers that lived there were so weak that in her eyes the union of two districts of China could easily sweep away the entire world. You say that because you never fought against them. Shang Yu and Bingzu frowned slightly and refuted. While it is true that their overall strength is behind as they can only use grim methods to increase their power as a race, they are all born warriors, and unlike us humans, even a 5-year-old Usra kid knows how to wield a sword. What can a 5-year-old do, though? Feng Tianwu wasn't convinced and certainly didn't want to back down, so she pressed on. Bai Zemin is being quite generous to give them a way out, so those families should be grateful. If they are still looking for trouble, then they can only blame themselves for their demise. You? All right, you too. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart, and before Shang Yuan, Bingzu continued the discussion, he interjected. He smiled bitterly inside as he watched them give each other bad glares. Like ice and fire, Shang Yuan, Bingzu, and Feng Tian, who really did not get along at all. Although they were not enemies and could certainly cooperate perfectly with each other when the other needed help, the truth was that, for some reason, the two often had arguments like this over even the smallest matter. Previously, Bai Zemin used to think that this friendly hostility between the two was born out of the fact that neither of them was willing to be behind the other, since they were both the only two soul evolvers who could beat Shangyu and Xinyu in combat within the entire faction apart from Bai Shilin. However, he gradually realized that it wasn't just about competitiveness for the number 2 position, but they seemed to have something against each other on their own. Really, like water and fire, Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry every time he thought about this. ////. 2 days later. 2 days ago, Shui Meiying had officially become a mermaid queen, thus making a small racial breakthrough that pushed her power and prestige among the sea creatures tremendously. Bai Zemin asked her to gather her troops and join Xian Meier's troops to conquer the other sea kingdoms. When the 2 mermaid queens started to work together, Bai Zemin left as he felt at ease with those 2 working together. Even if a 4th-order enemy showed up, Shui Meiying and Xian Meier should be able to handle it on their own. There was no need for his presence or intervention in the future sea wars to come. During these 2 days, Bai Zemin was so busy that he literally had no time to sleep at all. So naturally, he was unable to check his status window and new records. Even with the help of Shangyu and Bingzu and Wu Yijin, who returned to Hero City at his call, the amount of work he himself had to do in a short period of time was so high that he could only push the tiredness and bad mood to the side. On this particular day, Bai Zemin was facing an army composed by 70,000 soul evolvers. These soul evolvers were the strongest powerhouses on Earth, and there were not only humans but also mutant beasts and even zombies. Thanks to the little girl that Bai Zemin and his people rescued from the naval base in Shanghai, and after more than 4 months of effort, Shen Jingjing, who despite being only 9 years old, was now a rank 2 noblewoman, and was in charge of the armored zombie forces Legion, managed to travel to most corners of the Earth together with sisters Wen and Liu Ning aboard the advanced battleship Sky Destroyer. Currently, a total of 500 million zombies made up the armored zombie forces Legion, and were undoubtedly the most powerful legion among the 10 Legion Corps that made up the total power of the Transcendent faction. Even if 80% of these zombies were only zombies below level 26, they were still a terrifying force to consider, as even a first-order human soul evolver could fall prey to the infection under the claws and teeth of these low-level zombies. Bai Zemin had tried his best to find a skill similar to Shen Jingjing's, only to find himself depressed as all his efforts failed miserably. Therefore, despite not feeling particularly at ease in his heart, he could only leave such a force under the control of Shen Jingjing and her subordinates. At this point, the entire surface was under the control of the Transcendent faction. The goblins were wiped off the face of the earth, the zombies were finally under control, and thanks to Wu Yijin, who had the World Tree Heart Fragment, the mutant beasts and plants entered into a mutual assistance alliance with the humans. All this happened during the last half-year when Bai Zemin was busy raiding other countries and fighting against the invading higher existences. Of course, even though everything seemed calm on the surface, Bai Zemin knew that all his power was walking on a tightrope with a delicate balance. The slightest slip would cause everything to collapse, and therefore he had to be careful with every step he took from now on. What he was most concerned about was finding a way to let everyone level up, since unless major problems occurred, there should be no large-scale wars on Earth. However, the appearance of the world's connector relieved this problem completely. With 10,000 worlds waiting to be conquered, Bai Zemin did not have to fear the lack of stubborn kings and emperors, as well as large armies pointing their spears at him. As Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, Wu Yijin, and some others ordered the army to march into Hero City, suddenly a small commotion occurred when the 70,000 troops opened up to the side, leaving a small path. Through the open way, two beautiful young girls advanced straight towards Bai Zemin. "Hey, who is that silver-haired great beauty? SHHH, are you eager to die or what? That's the leader's daughter." "WH, what did you say? How could the leader have a daughter who looks like she's 18 while he himself is barely over 20? What kind of joke are you telling me? Did the leader get a girl pregnant when he was only 2 years old? If you like the beauty, just say so and don't cover up." "Why, you fucking idiot. That's Princess Bai Shilin, and she's only a little over 2 years old." "Who's the other girl? She looks so pale and weak. She even uses a wheelchair, though we have healing magic potions." She is actually." Bai Zemin shook his head secretly when he heard several murmurs in the crowd. These soul evolvers were the strongest, but still lacked a bit of military discipline, as many of them belonged to different countries. He was very clear that he would need to work hard for at least 2 years for all the countries and their inhabitants to really unite together, so he could bear it for now. What left him speechless was Bai Shilin, his lovely and adorable daughter. Bai Shilin had just reached level 200 recently, and to Bai Zemin's disbelief, the girl now looked like a beauty between 17 and 18 years old. Furthermore, her beauty was such that she did not lose to women like Wu Yijin and Feng Tianwu at all. "I'm afraid that many perverts will be left without their family gems for years to come." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly at the thought of this, as he himself was a rather possessive and protective father, not to mention that Bai Shilin was one of the 5 strongest in all of Earth despite being only a little over 2 years old. "Father." Bai Shilin jumped right in and grabbed Bai Zemin's right arm with a lovely smile on her face, showing a beautiful yet terrifying set of teeth that absolutely did not belong to a human being. Bai Zemin gently kissed the top of her head, and after looking down for a moment said with a smile, "Shilin, father will make you a new battle dress soon, okay?" Bai Shilin looked down at her white dress and said in confusion, "But father, the battle dress Shilin wears is a rank 3 defensive armor and is not broken at all. Father will make you a prettier one and will use better materials to make it rank 4, okay?" Bai Zemin was still smiling, but in his heart he complained. This girl grew quite a bit these days, so that battle dress is getting too small, particularly on the upper part. "Your soul turned slightly red and purple just now. You're clearly jealous and angry." "Who's jealous of what?" Bai Zemin glared at Kali in pretend annoyance. "You can fool others, but you don't fool me." Kali snorted and suddenly extended her small hand towards him. "Give it to me." "What thing?" Bai Zemin asked with a puzzled expression. "Annihilation of the falling sky." Kali motioned with her hand impatiently and explained, "I think I found the way you can bring out its true power, but I need to confirm it first." "Take out the true power of annihilation of the falling sky." Bai Zemin's eyes lit up, and without hesitation handed over the weapon in the form of a golden sword. Chapter 1286 Wartime. Higher existences fall from the sky and heavenly wolf howls. Part 1. Bai Zemin was very satisfied with his current weapon. Although Longinus was a spear and not a heavy sword as he was used to, its attack power was so high that Bai Zemin not only had no complaints, but was extremely happy to be able to own such a treasure. What's more, as he became stronger and his skills evolved along with the acquisition of newer ones, Bai Zemin's fighting style became more and more varied and refined. Therefore, he no longer needed to rely on the terrifying destructive power of heavy weapons to inflict fatal damage on enemies far beyond his level. Still, he would never forget that inside his body was a king-grade soul armament. Even if Bai Zemin had no idea what a soul armament was or what a king grade 1 represented, the scene of Ghost Emperor Jack being pierced from side to side and turned into nothing would always be firmly recorded in his memory. That attack that had been made from millions of kilometers away broke through space to save his life and kill a fourth-order existence with the ease it would take to crush an ant. It was just that Longinus' power was simply too high, while annihilation of the falling sky was far inferior in this aspect. Therefore, he asked Kali for help since she was an expert in runes. Over the past few months, Kali had invested a great deal of her time studying annihilation of the falling sky and its runes. However, this was the first time Bai Zemin heard her so confidently when she said that she might have found a way. How could he not be excited then? Shangyuan Bingzu and the others realized that Bai Zemin was too busy with something else, so they worked harder organizing the 70,000-man army, making sure everyone got into Hero City in an orderly manner and afterward began to explain their task once they reached their destination. Bai Zemin's eyes were fixed on Kali and her alone. Bai Shilin even became a little jealous after a while as her cheeks puffed out in an adorable pout, and she began to behave like a spoiled brat, tugging on his arm to get his attention. As Bai Zemin focused most of his attention on Kali and watched her stroking the runes on the golden sword, time passed quickly. About an hour later, Kali nodded to herself and said softly, "So that's what it's like, quite strange and mysterious." "What is it?" Bai Zemin asked hurriedly. "Bullet, for starters, let me tell you that annihilation of the falling sky is a very powerful weapon, that's for sure," Kali said in a cold and indifferent voice, something that didn't match her words. Then, she pointed out, "You and Annihilation of the Falling Sky already have a soul contract. It's just that this contract is not complete as you need the approval of its true master first." Bai Zemin nodded and said quickly, "I know that, Kali, but I don't understand. What did you find out?" "And they say that adults are more mature and patient," Kali muttered to herself and later said, "The thing is, your soul might be linked to the weapon but your body isn't." Huh? To put it simply, you need both your soul and your body to form a deep connection with Annihilation of the Falling Sky so that you will not only be bound together on a spiritual level, but also in flesh and blood. Kali explained patiently and word by word. "Besides, I didn't realize it at first, but after studying the runes on the walls of Hero City, I finally understood something quite striking." Bai Zemin remained silent, anxiously waiting for Kali's explanation. However, in his heart, he secretly complained, "This brat is clearly putting on pauses and behaving mysteriously because she knows I'm anxious." As Bai Zemin vowed to spank Kali on the butt later as punishment, the girl who had no idea of the danger, she was in continued to speak arrogantly and proudly now that she had him in the palm of her hand. It turns out that the unbreakability rune engraved along the entire body of Annihilation of the Falling Sky not only grants infinite durability to the weapon, but also allows it to assimilate other weapons. Assimilate other weapons. Bai Zemin thought of the attached skill Devourer that the ancient bronze spear had. Could it be that the two were similar? "Okay," Kali nodded slightly before pointing out, "but that skill is blocked. Or more than blocked, it seems to have been forcibly removed." Bai Zemin's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that perhaps Annihilation of the Falling Sky and Longinus were actually one in the past? After all, the ancient bronze spear had skills attached that were extremely terrifying even for a rank 6 weapon. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing this temporarily. Anyhow, Kali paused and took several deep breaths. She had exhausted a lot of energy as she rarely spoke so many words in a short time, and given her weak physical condition, it was already a challenge for her to continue. Yet Kali forced herself as she knew this was too important for Bai Zemin. You need to use your life force to slowly nurture Annihilation of the Falling Sky, thus reaching a dual assimilation between your fleshly body and the weapon, just like the soul contract links your spirit to it. Life force? This? Bai Zemin was taken aback for a moment before smiling bitterly and shaking his head. "I'm afraid it will have to wait at least half a month." "That I can see," Kali sighed as she stared into Bai Zemin's soul. Bai Zemin took a moment and glanced at his health stat quickly. Seeing those numbers, the bitter smile on his face grew even stronger. Health, 15,979/52,169. For some reason, Bai Zemin felt that he was brimming with life force. Therefore, he was sure that his health stat was unbalanced compared to the rest of his main stats and records. However, since Bai Zemin helped Lilith by using his core blood, his life force was severely affected. Even so, Bai Zemin did not have even a hint of regret in his heart since it was all for the sake of the woman he was in love with. He just needed to wait another half-month and then he could start nurturing his soul armament. There was no need to rush things, since, as the saying goes, haste usually leads to waste. "Thank you for your help, Kali," he said as he reached out and gently patted the top of her head. "I really don't know what I'd do without you." "Good for you to know." Kali snorted softly, but contrary to her attitude, she stayed still like a kitten and welcomed the pats. Suddenly, Bai Zemin felt a slight but persistent tug on his sleeve, and when he looked at the source, he immediately met Bai Shilin's bitter gaze. "You little girl." Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Bai Zemin also pampered his daughter that was jealous. Approximately 5 or 6 hours later, Bai Zemin appeared again at the bottom of the ocean. At this time, the Mariana Trench had become a forbidden zone and was tightly sealed by powerful sea beasts stationed there by Shui Meiying and Xian Meier. Without Bai Zemin's permission, no one was allowed to approach the bottom, and if anyone broke this rule, they would immediately be marked as a traitor regardless of their status or position in the alliance. "Are you sure it will work?" Shangyuan Bingzu asked with some concern in her heart. "If it were before, I wouldn't dare take the risk no matter how little it might be." Bai Zemin nodded and said confidently, "But even though the grade of the collector's pocket watch didn't grow after I found that hand, it definitely became more powerful. Besides, it's not like we're breaking any soul record rules, but instead we're slightly going against the world's connector rules. Whatever it is, we'll back you up," Wu Yijun, who was standing to his left, said directly. She was a little nervous but at the same time excited, as this would be her first adventure with Bai Zemin to another world. "In that case, let's get moving." Bai Zemin nodded and stepped forward without hesitation. When his body disappeared beyond the huge portal, Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzu exchanged glances before quickly following him. When Bai Zemin appeared inside the mysterious space with 10,000 portals, he immediately tensed, but several seconds later he sighed in relief as he realized that nothing bad happened. After overcoming her initial shock and forcibly suppressing it, Shangyuan Bingzu said lightly, "It looks like there was no trouble after all." Wu Yijin's mental strength was not as good as her good sister's, so it took her a little longer to come to her senses, as the sight of numerous portals connecting this place to Earth and thousands of worlds certainly amazed her to the core. Several minutes later, Bai Zemin led the two women to the portal connecting this space to Obian World, and after telling them to wait a minute or two before following him, he stepped right in. Indeed, when Bai Zemin entered back into Obian World through the portal, he immediately found himself surrounded by a sea of blue flames that burned in all their splendor and illuminated the dark sky with their brilliance. "Little Blue, did you behave yourself while I was out?" Bai Zemin chuckled as he waved his hand outward. Like a little kid waiting at the school entrance suddenly seeing its parents, the endless blue lotus flame quickly shrank back and shot out towards him. Hesitantly, the small blue fire scourge directly entered Bai Zemin's body from his chest, and then seemed to whimper a little as it explained its bitter experiences during the past 2 days of loneliness. "It's all right. I promise I will do my best not to leave you alone again." Bai Zemin sympathized with the endless blue lotus flame, which, unlike the heaven-devouring flame, was alone for who knows how many billions of years. 2 minutes later, the portal glowed faintly as Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin walked through it. Shangyuan Bingzu was prepared from before since it wasn't her first time here, but Wu Yijin was different. Her face immediately turned slightly ugly and her body shook slightly. After a few seconds, she quickly recovered and said in astonishment, "Even though you guys told me, the gravity in this world really is quite powerful. Even crazier, the amount of mana here is really small compared to Earth." Bai Zemin explained a few things to Wu Yijun before shifting his focus to Shangyuan Bingzu. Seeing her nod, he took a deep breath and said in a serious voice, "Let's begin." Suddenly in the sky, a huge city surrounded by thick white walls approximately 100–200 meters high floated soundlessly after a slight spatial rippling. Previously, Bai Zemin was a little worried as the rules of the world's connector were clear, and among them was the rule that only 4 living beings could enter at the same time. The problem was that Bai Zemin had stored Hero City with 70,000 living beings inside the collector's pocket world in the collector's pocket watch that he always carried with him. Fortunately, going against the world's connector rules did not mean going against the soul record. Bai Zemin and the others estimated that the mysterious space with 10,000 portals inside it was probably some sort of demigod-grade treasure on par with the collector's pocket watch, only there was no way to verify it at all temporarily since the records were covered up. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, several silhouettes jumped down from the walls of the floating city and caused loud bangs as their feet fiercely hit the ground. Bai Zemin silently waited for the dust cloud to settle as the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Once the dust cleared, more than a dozen figures appeared standing in front of him in an orderly fashion inside just over a dozen small craters caused by their falls from the sky. There was the sturdy Nangong Yi, the handsome Chen He, the serious Matthew Sanchez, the beautiful Naomi Sanchez, the cold but dazzling Feng Tianwu. There was even the young and small Shen Jingjing sitting on the shoulder of a zombie over 10 feet tall. Among them, many more. Very good, Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Remember, be quick and don't take longer than necessary. If anyone tries to fight or cause trouble, there is no need to be gentle, just kill a few to warn the rest. We are helping them, but if they won't let us help and just give us problems, don't hesitate to act accordingly." The several people in front of him nodded with serious expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Bai Zemin waved a hand and ordered, "Go." Immediately after, thousands of modified helicopters and cargo planes flew out of Hero City and darted towards the horizon heading in different directions. Nangong Yi and the others also broke off, each of them following a group of thousands of planes and modified helicopters as brigade leaders. A few minutes later, the rumbling sound of thousands of engines running at the same time became so distant that it could not be heard. "We better start as well," Wu Yijin reminded him as she noticed Bai Zemin in a daze on the scene. Bai Zemin nodded, however. He couldn't help but frown as he suddenly had a bad premonition. Subconsciously, he looked up into the distant sky, and his eyes seemed to be able to pierce through space-time. Chapter 12, 87 Wartime. Higher existences fall from the sky and heavenly wolf howls. Part 2. A few hours later, Hero City, covered by an invisible veil, appeared in the sky just above the capital city of the Usra race. Bright lights illuminated the magnificent city, bringing life to the place. At this point in the night, many Usras were coming out of their homes to enjoy the nightlife. Although the males of this race were not particularly handsome unless they had high levels of power, their women were truly the CR, double.me of the CR, double.me, and there was certainly no shortage of relatively weaker beauties selling their services in exchange for soul stones to gain strength. Sitting on the throne of creation, Bai Zemin surveyed the crowd moving busily below thanks to the huge energy screen in front of him. Their emperor died less than 3 days ago, but they continue as if nothing. Wu Yijin commented in surprise at the sight of the crowded and not at all disorganized streets. "Even though they look practically undistinguished from us, they are not human," Bai Zemin pointed out, but quickly added, "Not that it matters whether they are human or not, it's mainly about their customs and beliefs. Obian world is a world that was kicked down and pushed aside by the Soul Record after its former inhabitants broke the rules, so the death of 1 or 2 emperors probably isn't enough to raise waves." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and added, "Other than what you said, I have to add something else. Like, when my race changed, I noticed subtle but clear changes in my viewpoint towards different things in life. For example, those important to me have suddenly become much more important, while those insignificant have become as valuable as the grass we step on when walking every day." Bai Zemin said nothing when he heard this. However, he understood what was happening. Shangyuan Bingzu was ultimately an elf after the former elf queen Lena ceded her records to her. The elven race was not only known for their beauty and natural charm, but were also said to be extremely proud and hated outsiders who disrupted within their lands or threatened the clean lives they led. "Bingzu, Yijin, I will leave you in charge." Bai Zemin suddenly stood up and looked at the two beauties in confusion as he explained with a frown, "TVE had a bad feeling for a while now. Now that all we can do is wait, and the main orders are being carried out by the rest, I'll go to my room." Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes lit up as she nodded. "Understood. Just go and do what you have to do. Yijin and I can take care of everything here." Wu Yijin quickly nodded and added, "Just go and rest assured. If the worst comes to the worst, we'll just kill a few to warn the others to let them know we don't come with bad intentions." Bai Zemin chuckled when he heard Wu Yijin's words and couldn't help but look at her in a new light. This was the first time he saw Wu Yijin being so cute but fierce at the same time. Sky Emperor's room. This luxurious and huge room that even had its own swimming pool inside a spacious private bathroom covered by gold floors once belonged to the former Sky Emperor. But since Bai Zemin became his successor, Only he was worthy of it. Sitting at the head of the giant bed that could easily accommodate 10 people with no problem at all, Bai Zemin looked extremely small and lonely. In the past, he once thought about how many perverted things the old Sky Emperor probably did with his mistresses in this bedroom. Since the old bed was even bigger, therefore, he unhesitatingly changed the bed and put his own in its place. Just like Shangyuan Bingzu said, his presence was no longer needed to monitor the situation. As king of the transcendent faction and soon-to-be emperor, there were many things that Bai Zemin did not need to do personally, as naturally someone else would do it for him. As such, he would now have a few hours to relax until the first batch of Usuras from other cities arrived in the capital. Even though I'd really like to get some sleep, there's no choice. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and closed his eyes a moment later. 6 hours later, he finally grouped the records that mattered to him among the ones he had just received. Most of the records obtained during the evolution process are absorbed and assimilated by your body and soul. You have received Strength plus 11,036, Agility plus 10,070, Health plus 12,400, Stamina plus 13,842, Mana plus 11,309, Magic plus 12,042. You cannot absorb any more records until you choose your advancement class and advance to 4th order. All records obtained during the evolution process will be saved for later absorption. Blood Warlock, 3rd order. Warlocks are known as ultimate geniuses in the path of magic, but you walk a different path that makes you special even among them. Blood Warlocks are absolute experts in melee combat and are unrivaled in the way of magic. Every level you level up from now on will grant you 50 strength points and 50 extra magic points apart from the free points. Your race, High Human, has evolved to perfect human. Your skill 4th order blood manipulation evolves forcibly to the next stage, thanks to the passive effect of your new race. Your skill 3rd order lonely wolf aura forcibly evolves to the next stage due to the abrupt increase of power in your soul and growing murderous intent. The evolution requirements for your skill 1st order super warrior become laxer now that you are a blood warlock. Your skill 2nd order superhuman health forcibly evolves to the next stage thanks to the passive effect of your new race. Your skill 3rd order golden bones forcibly evolves to the next stage thanks to the passive effect of your new race. For unknown reasons, your skill 2nd order Warcry has mutated and evolved into 3rd order Lord's Word. Your skill 2nd order enhanced dexterity forcibly evolves to the next stage, thanks to the passive effect of your new race. The positive and negative effects of your skill blood berserker's wrath become 3 times more powerful. The evolution requirements for your skill 6th order magic break become laxer, which allows you to take a step closer to controlling a new domain. The power of your skill Drain Life grows stronger thanks to the power of your new class, successfully evolving to the next stage. Thanks to the power of your mutated blood manipulation skill, Drain Life advances 1 stage further and is now a 4th order skill. Due to a strange unknown mutation, your skill 3rd order magic suppression successfully evolves into 4th order magic suppression. The increase of League in your blood has caused an advancement in your poison resistance skill. Bai Zemin was speechless for a long time as his eyes scrolled through the various notifications and records. No wonder it took me so long to find and gather all of this, Bai Zemin said with a wry smile on his face. So many skills evolved all together. No wonder. He continued to scroll through his records even while mumbling. Perfect human. You are now what others would call perfection within those who are part of the human race, but you certainly haven't reached the peak despite it. Your current self recovers stamina 50% faster, and when you sleep your recovery rate of physical, mental, and spiritual energy, as well as your natural regeneration, are increased by 100%. Charm plus 100% only takes effect 72 hours after evolution. Your physical body becomes perfect, which increases your overall life force enormously, but it also becomes more difficult to have offspring due to the excellence of your genes. Health stat plus 30000, and all skills that improve your physical body or your immediate vitality automatically evolve 1 whole stage, only effective the first time. Superhuman health, 2nd order passive skill, level 1 transcendental health, 3rd order, level 5. Increases health by another plus 3,000 points in addition to the previous ones, and adds another 1,000 years of life expectancy every 100 levels increased. This skill cannot evolve under normal circumstances, and its advancement requirements are unknown. Enhanced dexterity, 2nd order passive skill, level 1 transcendental dexterity, 3rd order, level 5. Increases agility by plus 1,000 points aside from the above, and decreases stamina consumed both outside and in combat by 20%. This skill cannot evolve under normal circumstances, and its advancement requirements are unknown. Lonely Wolf Aura, 4th Order, level 1. Now you can not only make your enemies tremble in fear under the impact of your murderous intent, but you can also use the phantom shadow of the lone wolf to fight next to you. The power of the lone wolf phantom shadow has 70% of your overall strength, but lacks logic as it will only move to kill the enemy, and once destroyed it cannot be summoned again for the next 48 hours. It consumes 2,000 mana points and 1,000 stamina points to use with a duration of 2 hours maximum. Golden Bones, 3rd Order passive skill, level 5 Diamond Body, 4th Order passive skill, level 5. Your entire body becomes as hard and precious as a diamond, and any weapon below rank 4 will not be able to break even the first layer of skin covering your flesh. Your internal organs become 10 times more resistant and durable compared to the previous level. Your life expectancy increases by another plus 5,000 years, and your charm increases by plus 15000 points. This skill cannot evolve again under normal circumstances, and its advancement requirements are unknown. Warcry, 2nd Order active skill, level 5 Lord's Word, 3rd Order active skill, level 5. When roaring you can stun all enemies around you for a brief instant. The effect is less powerful, and the time shorter the greater the difference between the user's magic and that of the enemies. This skill has a less sophisticated use, and by spending mana constantly, you can influence the minds and decisions of others to a certain extent. No cooldown time, but becomes less effective the more it is used on the same living being. Drain Life, 4th Order active skill, level 5. By activating this skill, the user will be able to absorb the life energy of their enemies, thus healing the user's injuries through the use of the enemy's health. The skill works best on weakened or restrained targets, but also affects wounded enemies to a certain extent, the effect being greater the more wounded the enemies are. Affects all enemies within 10 meters around the user. It consumes 1,500 mana points to activate, and 50 mana points for every second the skill is active. After activating and then deactivating, the skill will enter cooldown time for 24 hours. Magic Suppression, 4th Order active skill, level 5. Consumes 2,000 mana points to activate one time, nullifying all attack magic cast by either allies or enemies within a range of up to 50 kilometers around the user. For the next 5 seconds, the attack-type magic launch will be suppressed by half. Cooldown time, 48 hours. Bai Zemin sucked in a breath of cold air after reading the enhanced version of his evolved skills. It was only after a long time that he finally managed to utter a few words. Now I understand where all that health and such life force came from. As it is, couldn't I live for more than 20,000 years at my current level without any problems? I could probably live 100,000 years when I break through and become a 4th Order soul evolver. Bai Zemin could feel the corner of his mouth trembling fiercely at every word he said. A peak 4th Order existence would be lucky if he or she could live 10,000 years, but he could probably live 10 times that amount. Even now, despite the fact that he was only level 200, he had a life expectancy twice as high. What a pity, Bai Zemin sighed, and a glint of sadness shone in his eyes. If only I had more time. There were only about 4 years or a little more left before reaching the time estimated by the soul record. If Bai Zemin could grow up in peace and quiet, he had no doubt that he would become the mightiest under the stars given his current abilities and life expectancy. However, looking back, Bai Zemin knew that if these were peaceful times, he probably could not have grown to this point in such a short time. Besides, he couldn't help but remember a saying he heard somewhere many years ago. In times of war and death, heroes will rise up one after another to fight for peace and survival. Although he did not see himself as a hero at all, and in fact had committed many mistakes and sins, Bai Zemin understood that the word hero, as well as its meaning, could differ greatly, just like the word evil or villain. Just as Bai Zemin was about to open his status window to check something, the door of his room was knocked from outside. Meanwhile, on Cram World, a fierce war that had already taken the lives of hundreds of higher existences broke out. Chapter 12, 88 Wartime, Higher Existences Fall from the Sky and Heavenly Wolf Howls, Part 3. 2 days ago, not long after Fire, Sorrow, and Lilith departed from Earth. Cram World. Serving as the headquarters of the demonic army, Cram World was arguably by far one of the most important worlds in the entire universe. It was not simply The fact that one of the 8 major factions had at least 50% of its forces stationed there, but it was also a world in its 7th evolution stage, one of only 5 worlds in this stage. Even though the demonic army was a huge faction, and all the higher existences there had lived in most cases several tens of thousands of years, the lifestyle of this demonic race was surprisingly not very different from that of humans or other intelligent races scattered throughout the cosmos. Unlike most of the other overlords, Lucifer was very lax with his rules as long as his people became obedient when the situation called for it. This lazy man who slept around even went to great lengths for over 1,000 years in search of all kinds of entertainment methods used by other races in order to bring them to life on Cram World, as existences that could live forever as long as they were not killed by external sources. The only fear they had was, ironically, time. The power of time was absolute, as even if it could not erode the body, it could certainly erode the heart and the mind, and even the soul itself. Cram World was the only world where members of the demonic army who were not on duty guarding other worlds under their flag or on an important mission could have fun. Huge soccer fields, giant basketball courts, modified bowling halls, racetracks. Everything one could imagine was definitely there to help the demons get through their boring lives a little more while they had nothing else to do. What's more, the demon race had a variety of subraces such as the Succubus race, the Hell Butterfly race, or the Illusion Swan race. All these races had beautiful women and handsome men who, if they wished, could have fun participating in ride games with other members, since relationships were not forbidden at all. For the past 2 days, however, this world that was easily tens of thousands of times larger than Earth fell into a state of alert, and all the demons who were having fun were summoned to the Demon Lord Hill, where Lucifer resided. Inside the meeting hall, all the commander-level demons gathered except for 2 of them who were nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere was extremely serious, and the mood was heavy, so no one dared to speak as they silently looked at the man sitting on the main stone seat. After a long time, Valiant opened her mouth and said, "Your Majesty, Fire Sorrow and the bloody Succubus are still on that small planet called Earth." No one was surprised that Valiant was the first to break the silence. After all, she was one of the commanders Lucifer liked the most, as she could keep her composure and sense of logic even under the worst of circumstances. However, when the 2 words bloody Succubus came out of Valiant's mouth, there were some changes in the faces of those present. "I already called Fire Sorrow back, so she should be here within 2 days given her knowledge of space law," Lucifer answered calmly. The laziness that characterized him was nowhere to be seen, and for the first time in the last 100,000 years, he showed a slight frown on his face. "So, what about Lilith?" Crow asked hesitantly. Actually, Crow had heard about Bai Zemin and Lilith. In fact, some of his peers playfully teased him every chance they got over the past few months. However, he didn't mind since Bai Zemin was only a level 100 little soul evolver, so as far as Crow was concerned, he couldn't even lay a finger on the woman who would eventually be his. This time no one mocked Crow for asking about Lilith like in the past, but rather the atmosphere became heavier when that name came up. "There is no need for her to come," Lucifer responded as calmly as before and said directly, "I know what you all are thinking, you brats. To some of you I am even older than the world you were born into. Do you think you can hide what is in your heads from me? Talk straight and don't be little pusses." They all looked at each other in dismay. Even though Lucifer himself put it this way, it wasn't that easy to say some things. Finally, Lucia opened her mouth and asked the question they all wanted to ask but didn't dare. "Will you kick the bloody Succubus Lilith out of the demonic army or kill her right away?" The multiple commanders held their breath and stared at Lucifer while secretly holding up their thumbs towards Lucia. "Cuck the bloody Succubus out. Kill her." Lucifer looked at everyone one by one as he said in a cold, casual voice, "Why would I do such a thing? Just because she killed that damn fire pigeon and broke a useless treaty worth shit. I should kill her just because someone says she's from another dimension. What a fucking joke. I personally set up the demon army, and a good number of you were invited by me, so you should know what kind of person I am. Just a bunch of spineless motherfuckers want to push me to expel one of my own. I want to see who dares." Pialfandalfan and you won. Even though he was cursing and spitting bad words all over the place, Lucifer's emerald eyes glowed dominantly, and the aura that only those who were on the top for countless years erupted from his body. Everyone's eyes shone brightly as they heard his words, and suddenly felt as if the hot blood running inside their bodies was boiling at millions of degrees Celsius. "Who dares?" Those words echoed and reverberated inside their heads over and over again, reminding them once again of the reason why in the past they knelt down to follow in this man's steps. "Your Majesty, mind your vocabulary." Despite her words, Valiant had a very rarely seen smile at the corner of her lips. "Shit." Helskar jumped to his feet and raised his palm in preparation to viciously strike the stone table. But remembering how Crow bled the last time he broke the table, Helskar changed the trajectory of the blow and hit his chest so hard that the whole room rumbled as he said loudly and red-eyed, "Those damn pigeons are surely just coming up with the bloody succubus thing being from another dimension or some shit, because she kicked that bitch Michael's ass and made him bled. Leader, let's kill them all and dye their clouds red." Crow immediately added with murderous intent as well. The army of heaven lost Michael, who had the most powerful physical attack power among the pigeons. It is said that Meads was also wounded in battle. This is their lowest moment. I refuse to believe that we can't root them out. Even Valiant couldn't help but nod slightly. Although she naturally didn't plan on wiping out the army of heaven completely, dealing them a heavy blow to make them understand that they weren't soft persimmons was well within the realm of possibility given the situation. Only Lucia remained silent and had no opinion on the matter. Her ghostly white eyes glanced sideways at Lucifer, and there was a hint of doubt in them, almost as if she was silently asking him what he was planning to do after saying such words. Lucia was Lucifer's younger sister, but the age gap between them was as insignificant as a decade. In other words, she not only understood her older brother's temperament and personality very well, but she was also aware of some secrets that others had no idea about. "We will open the gate to hell and have those on other worlds be ready to teleport to Cram World at any time," Lucifer said suddenly, silencing the enthusiastic Helskar and shocking the ferocious Crow that were waiting to kill angels to vent the rage in their hearts. "Open the gate to hell." Helskar stared blankly and dug through his memories before sucking in a breath of cold air. That damn thing that connects all our worlds but takes up 10 seventh-order soul stones over 7 days. The so-called gate to hell was a colossal-sized teleportation array that covered half of Cram World and which was made up of over 2 trillion runes. According to legend, a total of 5,000 rune engravers worked without sleep or food for 10,000 years, and literally countless soul stones were invested to create it. To this day, however, the gate to hell has never been activated. After all, its use was very simple: to allow all members of the demonic army protecting other worlds to teleport directly to Cram World. In the eyes of all the members of the demonic army, the gate to hell was a useless array, and no one could understand why Lucifer would invest so much effort and resources into it. After all, no one in their right mind would attack the core world of the demonic army unless they really wanted to die without raising even a small wave. Even if a leader already in the 8th Order dared to come, he or she would still have to wonder if they could make it back home alive. "Why, Your Majesty, aren't you mistaken?" Crow asked, stammering. "Want to activate that thing now, but why?" Even in the demonic army, the number of 7th Order soul stones was less than 50 after many millions of years of being established. Not to mention that the gate to hell would also consume over 1,000 6th Order soul stones. "It's because Lilith, most likely." "No, she's surely someone from another dimension. If it was just some other dimension, it wouldn't be a big deal. The problem is that she's from a rather troublesome alternative dimension." Lucifer sighed and immediately felt a headache just from saying these words. Crow and Helskar exchanged glances before sitting down without saying anything. However, their eyes were fixed on Lucifer. "Your Majesty, do alternate dimensions really exist?" Valiant asked with a frown. "I know about other dimensions where small life forms not much stronger than the lower existences of our universe, such as unintelligent fire spirits or playful little pixies, live. But how come I never heard anything about alternative dimensions? There aren't even any books that record this occurrence." Lucifer looked at the 4 people who were there before, slowly closing his eyes. "You have accompanied me for many years. Each of you has your own past and history with me that led you to be here, and that led us to be gathered together today. I will tell you now some things that only 13 people have known over the course of the last millions of years, even though there are only 12 of us now since Lilith killed Michael. Something that only 12 people alive in the entire cosmos knew. Everyone present was smart, so they immediately realized who those 12 were after hearing Lucifer say that Michael, whose life was ended by Lilith, used to be number 13. 8 of those 12 were definitely the 8 leaders of higher existences. As for the other 4, They were most likely those who had lived longer than anyone else. Subconsciously or not, Valiant and the others glanced at Lucia for a moment as the image of Fire Sorrow appeared in their memories. Discord link for Panda Novel for quick updates by fellow readers like you. https://discord gg/gmb86a usp. Chapter 12, 89 Wartime. Higher Existences Fall from the Sky and Heavenly Wolf Howls. Part 4. Are you sure? Lucia asked. Taking this moment of silence, Lucifer was taking to think about his next words, or perhaps to pull memories from his memory that had been gathering mountains of dust for all these years. Every era is destined to come to an end someday, just like excessive prosperity is a sign of imminent downfall. Lucifer sighed. An expression that none of the commanders present had ever seen on his face flashed for a moment as he said slowly, "No one in this room is a fool, not even Hellscar. I think you have all realized that in the last few decades, there have been big things happening one after the other." Hellscar grimaced but said nothing. As for the rest, they simply nodded silently, as it was just as Lucifer had just said. The number of clashes between members of opposing factions only grew, to the point that over the last 50 years, the number of higher existences that fell normally occurred over 1,000 years. More importantly, many stellar constellations seemed in a state of agitation since the last 2 decades, and a great number of previously insignificant worlds were beginning to evolve one after the other at speeds never seen before. I've been thinking about it for a while now, but this all seems as if the universe itself is getting ready for some sort of final battle. Valiant said with a thoughtful expression on her face. The number of precious resources rose tremendously recently. Even minerals, food, and other types of resources above rank 5 began to grow rapidly one after another. That's how it is, Lucifer nodded, and a glint of melancholy flashed in his green eyes as he said softly, "Each era is destined to come to an end after an indefinite amount of time of stagnation, thus giving way to a new, and perhaps more prosperous era compared to the previous one." A few seconds later, he continued, "We all know that in the past there existed beings like the heavenly wolf Sirius or the goddess of reincarnation, existences mightier than me or any of the other 7. And yet, not all of them crossed the abyssal rift in search of answers. Many of them died here, in this universe. Since even those who were stronger than us were eventually killed by someone, what right do we have to assume that no one will ever take us down or that we will live forever?" To date, there were 3 wars that were recorded as Great Wars. In each of these 3 great wars against the Golden Domain, the universe always managed to repel the invading waves that seemed to have no end after years of war and bloodshed, during which all the powers of those different eras united for the first time to fight against a superior enemy. Despite successfully defending their home, however, the price the universe had to pay in each of those 3 battles was, to say the least, immeasurable. With most of its powerhouses dead and few defenders still standing that would not live much longer due to fatal wounds, the vitality of the universe suffered to the point where only the existences below the 5th order that did not have the qualifications to know any of this could continue to grow and develop. This thing I'm going to tell you now is nothing but a theory that was passed down from generation to generation. Or so it used to be until recently, since Fire Sorrow discovered something amazing by sheer coincidence of fate. Lucifer took a deep breath and said slowly, "According to history, our ancestors were once part of the Golden Domain, as were our lands and our seas. Because we had no way of knowing the purpose of the Soul Record or the Golden Domain, those who reached a certain scale of power eventually ventured beyond the abyssal rift in search of answers, just like Sirius and others did throughout different eras. It's a pity that so far none of them ever returned." Lucifer could see the expressions of disbelief and shock on the faces of his subordinates' friends. Yet, he had to continue. "I think not a few among us ever thought that the Soul Record could be a sentient, intelligent living being. Well, if you still think that way, then let me tell you that you are not wrong." "What?" Hellscar and Crow jumped straight out of their seats when they heard what Lucifer said. Valiant's pupils contracted fiercely, and even the ever-indifferent Lucia showed some reaction as her body trembled slightly. Lucifer nodded with a serious expression on his face. When Fire Sorrow healed that young emperor back in that forsaken world, she was hit by the soul punishment sent by the Soul Record, and yet she was not harmed at all. After those events concluded, Fire Sorrow told me what really happened. She was not only not harmed by the Soul Record, but the latter even openly and directly asked her motives for doing what she did. Valiant sucked in a breath of cold air. She had been present as well as the others when the purple lightning covered Fire Sorrow's figure, and had always had a doubt as to why nothing bad happened. However, she never expected the answer to her doubt to be something as crazy and big as this. Once this news got out, the entire universe would tremble, particularly those proud beings who saw themselves as true gods without equals. Lucifer took a pause of several minutes and only spoke again, once he noticed that his commanders had finished assimilating the information he had just given them. This is where the theory I told you about earlier comes in. A strange light shone in Lucifer's eyes as he said word by word. According to the thinking of those who participated in the First Great War, the reason the Golden Domain keeps attacking us even though we never did anything against them is because they are probably looking for someone or something. And that something or someone is the soul record, Lucia muttered before taking a deep breath and saying, "To be honest, even I'm shocked. I thought you were going to start straight in on that matter, but I wasn't expecting this." Lucifer nodded and continued. "Now that you know this, we can go back to Lilith, as what I just told you is necessary for you to understand the severity of the matter." This was all nothing more than the snack before the real dish. Valiant smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Just, who is the bloody succubus really?" "You all must have heard stories of the barbarian king, yes?" Lucifer suddenly asked. "Yes," Valiant replied, and the others nodded despite not understanding the meaning of his question. The barbarian king was known as the enemy of all magic and was born before the era of the Second Great War. The few old books left from back then say that the barbarian king fell from the sky during the end of the Second Great War, but that's all a lie that me and a few others concocted to hide some troublesome things. Lucifer revealed. "What? The barbarian king didn't die in the Second Great War? How is this possible?" Except for Lucia, the other three looked at their leader in shock. The worst of all the great wars was the first of them, and yet only 10% of life in the universe perished. Lucifer grew serious, and his eyes flashed with a hint of dread as he said softly, "But in the Second Great War, 40% of the life in the entire cosmos perished before the Golden Domain was forced to retreat. Were it not for the arrival of an extremely terrifying new enemy, I fear neither you nor I would be talking, as our ancestors would not have survived the slaughter." Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines and through their souls. 40%. 40% of life under the stars died at that time. Valiant's face was pale as a sheet as she muttered to herself, "How is this possible? The worst of all great wars, the first, was called the Armageddon War because 10% of life was killed. And yet the Second Great War was even worse than that, 40%. Crow shuddered and his lips squirmed several times uncontrollably. Suddenly, he noticed that something was not right and quickly pointed out, "But how is this possible? It is said that the barbarian king was even more powerful than the heavenly wolf. How could the Golden Domain slaughter even lower existences to such an extent with him present?" "That's the problem." Lucia sighed and took her brother's place as she said, "The barbarian king couldn't participate in the Second Great War because someone killed him a few years before the abyssal rift expanded." "Impossible." Helskar stood up abruptly and shouted in shock. "The barbarian king was a warrior immune to all magic, and his physical body was unmatched. How could someone like that in the peak of the Eighth Order even be killed by anyone other than those bastards of the Golden Domain?" Even though he said this, Helskar knew that Lucia had no reason to lie. Besides, none of those present were stupid, or else they wouldn't be where they were. Alternate dimensions, Golden Domain retreating because of the arrival of a new terrifying enemy, the barbarian king dying at the hands of an unknown enemy before the abyssal rift opened. They all did the math and managed to figure out what was going on. This enemy that killed the barbarian king was not from our dimension but came from an alternate dimension. Lucifer continued with a cold expression on his face. According to the few records that were left from back then, the enemy of the barbarian king was only a seventh-order higher existence but still killed him. The details of this enemy were not revealed until several million years later, after the Soul Record personally went into action to expel this enemy back to his dimension. Crow gritted his teeth and asked with clenched fists, "So, this dimension your majesty is talking about is the original place Lilith came from?" "Yeah," Lucifer didn't hide it and continued. "Before the Third Great War, a fierce battle occurred between our dimension and Lilith's dimension. Although the warriors of our dimension eventually won and practically destroyed the other dimension, leaving only a few lives, the price they paid was not small. Had it not been for the Golden Domain attacking with less force than usual during the Third Great War, our universe would have ended as our vitality was too damaged after fighting the other dimension." "Wait a moment, please." Valiant suddenly stood up, and her eyes flashed with disbelief as she said, "The barbarian king could handle an unknown type of energy that for some reason none of the powerhouses of that time could find. Could it be that in fact the barbarian king discovered this alternate dimension, and it was there that he obtained his power? As expected, Lucifer chuckled and nodded after praising her. We believe that too, but we have no way of checking it out. Then about Lilith, Crow quickly asked. Lucifer glanced at him with a strange expression and wanted to advise this commander of his to drop his one-sided love for Lilith as it was hopeless. Crow didn't see Lilith's eyes back then, but Lucifer saw the way she was looking at Bai Zemin after all. Even so, he continued, the problem is that Lilith is someone from that alternate dimension who was once extremely strong and had its own power system just like us. Although she has nothing to do with the war back then just like us, this is just a personal theory, but since they had their own power system, who can guarantee they don't have their own soul record? What if the alternate dimension Lilith came from was also being attacked by the Golden Domain? How could they defend themselves after our dimension wiped out almost all of their forces? So they fear that Lilith might. Halskar didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. Lucifer nodded. That's why it's so problematic. Crow, Valiant, and Halskar exchanged glances. They all saw the helplessness in each other's eyes after understanding the whole story in question, as they were really in a difficult situation. Fight! Lucia suddenly stood up and said calmly, regardless of where the bloody succubus came from, she is part of us. If she dares to betray us or even think about it, I will personally behead her with my spear. But in the meantime, she is still a pillar of the demonic Emi who we must protect. Ha 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 ha! Lucifer burst out laughing and the whole room trembled. My dear little sister, it's been how many years since the last time you were this irrational? But I like you better like this. Lucifer's eyes flashed coldly as the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Let them come. The end of our era is near and many are destined to fall from the sky. Since peace is not possible, then let's see which destiny is strong enough to survive. Chapter 12, 90 Wartime. Higher existences fall from the sky and heavenly wolf howls. Part 5. Look. That's the bloody succubus Lilith. Lilith really came. Of course she came, you dumbass. No matter what, the bloody succubus is part of our demonic army at the end of the day. I wonder if His Majesty Lucifer will punish her. Punish her? HMPH. From my point of view, she should be rewarded instead. That's right. It was she who, despite being a 6th Order soul evolver, killed that damned 7th Order fire pigeon. As Lilith followed Fire Sorrow through the long, labyrinthine corridors of the castle on top of the Demon King Mountain, thousands of eyes secretly or directly looked at her after she passed them. Those intense gazes that carried amazement, lust, desire, love, fear, shock, surprise, and many other emotions followed her until her figure disappeared after several twists and turns. Fire Sorrow sighed in her heart as she listened to the endless conversations among the faction members. She looked over her shoulder at Lilith as she continued her pace, and said with a wry smile, I'm willing to bet that from today onwards you will be the greatest legend in the entire demonic army, only below His Majesty. Lilith rolled her eyes charmingly, unaware that this involuntary action of hers drove thousands of males and hundreds of females secretly watching her crazy. She groaned under her breath. This kind of fame is not something I like. Kick it off. Who sent you to perform high profile? Fire Sorrow shook her head, turning her attention back to the front and saying softly, putting that aside for now. Lilith, are you sure about coming? Once the war starts, everyone will target you, so it's likely that even we won't be able to protect you properly. Although Fire Sorrow knew that Lilith was very powerful, it was impossible for a single person to take on numerous 7th Order soul evolvers. Furthermore, Lilith had not only used up her 2 firmament fragments, but was also injured, so the majority of her most powerful skills were probably still on cooldown. It's okay, Lilith shook her head without saying much about it. Fire Sorrow looked back slightly over her shoulder and saw Lilith caressing the necklace that Bai Zemin had given her before they left Earth. Despite not understanding why on the world Lilith would take off her previous necklace, which was clearly a high-level treasure, in exchange for a seemingly normal necklace without many stats or skills, Fire Sorrow didn't ask questions about it. Do you by any chance have some other firmament fragment to help you in the battle to come? Do you think firmament fragments are easy to obtain, and you can casually pick them up as if they were tree branches? Lilith almost fainted when she heard Fire Sorrow's question. She had paid a high price in the past to get those 2 firmament fragments in her possession, then how could she have a third? Fire Sorrow stared blankly before smiling bitterly and shaking her head. Forget what I said. Even she didn't have a firmament fragment until now, so her previous question was in fact stupid. It was just that Fire Sorrow had subconsciously stopped treating Lilith as someone normal after everything she learned about her recently. A while later, the duo arrived in front of the huge double stone door that connected to the inside of the meeting room. Fire Sorrow glanced at Lilith before opening the door and stepping inside. Lilith, Crow jumped to his feet and looked at the woman he had dreamed about countless times with a complicated expression on his face. This woman was his greatest driving force of lust, and the one he most craved in a way he had never craved anyone before, and yet Crow felt that she was a hot potato he dared not touch at this point. Lilith nodded indifferently, and her cold eyes calmly swept the room. Hellscar was looking at her with bright eyes. Valiant nodded in greeting with a calm expression as usual. Lucia looked indifferent and casual as she didn't even move from her place, but continued to apply basic maintenance to her black spear. "What are you doing here? I don't remember calling you back," Lucifer frowned and asked directly. Lilith looked at him with a calm expression and walked silently to the seat that rightfully belonged to her within this room. After settling in, she opened her mouth and slowly said, "I am part of the demonic army, hence naturally I must come." Lucia, who had been silent, raised her head slightly and shot her a casual glance before continuing with what she was doing. Although this was a seemingly random and uncaring gesture, anyone who knew her well enough could tell that Lilith's words made her feel satisfied. "Instead of helping, I'm afraid you'll make more trouble." Lucifer rolled his eyes and snarled at Fire Sorrow. "Why did you let her come?" "It's not like I could stop her anyway." Fire Sorrow shrugged and took a seat to the right of him. Lucifer rolled his eyes again, but didn't continue even though he knew Fire Sorrow was making cheap excuses that even a 5-year-old wouldn't buy. If it were under normal circumstances, Fire Sorrow might have a hard time fighting Lilith to contain her. However, Lucifer was willing to bet 1,000 hours of sleep that the current Lilith wasn't that strong, as she was probably forced to pull out almost if not all of her hidden cards to kill Michael. Defeating an archangel was a thing. Killing one was something else entirely and utterly different. Lucifer gazed at Lilith for a long time before asking in a casual voice as he relaxed in his seat, "So, what should we call you now? Your real name is Shangyuan Bing Zhu or Wu Yijun, or maybe you're someone else." Lilith's eyes widened slightly, as did her sweet little mouth. A weird light flashed in her ruby-colored eyes, and for the first time since joining the demonic army, a beautiful smile bloomed on her unmatched face. "Your Majesty Lucifer, that's the first thing you ask after the pigeon spread such great news." Lilith let out a playful giggle, and the frosty expression covering her face disappeared without a trace. For a moment, the entire room fell into total silence. Hellscar grunted as he awoke from his daydream and quickly looked away as he groaned, "Bloody succubus, could you hold back your charm? Are we allies or not? I'm not guarding against you, so try not to enslave me." Crow seemed somewhat reluctant, as he enjoyed the sentiment very much, but unwillingly turned away as well. Valiant shook her head, and the corners of her lips curved imperceptibly upwards. In the room, only Lucifer, Lucia, and Fire Sorrow had no reaction to Lilith's fairy-like smile. "But it looks like what you know about alternate dimensions isn't much after all," Lilith said with a sigh. "What do you mean?" Lucifer raised both brows in surprise. Even Lucia put away her spear and looked pointedly at Lilith. "My name is neither Shangyuan Bing Zhu nor Wu Yijun, nor is it Meng Qi or Feng Tian Wu or any of those girls' names." Lilith replied with a sincere expression on her face. Her eyes were like open windows to her soul, and the others could see no trace of a lie as she said, "Your Majesty Lucifer knows that my original race is not human, since you saw me when I was still at the top of the Fourth Order, don't you?" "Indeed." Lucifer nodded, and his memory flashed back to a little over a decade ago. Back then, when he appeared in front of Lilith to extend his hand and invite her to join the demonic army, she had turned all the soldiers and even the emperor of a great empire into her puppets. Lucifer would always remember that noble charm and those sky-blue eyes that didn't even waver in front of him. "I apologize, but I want the first person to hear my true name to be him." Lilith bowed her head slightly and said in a sincere voice. Lucifer was inwardly surprised, and his eyes shone mysteriously. After a long time, he nodded and slowly said, "This is the first time you lower your head sincerely and not out of mere formality." "I apologize." Lilith smiled bitterly and shook her head. "You've changed too," Lucifer sighed, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes again as he said to himself, "Everyone changes and becomes happier and better versions of themselves after spending some time together with that man." Lilith naturally knew that Lucifer was not strictly referring to Bai Zemin when he said, "that man," but was probably talking about Sirius, his old friend and perhaps rival in some areas. However, Lilith knew things that Lucifer did not. Unless Sirius had achieved very great and majestic things after arriving in the Golden Domain, Bai Zemin absolutely could not be the reincarnation of the heavenly wolf. Lilith was 100% sure of this after her conversation with the flame of burning wrath. Lucifer was about to say something else when suddenly, his expression turned serious with his eyes fixed on the castle's ceiling as if he was looking at the sky beyond. "Lucifer, you brat, I only slept for a couple of months but you already caused more trouble." From the castle walls, an ancient and old voice sounded inside the room. At the same time, the entire castle began to tremble slightly, and the stone walls lit up as all the walls on the outside, and the magic towers lit up. In an instant, an aura similar to that of a released Tyrannosaurus flooded the entire Demon Lord Mountain and covered the sky. "Don't complain, Alistar. Didn't you used to like parties?" Lucifer stood up, followed by the others. "What parties or a demon, Alistar?" Lucifer's soul armament grumbled again. Despite its complaints, the aura around it only increased. "Just hurry up and kill all those pesky creatures so I can get back to resting. Just remember I still haven't fully recovered since the last battle with those brats from the Golden Domain." Lucifer nodded, signifying his understanding before speaking to those in the room. "I'll go first. Sorrow and the others prepare the troops for battle. I want to see who gave them the guts." Saying that, Lucifer turned into lightning and shot out the window directly. "See you in the sky." Lucia nodded towards the rest before following him without hesitation. Fire Sorrow took a deep breath, and her whole aura changed as she said in a voice that left no room for refusals, "Move along, all of you." Crow and the others nodded, following Fire Sorrow and beginning to give orders one after another to the Sixth Order generals, so that they would pass them on to the Fifth Order soldiers. Since this was their home world, the amount of advanced weapons and attack arrays were numerous and deep, so some battle methods were bound to be different from when they clashed in neutral territory. Lilith gazed up at the sky, and a mysterious light flashed through her eyes before she quickly followed Fire Sorrow. "Jade. Obian world." When Bai Zemin opened the door of his room, he found his personal housekeeper waiting at the side of the corridor. "Big Sister Qin Ming, did some kind of trouble arise?" "Your Majesty, the first group of Usuras have reached the capital. Lady Wu Yijin asked me to update you about it since there seems to be some disturbances outside." Qin Ming bowed slightly and said with a gentle smile on her lovely face. "I'll handle it." Bai Zemin thanked her and quickly left. If everything went well, his faction's strength would grow to double or perhaps more once this large-scale operation was over. Therefore, problems were not welcome this time.